Chapter 251, My Oblivion Curse was taught by Lockhart. What? Peter Pettigrew? Banban's eyes widened, looking at Dumbledore, who was speaking in disbelief. What did he hear? Not Sirius Black, but Peter Pettigrew. What a joke. How do they know I'm still alive and even know I'm at Hogwarts? Banban's little head couldn't turn around for a while, and suddenly he thought of a guess. Someone is pretending to be him. In other words, the identity of the mouse is likely to be discovered now, and the most likely person is Lupin, who knows animagos well, and Sirius Black, who escaped from Azkaban. Thinking of the wanted notice in the Daily Prophet, it couldn't help shivering. If Sirius were to catch it, he would have to shed a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Don't panic. In recent days, several professors will patrol at night to protect everyone's safety. At this moment, Dumbledore, who was standing on the main stage, used a gentle voice to comfort the little wizards who were gradually panicking. The 22 people sitting on the Gryffindor table were also chatting with their heads down. Peter Pettigrew, I once saw him in the newspaper. Isn't he a hero, and he also won the second prize of the Merlin Medal? Fred said in a low voice. As for Peter Pettigrew, it can be said that no one does not know him. After all, he was also killed by an explosion while fighting against Voldemort, which is admirable. But what about now? Dumbledore, the most famous white wizard in the wizarding world, actually said that Peter Pettigrew was not dead, and that he was still hiding in Hogwarts, threatening their lives. This is simply subverting the entire British world. You must know that Peter Pettigrew's deeds were very famous under the operation of the Ministry of Magic at that time. Could it be that Headmaster Dumbledore got the wrong person? I mean, could that person be a transfiguration spell or a potion? George also leaned over and whispered. The compound medicine needs human hair. Peter Pettigrew has been dead for so long, it is impossible for him to stay. Ron shook his head and pointed out the flaw in his language. And even if you use a transformation spell, there is a special counter-curse to deal with it. But after so many years, where would Peter Pettigrew be hiding? Ron asked in disbelief. And Banban in his arms was completely stupid, and he now suspects that someone is deliberately targeting it. That person is most likely Sirius Black. No, if you stay here, you will definitely be caught. After hearing Ron's question, Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at the flustered mouse in his arms with interest. He said softly, Yeah, I don't know where he will be hiding for so many years. And the little witch also found Ron's gaze at this time, and a pair of brown eyes looked at Ron's pet Scabber. But she didn't see anything. At this time, the speech on the stage was over, and Headmaster Dumbledore waved his palm. Immediately afterwards, a sumptuous dinner appeared on the long table in the Farouse, with a strong aroma, but no one was in the mood to eat it. After a scribbled dinner, the prefects of each grade led the little wizards from their respective academies to the dormitory. Hermione hugged Ron at the stairs, and then reluctantly walked to the Gryffindor bedroom on the 8th floor. Due to the appearance of Peter Pettigrew, the bedroom will not be opened at night. That is to say, the little witch will not be able to come out tonight. The fat lady would never let a little girl out on such a dangerous night. Ron also has some regrets. After all, there is no soft pillow to sleep on tonight. Inside the Slytherin lounge, Ron was sitting on the soft green leather sofa, holding a glass of fresh orange juice in his hand, sipping it one sip after another. Sitting across from him was the Quidditch captain Marcus Flint. Sorry Flint, you know I don't play Quidditch anymore, Ron said helplessly. Since finding him back in the Slytherin lounge, Flint has been pestering him, preparing him to join the Quidditch team again. Because, you know Ron, I'll be graduating soon, the captain's position at that time was simply within reach for you. Flint held a glass of butterbeer and looked straight at Ron. I'm not interested in the captain's position. Ron chuckled and shook his head. Having a kung fu for Quidditch, he might as well accompany his little girlfriend to go fishing for merman on the Black Lake. Join us this time, and you can quit the next time. Flint was silent for a while, and said in a low voice, I just want to win a game when I graduate. Last time, because of Malfoy's mistake, Harry caught the Golden Snitch and won a crucial victory, directly breaking the Little Snake's consecutive championships. If Ron was there at the time, they wouldn't have lost so thoroughly. There's no way. The new partner doesn't get along with Flint at all, and it's not easy for Ron to use at all. Just this time. Ron thought for a while, then half squinted his eyes and agreed. Even if Flint said so, there is nothing to refuse as a former partner. Of course, just this time. Flint grinned, showing the crooked teeth in his mouth, and raised the butter beer in his hand to touch Lorne's juice. Since Lorne has joined the team, it means that one person will be eliminated. And this person was naturally his last partner. Can you come to practice tomorrow? Flint asked. It depends on the situation, if there is time. La 0827 replied with a smile. No, Hogwarts can't stay here anymore. Must get out of here. Banban glanced at Ron, who was still sleeping, and gradually made up his mind. In recent years, I have lived well in Weasley's house, with food and accommodation, but I am not used to leaving suddenly. But if he doesn't leave, Sirius will catch him sooner or later. Thinking so, it quickly got into the crack of the door and came to Gryffinder's lounge. But what Peter Pettigrew didn't expect was that there was actually a wizard writing a book in the lounge late at night. Reading? Ah, sure enough it came out, Peter Pettigrew. Ron said with a smile, and then pointed the wand in his hand at the sluggish little mouse. This is the blonde Slytherin wizard. Why is he in the Gryffindor lounge? And he knows who I am. Don't worry, I learned my forgetting spell from Lockhart. I guarantee you will forget everything you heard before. As soon as the voice fell, Peter Pettigrew felt that his eyes went blank, and the next moment he fell to the ground. Forgotten and fainted. The power of the magic wand and the ring worked well together. The corners of Ron's mouth twitched. Sorry, there are only 3 chapters today, because I have to leave school tomorrow, so I have been cleaning up, and I will make up for it tomorrow. By the way, I am asking for flowers and tickets. Chapter 252, Luna, can you come to the rooftop? Looking at the mice that passed out on the ground, Ron reached out and threw it back into the dormitory. His proficiency in the Oblivion spell is still good, and he can guarantee that Peter Pettigrew will forget what happened today. I can't let you leave Hogwarts now. Ron shook his head and walked back to the Gryffindor common room, a pair of pale blue eyes watching the decorations here. Compared with the cold, green and humid environment of Slytherin, the dormitory where the little lions live is like a wooden house in winter, filled with orange-red tones everywhere. The fire is slowly burning, and it looks like a warm winter. Chalet. I have to say that these 2 academies are really 2 extremes, both in terms of character and decoration. After a brief look at it, he didn't have the idea of attacking Miss Granger at night, so he directly activated his divine power and left Gryffindor's lounge. The coordinates of this position were left over from making Peter Pettigrew's compound potion a long time ago, and it also saved some time. After all, Gryffindor is on the 8th floor, and Slytherin is in the basement. Not to mention that due to the incident caused by Sirius, all the professors are patrolling outside. If they are caught, it will be a hassle to explain. As the space was twisted into a vortex, Ron's figure soon appeared in Slytherin's bedroom. He casually hung the green wizard's robe on the hanger, and in the bedroom there were 2 little wizards who had fallen into a deep sleep. It was Malfoy and Crabbe who were stunned by illusion. Ron reached out and turned on the bedside lamp that had not been turned on for a long time, and the bright light enveloped the position of the pillow. Recently, it seems that the matter of Sirius needs to be put on the agenda quickly. He looked down at the biography in his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The next morning, Malfoy opened his confused eyes. His head was still a little groggy, as if he had been hit with a stick. "Good morning, my friend. A hearty and smiling voice entered his ears. "Morning, Ron?" Malfoy responded subconsciously, but he suddenly remembered that Crabbe wouldn't greet him like that at all. After he opened his eyes wide, he saw a handsome blonde wizard standing in front of the mirror taking care of his clothes. The golden back is like shining gold under the dim candlelight, and the handsome face always has a faint smile. Seeing Malfoy's slightly surprised expression, Ron shook his head disapprovingly, then tied a black red tie to his black shirt. This suit was specially chosen by him, and the black shirt with Miss Hermione looked like a couple. After finishing everything, he put on the green robe on the hanger, pushed the door and walked out of the green bedroom. Compared to the warm environment of the room of requirement, the Slytherin lounge is as damp and dark as a quagmire. There are already a lot of people in the Slytherin common room. Most of them are studying and reading books, so it seems that the little snakes can take the first place in a row is not unreasonable. After walking out of the basement, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Today's weather is not as bright as it used to be, but a little gloomy, and it looks like it may rain heavily any time, anywhere. Hogwarts Hall, at the Gryffindor table. Ron sat in an empty seat, and opposite him were brothers Harry and Ron. Miss Granger hasn't come yet, so she's probably still sleeping. You must know that at this point in time, he usually wakes Hermione up, and today is the first day of separation, so it is very likely that he will stay in bed. Isn't Hermione with you? Harry looked behind him suspiciously, but did not see the familiar little witch, and said to Ron with some doubts. Usually, these two people came to the auditorium at the same time holding hands, or they didn't come to the auditorium at all. Why did Ron come by himself today? This is simply too rare. Sorry, I'm late. And when Ron was about to explain, Hermione, who was holding the book, was trotting over in a hurry, and the black long skirt of the lower body swayed with it. There was still a hint of sleepiness on her face, and even the brown curly hair behind her was not as delicate as it was yesterday. After all, it was Ron who came to fix her hair every morning. "Would you like a glass of hot milk or chocolate milk?" Ron asked with a chuckle. "Hot milk. You are the same as me." Miss Hermione, who heard the chocolate milk, decided to choose hot milk, and forced her little boyfriend to choose too. Listen to you. Ron doesn't seem to care, after all. He can drink anything, anyway. There is not so much demand for chocolate milk now. Habits are a terrible thing. Banban, what's wrong with you? Right across from him, Ron suddenly let out a panicked exclamation, and saw that he was scrambling to grab the tail of his pet mouse, looking a little overwhelmed. Banban didn't know what was going on. He was struggling and trying to bite him frantically. It's all petrified. Reluctantly, Hermione picked up her wand and uttered a spell. She found that as Ron of the same college, his ability to deal with various things was simply too poor. Not as smart as Fred and George at all. Sometimes, Hermione often thinks Money, are they really family? Take care of your dirty mouse. Don't let it come to the table to make trouble. The little witch said with some disgust. After all, she hates this short creature the most. Banban is my friend, not a rat in a stinky ditch. Ron resisted reluctantly. After he saw the mouse who had lived with him for so many years, he had long since become one of his family members, even more kissable than Fred and George. And at this time, a clear voice like a lark came from behind. "That Ron, do you have time now?" When Ron looked back, he saw Miss Luna with long hair and waist. Since the last Thestral incident, they met less and less often. "Can you come to the rooftop? I'm talking about you alone." Chapter 253. What I was thinking in my heart was, Mom. You mean you want me to go to the rooftop with you? Ron repeated it somewhat uncertainly. On the other side, Luna nodded lightly. Her silver-grey eyes looked dodgy, as if she didn't dare to look directly at the blonde wizard in front of her. But just like this, Hermione on the side became vigilant. She also remembered now that the roulette wheel turned in the direction of Ron when the carriage was in the carriage, and now it looks like this. I was dug up again? Hermione gritted her little tiger's teeth hard, and her hand below held Ron's sleeve directly to express her dissatisfaction. Anyone who sees a girl robbing his man in front of him will feel complicated, not to mention that this girl is quite beautiful. Harry and Ron also gradually fell silent, although the two of them didn't know what the relationship between the Ravenclaw little witch and Ron was. But that doesn't prevent them from watching a good show. Isn't it? Can't you? Seemingly aware of the quiet surroundings, Luna tilted her head to look at Ron, hesitated for a while and asked. 827. She is very complicated in her heart now, and now she just wants to find out whether the compass is real or not. If it's true, it doesn't mean that his mother can still. Of course you can, but you have to wait for me to finish breakfast. Ron touched Hermione's little head, then thought about it and said softly to Luna in front of him. He also wanted to know what Luna had done to him. And he was the only one who asked him out alone. Then I'll be here waiting for you. Luna didn't see the outside world either, and sat directly at the Gryffindor table, looking at Ron in a trance with a pair of silver-grey eyes. It seemed to be back to normal again. After saying goodbye to Miss Granger, who was going to take the herbal medicine class, Ron followed Luna around the spiral staircase, and soon found the position leading to the rooftop. There was still some gloomy weather in the morning, and it was completely dark at this time, as if a group of nasty monsters were circling in the sky, but he did not see the group of figures wandering in rags. CCFF, the weather doesn't look good today. I think it might rain in a while. Ron stood in front of the stone fence on the rooftop, looking at the sky in the distance with a pair of blue crystal-like eyes. The fierce wind blew his green-toned robes wildly, and he could even feel the raindrops drifting by. And Luna was standing next to him, holding a thick potions class book in her hand. Obviously, this was the class she was going to take this morning, but she didn't go. Ron was a little stunned when he saw the title of potions class. It was the first time he saw someone who dared to skip class in Snape's class. You must know that even the Fred brothers didn't dare to have this idea. As expected of you, Miss Luna. So you pulled me to the rooftop. What do you want to ask me? Seeing Luna bowing her head and not answering, Ron also asked patiently and softly. I want to know, does the compass in your hand work as you said? Luna asked after hesitating for a while. Her voice is very light and also very light, it sounds like music. Captain Jack's compass. Ron was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect to ask such a thing. However, he still opened his sleeved robe first, revealing the compass pointer on his wrist. This thing is a precious special product obtained by the frog cubs after being chased and killed, and its function is of course real. Give you a gold galleon, you can try to put it where I can't see it. Ron chuckled and threw her a gold galleon, then slowly turned around. If you are in doubt, it is better to try it. After all, people always believe what they see. Looking at Gin Galleon in her hand, Luna bit her lower lip with a complicated expression. About half a minute passed. How about it, have you hidden it? Ron turned his head and asked. Luna nodded slightly. After seeing the other party's answer, Ron opened the compass in his hand. The long pointer began to turn rapidly in an instant, and the next moment the pointer stopped, pointing in the direction of Luna. After he glanced at the compass, he made a slight arc around Luna, and the pointer changed accordingly. But the direction never changes, referring to Luna. The gold galleon is on you. He closed the compass in his hand, looked at Luna helplessly and said, Guess right. Luna opened her little hand with wide eyes, and inside it was the golden galleon that Ron was looking for. That compass can actually point to what is in your heart? She is completely stunned now. So in other words, what she wants is also on Ron. Looking at Luna, who was standing still, Ron was a little strange. Why does it feel that something is wrong with Luna recently, especially after the current events? The feeling in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. Ron looked down at the compass on his wrist, and gradually gained some understanding in his heart. What was she thinking in her heart at that time? Hug. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised. After regaining her senses, Luna also noticed Ron's strangeness. Actually, I've always had a question. Do you think there is a magic spell to resurrect the dead? She said in a soft voice. To bring the dead back to life? Ron's footsteps stopped. He now probably knew what the little witch in front of him wanted. After all, there is a god of death in this world, so there should be a spell to resurrect the dead. He shook his head and said, Mr. Lorne, do you know what I was thinking in the carriage that day? Luna walked slowly in front of him. The earrings made of carrots were swaying in the wind, and the iron objects on her wrists also made noises. I don't. What I was thinking about at the time was the dead. Mother. Before Ron could finish speaking, Luna interrupted him with a very soft voice. Chapter 254, A Promise with Luna, Blonde Lazy Dog. The gloomy sky gradually began to drizzle, and the cool wind whistled across the rooftop. As Luna's words had fallen, although Ron had a rough guess, he was still slightly stunned. It was exactly the same as the guess in his mind. When Luna asked if he could resurrect the dead again, he knew the purpose of the little witch in front of him on the carriage. Being able to revive the dead once again doesn't that mean his reincarnation from the filth. In addition to this, other people have no ability to seize people in the hands of death. And at that time, the needle of the compass pointed to you. Luna touched the raindrops on her face, and she didn't have that kind of trance on her face. She asked, so, you must have a way to die. The method of resurrection? You want to resurrect your mother? Ron asked softly after being silent for a while. Without waiting for Luna to answer, he took the first step to isolate the two people from the rain with his wand. The raindrops in midair seemed to hit a semicircular barrier and splashed around. I can help you. Looking at Luna, who bowed her head and said nothing, Lon thought for a while and said. Hearing these words, Luna couldn't help raising her head. Her silver-grey eyes were full of shock. What he meant by this sentence was that he did have this ability. But, is it really possible to revive the dead again with a magic spell? But you must know that there is a difference between the resurrected and the living, and the price of resurrecting the dead is to have a person as a living sacrifice. Ron looked at Luna, who was dazed in the rain, and explained to her the drawbacks of reincarnation. He knew that Luna couldn't decide whether to revive his mother at all. If he did, it would mean that another life would die. Therefore, what he needs is an answer from Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. Thinking of Xenophilius' identity, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. As the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, whose sales volume once overwhelmed the Daily Prophet, his influence in the British wizarding world is still good. Ron also saw this. Luna looked a little hesitant. She didn't know how to choose at all, especially when she heard that a living person was needed to carry out this resurrection spell. Maybe everyone has their own selfishness, but now she is only a 12-year-old girl. Maybe you can go back and ask your father. If he agrees, I will help. Ron looked at Luna, who hesitated, shrugged and said. This is an agreement between us as friends, Miss Luna. Luna nodded with a complicated expression. She couldn't make up her mind at all, so she could only go home and ask her father, as Ron said. That's it, Miss Hermione should be waiting for me after class. Having said that, Ron walked slowly to the stairs, and before leaving, he turned his head and said to Luna, who was still in the rain. You also hurry back, thinking in the rain won't make you calm down. Goodbye, Miss Luna. After Luna came back to her senses, she realized that Ron's figure had disappeared into the dark stairway. She was the only one left on the entire rooftop, and the sound of raindrops beside her ears was very harsh. Goodbye, Luna replied in a low voice. Where's Ron? Where did he go? Flint grinned at Malfoy and asked them out loud. Granger of Gryffindor just went on a date with him, and Ron said you'd better not bother him. Holding his latest magic broom, Malfoy reluctantly told Ron to pass it on. Since Lorne joined the Quidditch team, he was almost invisible in every training session. Even if it does appear, it only stays for a while, and then disappears. What? He went on a date with Gryffindor again? Flint's nose was crooked. He blushed angrily and threw the broom on the muddy ground. Some mud was splashed on his green robe. How could he feel that pulling Lorne into the team was a wrong choice? Interpunct flowers interpunct Every day I only know about dating, and I don't come for training at all. And the most irritating thing is that this person, he was the one who persuaded him to come here. You must know that Lorne's name as a scholar is not for nothing. In the first few semesters, his grades have always been among the best, and the only person who can overwhelm him at Hogwarts is Granger of Gryffindor. Coincidentally, these two are a well-known couple. No matter where you go, you can see the two of them. They are exactly the same as the twins. Then can we stop practicing now? Malfoy asked expectantly. I don't know what's going on this semester. Flint has become exactly like Wood in Gryffindor, working overtime every day to train Quidditch. Just like crazy. These little snakes don't have the reckless physique of those lions, and if they continue like this, they will kill people. Practice, why not practice? Flint picked up the broom on the ground and glanced at the Quidditch players with fierce eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, even without that blonde lazy dog, we can still practice. Blonde lazy dog. Malfoy touched his pale blonde hair subconsciously, always feeling as if he was scolding himself. But, in the end, I still have to practice. He picked up the broom in his hand and sighed, then followed in Flint's footsteps. The high-intensity practice in recent days has made them lose their ability to play ball at all. And on the Black Lake at Hogwarts, a leisurely boat was slowly floating on the lake, and the water surface was also swayed by a circle of ripples. It's really good that you don't practice. Hermione picked up a grape and put it in the mouth of her boyfriend lying on her calf, and asked worriedly. Worry about what? Ron waved his hand indifferently and said. Anyway, I told Malfoy that you were going to force me to go. Death. Chapter 255, that's it, this is your Gryffindor plan. Anyway, I told Malfoy that you were going to force me to go. After hearing these words, Hermione's action of feeding the grapes paused slightly, and she couldn't help but rolled her eyes and lay on her lap. Lorne. It was obviously you who pulled me to go. I used to watch your training in the past. The little witch said dissatisfiedly. Miss Granger went to the lawn after class to watch Ron's training. In the end, I didn't expect that after seeing her, the other party threw the broom directly to Malfoy, dragged her, and ran to the Black Lake to chat on a boat. In fact, Hermione was very happy that Ron was able to participate in the Quidditch match again. This means that she can once again see her lawn shine on the field of play. Why do you think so much, anyway? 830, has run out now. Ron turned sideways, a handsome face facing Miss Granger's lower abdomen. He gently wrapped his hand's petite waist, Now we might as well think about what to do. What do you want to do? Hermione felt the heat coming from her lower abdomen and the touch on her back. She couldn't help but froze and asked with a trembling voice. This is on the lake, and there are many young couples rowing around. And if you want to move your feet, it's better to go to the room of responsiveness. At least no one there would disturb the two of them. It's outside here, be honest with your hands. Hermione firmly held down the hand that was moving around behind her, and said to him while biting her little tiger teeth. Did you arrive at the room of requirement? Ron's eyes lit up, but before he could finish his words, Hermione pinched his mouth with her little hand. I saw the little witch looking at him with a blushing face, her brown eyes a little embarrassed. You can't do too much in the room of requirement, you have to keep your promises. She lowered her voice and said in Ron's ear. Commitment? Ron thought for a moment, and then he knew what this promise meant. Then who's waiting for your birthday next year, There were sparkling waves on the black lake, and an invisible boat was swaying, and waves were swirling under the boat. Get up quickly, it's time for you to play today. Hermione was wearing a white shirt with a bow tied where her tie was originally, looking very cute. What's the hurry? You have to believe in my strength. It was just a Quidditch game. Ron yawned, then rubbed his troubled eyes and sat up on the edge of the bed. It's just that he was a little stunned when he set his eyes on the position in front of the wardrobe. What's the matter? The frog cub is gone? Hermione hugged some men's clothes, followed Ron's gaze curiously, and her eyes widened in a blink of an eye. But she clearly remembered that she had fed the frog cub a plate of milk last night. Why is there nothing after a good night's sleep? Looks like I'm going on a trip again. Ron shook his head and said. Ming Ming only came back for less than half a month, but now he has gone out again. I don't know when I will come back next time. Travel? Hermione, who was lying on the hardwood floor still looking for the frog cub, couldn't help but be taken aback when she heard the word. That's right, how could she forget that the frogs in the Lawn family travel a lot? Sometimes you may not be able to see each other once a month. After having a simple breakfast prepared by Miss Granger, the two came to the Quidditch match. Although the time for the game has not yet come, the entire Quidditch pitch has become a sea of people, and the seats of the 4 academies are all filled. Hermione blinked and saw Ginny, who took her place in Gryffindor, at a glance. Then I'll go to the top first, and I'll be sure to cheer up during the game. Hermione encouraged Ron with a small smile. Certainly. Ron chuckled lightly. But it's just a Quidditch, it's not too difficult for him. After all, he has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. After saying goodbye to Miss Granger, he slowly walked towards the Slytherin lounge. Flint and the others have already changed their equipment here. After seeing Ron, Malfoy picked up a brand new broom beside the table and handed it to him. This magic broom was thrown to him by Ron during the last training, and it has been kept until now. You still know how to participate in competitions. Flint didn't know what to say to the blonde wizard in front of him. He took a deep breath, only to let it out again. Don't worry, you won't lose with me. Ron patted his shoulder and smiled. As long as the Seeker is a little stronger, the game will basically be stable. So you remember to hold Harry well, and don't let him get the Golden Snitch first. Ron instructed Malfoy. The biggest change here is Malfoy. If he is not strong enough, he may take the lead and let Harry grab the Golden Snitch and end the game directly. After hearing what he was going to do, Malfoy nodded confidently. You must know that in the first few days of the game, he has been studying Harry's training method, in order to be able to win once today. Obviously, until now Malfoy doesn't know the truth that Harry is Harry. 5.5 If he knew, he would probably quit the game overnight. With the whistle blowing, today's game is Slytherin versus Gryffindor. The moment he walked out of the dressing room facing the bright sunshine, Flint suddenly realized something. He quickly looked at Ron's figure, and saw that Ron was looking at Gryffinder's position with a smile on his face. Following his gaze, it was a little witch with brown curly hair, and the other party's face was also filled with a happy smile. At this moment, he understood. So, this is your Gryffinder plan. It's despicable, Wood. Flint clenched his fists and said in a low voice. To actually use this method to distract Ron, it's really degrading. Chapter 256, The Quidditch Accident, The Dementor Strikes. Facing the bright sunshine, he walked out of Slytherin's changing room. Ron was wearing a green robe and armor. He raised his head and looked at Gryffinder's position with light blue eyes. The little witch with brown curly hair who had been watching him all the time, waved him happily, and an involuntary smile appeared on her face. I don't know, I thought she was a traitor to Gryffinder. After all, today's showdown is between Gryffinder and Slytherin. No one would have thought that a Gryffinder witch would actually cheer for Slytherin. After noticing Hermione's actions, Ron also smiled and raised his hand in response. With a slight whistle, both teams have come to the center of the Quidditch arena. Ron? Fred in the Gryffinder team exclaimed. Obviously, he did not expect that Ron would actually participate in this game. Even Wood couldn't believe it. He knew about Ron's strength, and his playing style was simple and rude. After all, the last time they played a Quidditch match together. But didn't he already retire on the spot 22? Even if Lorne participated in the game, it was impossible for them not to see him on the training ground. Is this Flint's plan? Let Ron come as the killer of this game, so he was not allowed to go to the training ground to train on purpose. Damn, it's really deep. Thinking of this, Wood opened his eyes and looked at Flint across from him. This is I want to catch them off guard. Good morning, everyone. Ron looked at the surprised Gryffinder players, and said hello with a chuckle. And at this time, Lee Jordan, as a speaker, immediately announced the official start of the game after receiving Mrs. Hooch's instructions. Oh, let's see, there have been some personnel changes in Slytherin this year, the biggest of which is the addition of Lorne Gerald. Hey, how come I've never seen him on the training ground? Is this what Slytherin is preparing for? After seeing Ron's figure, Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. For the new first-year students and second-year students, the name Lorne is still unfamiliar. After all, he only played Quidditch in the first year. Flint, you are so despicable. You must know that we Gryffindors have studied your tactics for a long time. Now you have changed people. As a little lion, Lee Jordan said angrily. As the commentator of the audience, he has always been very skilled in favor of Gryffinder, so skilled that Professor McGonagall glares at him in almost every game. Even Mrs. Hooch couldn't help but keep silent to him. You fart. Flint blushed and cursed loudly. It was obviously your little witch from Gryffinder who came here to take Ron away and prevent him from training. To actually use such a vulgar method, the despicable one is obviously your Gryffinders. Seeing that the situation became more and more chaotic, Mrs. Hooch hurriedly blew the whistle in her hand, but with a loud sound, the quaffles instantly rose into the air. The dazzling golden snitch shone like gold in the sun, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. With the start of the game, Flint didn't have the heart to continue scolding Lee Jordan anymore, and rode the latest broom and flew directly towards the quaffle in midair. Ron followed closely, his dazzling blonde hair was blown into his back, and his green robe was blown loudly. Suddenly, he only felt a little wet on his face. It's raining? Ron raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't know when, the bright sunshine was gradually shrouded in dark clouds, and even the wind became stronger. As if the eve of a storm is coming. What's the matter with the weather? Could it be that group of guys again? Not only him, but several other people also discovered anomalies in the sky. However, the Quidditch match would not be cancelled due to the weather. so several people flew to their positions quickly. Ron turned his head sideways to avoid the bludger's impact, and flew towards Angelina quickly. I heard that Angelina seemed to have an affair with Fred recently. After hearing the rumor, Lee Jordan angrily shouted that these were all rumors, so that Fred had not had contact with him in recent days. It's not that he doesn't make contact, but he doesn't dare to make contact, for fear that he will be shot by Lee Jordan with Avada. You know, he chased Angelina for 3 years. What's wrong with doing something in these 3 years? I'm sorry, Miss Angelina. Under Angelina's surprised eyes, Ron took the quaffle in her arms directly. No way, her broom is not at all comparable to the latest broom sponsored by Malfoy. She could only watch the blonde wizard go away unwillingly. 80-20, now Slytherin is far ahead of Gryffindor. Fred, can you give me some strength? Why did Ron score again? Lee Jordan banged on the table and shouted loudly. Raindrops gradually started to fall in the arena, and many little wizards took out the umbrellas they had prepared. And Miss Hermione snapped her fingers lightly, and the ring on her finger shone with azure blue light. Immediately afterwards, the rain was scattered outside. What is this ring? Ginny looked curiously at the ring on her middle finger, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. This is the birthday present that Ron gave me. Hermione raised her little head like a little swan and said in a show of pride. Dark clouds gradually shrouded the sky, rumbling thunder exploded in the clouds, and the raindrops were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that a storm was coming. In the howling wind, Ron once again met Fred's resentful eyes and threw the quaffle in his hand. This kind of exercise is simply too simple for his physical fitness. So far, as long as Harry doesn't catch the snitch. At this moment, Ron suddenly raised his head, and his pale blue eyes looked into the black clouds. The next moment, those pale blue eyes turned into scarlet, and the 3 sickles were still slowly spinning inside. I see the Dementors are here. Chapter 257, The Patron's Sound of Illuminating the Sky. Through the powerful vision of the kaleidoscope, Ron was able to clearly see the Dementors in tattered cloaks floating above the clouds. They floated like death gods, the surrounding raindrops condensed into ice particles due to the low temperature, and golden thunder and lightning appeared in the clouds. Ron, pass the ball quickly. Flint looked at the dazed Ron and shouted. There is no suspense in the whole game now. Slytherin used reckless play to suppress Gryffindor to many points, unless Harry being able to find the Golden Snitch. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously looked at the seekers of the 2 teams. Malfoy remained where he was, and in front of him was Harry, who was constantly dealing with him. This damn ghost weather, I should have changed the order with Hufflepuffs. Malfoy scratched his wet pale blonde hair and couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. But it's useless to say anything now, because the game is almost into the second half, and as long as Lorne and Flint give more strength, the game will soon end, in a winning attitude. But at this moment, Harry's green eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally discovered the Golden Snitch hidden somewhere. The Golden Snitch is now beside Malfoy, fluttering his wings and pulling up some afterimages. The Golden Sphere keeps moving in midair. Malfoy, remember to hold Harry. Ron shouted at Malfoy, who hadn't noticed yet, and then threw the quaffle in his hand to Flint. Looking at the quaffle flying away, Fred and George were so angry that they gritted their teeth. There was no way, they couldn't catch up with Ron's speed at all. He could only watch the ball slip away from under his eyes. Come on, you two. Ron patted Fred on the shoulder and said with a chuckle. I can't win, I really tried my best. George shook his head helplessly. Originally, they had already designed a strategy against Slytherin, but no one expected that the opponent would actually replace the main force, and this person was Lorne. How does this win? Do you win? It's impossible to win at all. At this moment, after hearing Ron's reminder, Malfoy also reacted instantly. immediately turned around and looked at Harry, who had already flew into the sky. With the latest broom sponsored by Sirius, Malfoy's broom a generation behind was still a bit slow. "I won't let you catch it!" Scarhead exclamation. Malfoy rode the broom and ran into Harry's side. Looking at Harry, who was staggering, he said sarcastically. And Harry glared at him with emerald green eyes, and now he felt sick to see Malfoy's face. Now he can't forget what happened by the Black Lake that day. "Damn, what's your expression like?" Looking at Harry's twisted face, Malfoy always felt as if he was offended. But for some reason, after seeing the emerald green eyes of the other party, he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if I had seen it somewhere before, and it was very impressive. Harley. No, now is not the time to think about it. Thinking of the little witch's face, Malfoy shook his head quickly, throwing these useless things out of his head. The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and the two are chasing between the clouds. But at this moment, Harry's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. In his vision, a Dementor wearing a cloak and covered in corruption was slowly floating out of the clouds. It felt the deliciousness from happy emotions. And that smell came from the little wizard with glasses in front of him. Damn it, it's actually a Dementor. Harry lowered his head and cursed, then hurriedly prepared to leave the area with his broom. Although he said that he had also approached Professor Lupin when he was free, and learned how to use the Guardian of the Gods, but until now, he has not learned it. So after encountering Dementors, the only thing he can do is stay away from them. But just after he turned around, the whole person went completely stupid. I don't know when, a large number of Dementors have come from behind, densely packed like swarms of bats. Even Malfoy noticed this, his face turned pale and looked panicked. "Go down!" Harry shouted, then took the lead and ran down toward the ground on the broom. Malfoy followed after hesitating. But the Dementors chased after them like a swarm of bees after they found their two delicious foods escaped. Now they don't care if these two are Sirius Black or not, they just know they're hungry and the food is right in front of them. Quidditch field. At this time, the competition has entered the climax stage. All the little wizards in the academy are watching their blood boil and cheering in the heavy rain. The professors also held up their umbrellas and watched this intense and exciting game with a smile, especially Professor McGonagall, who was too desperate to watch it now. "If nothing else, I will lose to Slytherin again this year. Ron, come on." Hermione also cheered loudly, but her voice was soon buried in the crowd. "Isn't Ron from Slytherin?" Ginny murmured softly. It always felt like there was a traitor on their Gryffindor side. Now that the game has entered the final stage, the quaffle has once again fallen into Dementors. Before Lee Jordan was finished, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Dementors?" Ron threw the quaffle in his hand into the position where Angelina was in charge of defense, and then looked up at the sky. I saw that Harry and Malfoy were fast. They flew towards them, and behind them was followed by a large number of Dementors. The number was very large. "Good guy, did you bring in all the Dementors from Azkaban, good money?" Looking at the Dementors covering the sky, Ron no longer hesitated, and took out the wand from his sleeve. But just when he was about to cast the spell, he suddenly remembered something. "Isn't Headmaster Dumbledore here?" Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Dumbledore sitting in the auditorium, only to see that the other party was looking at him with a pair of kind eyes and a smile. To be precise, look at the wand in his hand. Seemingly noticing Ron's gaze, Dumbledore smiled and nodded at him. The meaning to be expressed is obvious. This is really the escort of God. Ron shrugged helplessly, and gently threw out the wand in his hand. The next moment, the silver-white light immediately illuminated the entire sky, and at that moment everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. It's a holiday, So the plot will not be delayed, I will arrange Snape as soon as possible. Chapter 258, I want to burn all these love letters. Call God to protect. Since Dumbledore looked at him again, it meant that he already knew that Ron had learned the Patronus charm. And looking at the smiling face of the old bee, he pointed out that he was waiting for him to shoot. With a spell. The next moment, a white light appeared on his wand. The light shrouded in a very wide area, and the little wizards in the entire arena closed their eyes subconsciously. That's the god calling God. Professor McGonagall said to himself in disbelief. That's right, it's called God's guard. Professor Flitwick, who was standing beside her, was proud. After all, Lorne's spell was taught by him, although the teaching time was only a few hours. The soft silver-white light gradually gathered in mid-air, and when everyone opened their eyes, they were all stunned, their mouths slightly open and unable to say anything. I don't know when, a silver dragon stood in the vast mid-air, roaring at the Dementors with its ferocious mouth open, its sharp fangs exuding cold light like sharp blades. This very oppressive big guy simply stunned all the little wizards. Even several professors in the 830 auditorium were stunned, and Snape stood up directly, staring at the roaring dragon with a pair of eyes. It wasn't a dragon or the Patronus just looked like a dragon. Because in this world, no fire dragon looks like it. It's really shocking to see it once. Professor Flitwick couldn't help sighing. This type of patron sound is definitely an alternative in the entire history of magic. You must know that there are quite a few people who have the form of the patron saint of fire dragons, but this is the first time I have seen such an unusual dragon. It is obviously bigger than the fire dragon, and even the scales are wrapped with silky arcs. What kind of magical creature is this? Professor McGonagall asked Headmaster Dumbledore somewhat uncertainly. The form of this patroness has surpassed her blind spot of knowledge. In fact, not only him, but even Dumbledore doesn't know it. Because the state of this guardian deity is the thunder dragon of another world. Maybe it's a dragon. Dumbledore shook his head and said, his eyes hidden under the half-circle glasses stared at Ron who cast the Patronus charm, and his eyes could not help flashing a hint of surprise. He had already heard from Professor Flitwick that the little Slytherin wizard had learned the Patronus charm in just a few hours. At that time, he just wanted to have a good experience, and just in time for the Dementor riot, he came across this peculiar Patronus. Ron's talent is unquestionable, and only those who have learned the difficulty of the Patronus charm will know. Hagrid in the audience also immediately stood up with his eyes wide open. His huge belly directly pushed up a little wizard in front of him, causing a burst of glares. Hagrid stared blankly at the white figure, and the monstrous body gradually overlapped with the shadow in his memory. Wasn't that the Overlord of the Sky he saw in the Forbidden Forest that day? I didn't expect to see it here. Most importantly, the owner of this Patronus charm is Ron. He must know its whereabouts. Hagrid couldn't help muttering to himself in a low voice. At this time, with the appearance of the Patronus charm, the Dementors let out a wailing sound, and their rag-like bodies flew out. It can even be seen that a trace of black gas has emerged from their bodies, which is the characteristic of when they are about to die. Looking at the Dementors gradually dissipating, Dumbledore didn't say anything to stop them, but looked at Ron with interest. He has no sympathy for these Dementors who hurt his students. And he, CCFF, himself is strongly opposed to the Ministry of Magic putting these things in. It seems that Minister Fudge is going to trouble him again. Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something, and sighed helplessly. The death of so many Dementors will definitely attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. The silver-white thunder dragon in mid-air lasted for almost a few minutes, and the group of Dementors that flew over had long since disappeared. Figure. Malfoy and Harry both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If it wasn't for Ron, the two of them would have been surrounded and kissed one by one. Thinking of the feeling that all the happiness had disappeared last time, Harry couldn't help shivering. He didn't want to experience that feeling of panic a second time in his life. Ron, who put away his wand, reached out and grabbed the still wandering Quaffle, and then slowly dropped the broom. There is no suspense. Slytherin won the final victory in this game. Because of the Golden Snitch, neither of the two academies caught them. Fred and the others also quickly dropped the broom and hurried towards him. "How did you learn this spell?" "Oh, my God, you definitely didn't see other people's expressions, it was so shocking," Fred and George said incoherently. Their tone was excited, and there was no frustration of losing after the game. Or in other words, after seeing Ron play, the two of them were already mentally prepared. "Thanks." Harry also came over and thanked Ron. "Didn't you ask Professor Lupin to learn how to protect the gods?" Looking at Harry, who was in danger, Ron asked with some doubts. "There's been so much Quidditch training recently that I don't have time to learn." Harry shook his head and replied, "Fortunately, this time I had Ron's help." The Quidditch match ended with Mrs. Hooch's announcement, and the ultimate winner was undoubtedly Slytherin. The little snakes held high the green flag and cheered in the pouring rain. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. It's been about 2 days since Quidditch, but Lorne's name has spread among all the little wizards, and some even took a freeze-frame photo of him. It was a picture of him holding his wand high in the rain and using the Patroness charm. And "I'm going to take back these love letters and burn them all." Miss Granger angrily picked up the dozens of envelopes with hearts on the table and said while grinding her teeth, "Since Quidditch ended, Lorne has been getting a lot of these letters every day. Listen to you." Ron smirked and stroked her brown curly hair, indulging. Chapter 259, Fudge. Just a stepping stone. Looking at Hermione, who was still angry about the love letter, Ron touched her little head. Since the end of the Quidditch match that day, a lot of these love letters have been sent almost every day, and even his owl has begun to complain. Until now, he was still eating sausages on the table and refused to leave, as if he wanted to make up for himself. No way, being Lorne's owl is really tiring, especially in the last few days. I really want to receive so many love letters." Ron lay on the table and looked enviously at the table full of love letters. Unfortunately, none of them belonged to him. At his hand, Banban, who had been cast an oblivion spell once, was nibbling on peanuts as if nothing had happened. The things about that day in his mind seemed to have been completely forgotten. "Just think about it, Ron." Harry patted his good friend on the shoulder sympathetically and comforted. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hermione couldn't help rolling her eyes. After sending their overworked owl, a few people were ready to go to the classroom of the Demon History class. The professor of this course is still Cuthbert Binns with the oldest qualification, and this is also the only course in Lorne that did not get an O grade. Professor Binns' class was still so boring. He picked up the magic history textbook in his hand and read it, just like Lockhart before. After a while, there was a snoring sound on the steps below. Ron tilted his head and lay directly on Miss Hermione's shoulder. The aroma of jasmine was wrapped around the tip of his nose, which was emanating from his brown curly hair, as always. And Miss Hermione felt the warm breath coming from her neck, which made her feel itchy. But she didn't push Ron away either. Miss Hermione still liked this feeling. A smile slowly emerged from the corner of her mouth, and then holding a dexterous quill pen, she wrote beautiful notes on the paper. Those are all the key points that Professor Binns explained, but most people don't record them. After finishing the magic history class, Hermione sorted out the organized notes, and then reached out and pinched the tip of Ron's tall nose. "Is get out of class over?" Ron rubbed his eyes and sat up only to realize that the old ghost had not known where he was going. It looks like it must have been a long time since get out of class was over. "Come on, "Mr. Geralt, we're going to lunch now," Miss Granger said softly with a small smile. The Great Hall of Hogwarts. "Ron, come here." Just when Ron was sitting down, a voice stopped him. When he looked up, he saw Fred and George, who were waving at him. The two of them had mysterious smiles on their faces and were looking at him with a smile. What's the situation? Some people in Ron were confused, but he still took the little witch and walked over. "What's the matter, you two are smiling so happily?" As soon as he sat down, Fred handed him a letter. After seeing the letter, Miss Hermione half squinted her eyes subconsciously. Could it be that someone else wants to send a love letter to Lorne through Fred? Fortunately, the letter was signed by Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore? Ron picked up the envelope and glanced at it suspiciously. He didn't understand why Dumbledore sent him a letter. "Don't look at us, we don't understand. This was given to you by Professor Dumbledore." After George noticed Ron's gaze, he shrugged and said, "Quickly open it and have a look." Fred couldn't help but urged curiously. Ron also opened the letter directly with curiosity, and glanced at it. There were only a few short sentences in it. The content of the letter was to give him time to go to the principal's office, but the reason was not written. However, he could also guess the reason: nothing more than killing the Dementor in the Quidditch match a few days ago. After all, those Dementors are the gatekeepers of Azkaban, and it can be said that they have a cooperative relationship with the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic provided prisoners to feed them, but the Dementors guarded those prisoners for them. Interpunct 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 flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the Dementor in his divine power space. According to this cooperation condition, their race should be intelligent. But I don't know why the one in my own dimension is so stupid. I can't get a general idea no matter how I ask. After handing the letter to Miss Granger, who was also curious next to him, Ron ordered a hot steak and took a bite with a silver fork. After a simple lunch, he said goodbye to a few people. Because the letter only invited him alone, which meant that the little witch could not go with him. Went up the winding staircase, and followed the route in memory and soon came to the principal's office. There were two statues sitting at the door of the principal's room, and they needed to answer the password to open the door. A heap of cockroaches. Ron softly read out the password on the note, and the next moment the original plane began to spin continuously. Soon, a circular staircase appeared in front of him. It's an interesting password. He had seen the cockroach pile in the candy store of the Honeycomb. It was a kind of candy similar to cockroaches, but the appearance was too disgusting, so he didn't buy a lot. As the stairs slowly spiraled upward, a gorgeous door with carved patterns appeared in front of Ron, and when he opened the door, there was the principal's room. But the moment he pushed the door open, he was slightly stunned. Because there was not only Headmaster Dumbledore inside, but also a man wearing a dark green coat, pinstriped robe, and a dome hat. That face, he had seen in the Daily Prophet. That is, the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Fudge is actually here. Is that really what happened last time? The corners of Ron's mouth raised, and there was already a guess in his heart. But he is just a minister of the Ministry of Magic. In his eyes, he is nothing more than a clown, and he is a clown who is about to become a stepping stone. Chapter 260. What? Peter Pettigrew isn't dead? The moment he opened the door, Ron's eyes caught the man with the dome hat sitting opposite Dumbledore. Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic. The moment he saw him, Ron knew why Dumbledore called him here today. With the soft click of the door, Dumbledore and Fudge also set their sights on the blonde wizard who pushed in the door. "Oh, Gerald, just find a place to sit down." Dumbledore pointed at Fudge with a smile, and said to him, "This is Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. I think you should know." "Of course, Principal, I often see Minister Fudge in the Daily Prophet." Ron nodded to Fudge with a chuckle, looking very polite and having a sense of, 833, gentleman. "I know about you too, Mr. Gerald." Fudge's expression remained unchanged, and he said this sentence in a plain tone. Yes, of course he knew. Because this little wizard in front of him killed at least 7 or 8 Dementors with the Patronus charm, so now the Ministry of Magic has no way to control the Dementors that are out of control. "It's my pleasure, Minister Fudge." Ron naturally heard the meaning of his words, but he just sat in a random position indifferently. In the end, it was the group of Dementors who moved first at most. He subconsciously used the Soul Guard to protect Harry. At this time, the portraits of the characters hanging on the wall were also talking a lot, pointing at Ron who had just come in. "Sounds a little noisy. Forbes, long time no see." Ron looked at the phoenix with gold and red feathers squatting on the table, and said hello softly. "It's called Fox, not Forbes." Dumbledore shook his head and reminded. And Fox also tilted his head in dissatisfaction, and the feathers on his body burst into flames. "Okay, Connelly, now that Gerald is here, we can continue the conversation just now." Dumbledore turned his head and looked embarrassed. Fudge said. He called Gerald over today mainly to deal with Fudge. After all, Gerald killed all those Dementors, and the Ministry of Magic must explain this matter. Because of the death of a few Dementors, the large group outside is now ready to resist because in their rotten and pale eyes, it was a declaration of war from the wizard. Fudge said excitedly. To know about this, it was the second major accident after he became Minister of Magic. As for the first, it was naturally Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. Until now, Sirius has not been captured. The comments about him as a minister outside are also getting louder and louder. "I'm sorry, Minister Fudge. As far as I know, those Dementors seem to be preparing to kill Harry and Malfoy. As a friend, I can't just sit back and watch." Ron calmly pulled down 3 or 4 fox feathers with his hands, then turned his head and said to Fudge. And when Fox felt that his feathers had been plucked several times, his hair immediately froze, and flames erupted all over his body, as if to warn the blonde little wizard not to mess around. "Kill? This is just nonsense." Fudge in the Daily was very kind, but here Fudge looked very bad. It's like 2 different people from the usual interviews. Looking at Fudge's appearance, Ron finally knew why Dumbledore chose not to take action at that time, but looked at him with a smile. The feeling is to let him take the blame. They are just looking for the fugitive Sirius Black, which is also indirectly protecting your safety. Hearing Fudge's words, Dumbledore frowned slightly. Those Dementors were indeed there to hunt down Sirius, but the accident it caused on the train and in Hogwarts was absolutely beyond question. What's more, Sirius Black is very likely to be wronged. Thinking of this, Dumbledore said, "About Sirius Black, I think I need to talk to you well, Connelly." There was some seriousness in his tone, which made Fudge, who was still a little angry, instantly calm down. "What's the matter?" Fudge took a deep breath and asked calmly. He knew that he could get the position of minister, because Dumbledore didn't want to compete for the Minister of Magic at all, and it could even be said that he voluntarily withdrew from the invitation of the Ministry of Magic. To know that the White Wizard in front of him is a well-known existence in the entire wizarding world, if he wants to be the Minister of Magic, it is simply an easy task. It's very likely that Sirius Black was wronged. What? As Dumbledore's voice fell, Fudge instantly widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. He had imprisoned Sirius Black in Azkaban for so many years, and now he told him that Sirius was wronged. Fudge couldn't imagine what the reaction would be if this matter were reported. But he has been able to anticipate some things. Putting an innocent person in Azkaban will definitely cause an uproar when it is reported. I'm not kidding, Connolly. Even Peter Pettigrew, who was already dead, is still alive. And he is likely to be the ultimate murderer who betrayed the Po 5.5 and his wife, and of course the explosion in that street. Dumbledore folded his fingers together, and his eyes hidden under the half-circle glasses stared solemnly at Fudge, who was gradually panicking. And Ron, who was sitting on the other side, was still teasing Fox with great interest. The flames burning on it were very warm, and they couldn't cause burns to the human body. What? Peter Pettigrew isn't dead? Fudge is now completely dumbfounded. He found that after he came to Hogwarts, all kinds of unimaginable things appeared one after another. Peter Pettigrew he knew, the recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal, and was even called a hero. But now, Dumbledore told him that the hero was not dead. And probably the murderer of those things. Chapter 261, It's time to get that rat out. Fudge is gone. When he left the principal's room, his face was very pale, and his fat body was shaky, as if he might fall to the ground at any time. The things that came out of Dumbledore's mouth today were unbelievable for him. One of the biggest things is that Peter Pettigrew, the hero who was awarded the Merlin First Class, didn't die. And it was lurking in Hogwarts, and even attacked Professor Snape a few days ago. And he personally admitted that what happened a few years ago was caused by him. The Potters were also killed by Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of this, Fudge looked at the bright sunshine and couldn't help wrapping his clothes tightly. He felt that his body was shaking uncontrollably. That was the emotion of fear. He was afraid that if these things were reported by the reporters of the daily newspaper, then his ministerial position would definitely be seriously threatened. You know, in the Ministry of Magic 22, many people are staring at his position. In my heart, I wished that something would happen to Fudge. Sirius Black. Remembering the scapegoat who escaped from Azkaban, Fudge take a deep breath. Now I can only pray that Sirius is not a good person. And at this time in the principal's room, as the door closed, Ron also stopped playing with Fox's fingers, causing Fox to bite him. Today's harvest is still good. He got at least 7 or 8 phoenix feathers. These are all materials used to make magic wands. Very valuable. Geralt, the god guard that I used last time was very good. Dumbledore spoke to Ron in a complimenting tone. Thinking of the giant dragon covering the entire sky, he was also a little surprised in his heart. However, after seeing his own phoenix, his eyes gradually became strange. It's all taught by Professor Flitwick. Ron calmly put his hand down from Fox, because he had noticed that Dumbledore's eyes were a little strange. Fox, on the other hand, whimpered in a low voice, because more than half of its originally beautiful tail feathers had disappeared, and the entire buttocks looked bare. With its green bin-like eyes, it stared fiercely at the blonde little wizard in front of him. After so many years, no wizard has ever dared to attack it like this. It's really abominable. The next moment, accompanied by a flame, it emerged from Fox's body, and then it turned into a pool of black ashes. Don't be afraid, this is just the rebirth of Phoenix's nirvana, and Fox will be able to come back to life in a while. Dumbledore said softly. So Mr. Geralt, do you know what I am looking for you for today? He looked at the blonde wizard who didn't panic at all with kind eyes. It's because of the Dementors in the Quidditch match. Ron nodded and replied. Just by relying on Fudge's ashen face just now, he knew that there must be something wrong with the Dementors. Yes, although the Dementors are the guardians of Azkaban, they are also intelligent. After you kill a few Dementors, they are completely out of control. Dumbledore remembered what Fudge had said to himself and shook his head. but I wanted to save Harry and Malfoy at the time, so I used it subconsciously. Ron is still the same rhetoric. No, I didn't mean to blame you, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. I'd say it's no big deal to kill a Dementor in Hogwarts, but only if they threaten your safety. Hearing this, Ron nodded thoughtfully. In other words, you can't take the initiative to attack. Okay, maybe it's time for you to go to the next class. Remember to make good use of the time changer. Besides, remember to be careful of Peter Pettigrew when looking for the toilet at night. Before leaving, Dumbledore was serious enough to speak to him. Looking for a toilet at night? Ron, who had just walked out of the principal's room, touched the tip of his nose. Doesn't this mean that he means night tour? After walking down the spiral staircase, he realized that it was almost evening outside. The dim yellow sunlight, through the patterned glass, reflected mottled shadows on the slate floor, making it seem a little quiet. Ron was walking alone in the empty corridor. There were not many little wizards near the principal's room, let alone it was still in class time. As soon as he walked out of the main building of Hogwarts, he looked at the burning clouds in the sky and thought for a while, then walked towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I don't know if Sirius is still in Screaming Shack. After all, it has been a long time since what happened last time. During this period, he never even saw Sirius once. It was as if the other party had been captured by the Dementors. Looking at the beating willow that was constantly beating the ground in the distance, Ron shook his head and directly turned on the 833 blur and walked over. There are still some things in my mind. Now not only Dumbledore, but even the Minister of Magic knew that Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead, although he didn't know if Fudge would admit to something as absurd as it sounded. But what Ron knew was that the time was now ripe. It's time to get that damn rat out and send it to court for trial. After passing through the dark and long tunnel, he soon saw the wooden pressure plate above his head. This is the entrance to the Screaming Shack, where the Force accompanied Lupin after he turned into a werewolf. At that time, Peter Pettigrew had not yet become a lackey who took refuge in Voldemort as he is now. After using the wand to open the pressure plate, a burst of dust gradually shook off, which made Ron subconsciously cover his mouth and nose. Isn't Sirius at the Screaming Shack? Walking into this dilapidated, shaking house, Ron looked around for a week and didn't see the figure he wanted to see. I don't know what the current Sirius is doing. Originally wanted to catch mice with him, but now the man is gone. Chapter 262, The Next Dark Lord of Nocturnally? Looking at the empty Screaming Shack, Ron frowned slightly and walked around the room slowly. The old wooden board made a creaking sound under pressure, which made people feel sore. After looking around again, he still didn't see Sirius. Did you go to Hogsmeade Village? Ron wrinkled couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looking at the gradually gloomy sky outside the window, he simply shook his head and left here. After walking out of the Screaming Shack, Ron walked in the direction of the auditorium. Since Sirius is not there, then the mouse-catching thing will be postponed for a while. After all, the final result he wanted was to clear Sirius from the crime, not just to capture Peter Pettigrew. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, under the blessing of the floating spell, the burning candles moved slowly in midair. The top of the entire hall was slightly decorated with colorful ribbons, which looked very atmospheric. When Ron came to Gryffindor's table, he saw a group of little wizards playing the game of werewolf killing together. As the referee of this game, Fred waved to him with a smile after seeing Ron's arrival. And his little girlfriend did not join the werewolf killing. Miss Hermione propped her face with her hands, holding a straw inserted into the strawberry juice in her mouth, and looked at the game between them with slightly boring brown eyes. So stupid. If she is allowed to participate, the on-the-spot match is estimated to end on the night of the third day. Why didn't you play with them? Ron walked over with a smile, pulled the straw out of her small mouth, and said softly. Ron, You came back from the principal's office. Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Today, she didn't see her boyfriend for an entire afternoon. It's no fun. Ron and the others put their emotions on their faces too easily, like Harry. He must be a witch. Saying that, Hermione pointed at Harry with a happy face. Harry wouldn't be so happy if he was drawn as a commoner. I guess Harry is definitely a wolf. Ron raised his hand and said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Harry's originally smiling face froze instantly. I am a witch. Look at Harry laughing so treacherously. According to Hermione, he's definitely the alpha wolf. Ron pointed at Harry and tried to break him down. Pig teammate. Hermione shook her head helplessly. It was precisely because there was someone like Ron that she didn't want to play. She stretched out her hand to get the straw, but found that Ron had already taken it, so the little witch couldn't help but give him a blank look. That's my strawberry juice, she said in a low voice. As the game ended, the werewolf side, represented by George, finally won the game, especially after learning of Harry's identity as a witch. Ron almost got his head under the table. Especially when he saw Harry's angry eyes, he hesitated and didn't know what to say. After all, it was his idea to vote Harry out. After a sumptuous dinner, Ron gave Hermione a look, who nodded knowingly. Immediately afterwards, the two left the lively auditorium holding hands. The cool wind outside was blowing slowly, and the robes on the two of them were blown up. Hermione even put her small head against Ron's back to prevent her fishtail from being ruffled. Following the long bridge under the stars, Ron and the two walked slowly towards the main building of Hogwarts. Since Peter Pettigrew has not appeared in recent days, the control conditions have also been relaxed a lot. At least both of them can go back to the dormitory without the prefect. The next morning. Everything outside the window is foggy, as if you are in a water vapor, and you can't see anything. Ron looked at the sleeping little witch, and gently pulled his arm out from below. Being used as a pillow all night makes you feel a little numb. It seemed that she felt that the comfortable pillow under her head was gone. Miss Granger slowly opened her eyes, her brown eyes drowsily looking at Ron, who had entered the changing room. She supported herself with one hand and sat up halfway, and covered her mouth with the other hand and yawned. Is it almost winter? Looking at the frost on the window, Hermione tilted her head and muttered softly. Does that mean that if you can sleep again, you will be able to sleep in? No, how can such an idea exist? Mr. Gerald must have brought her down. Well, it must be. Hermione patted her lovely cheek lightly with her hand, and then walked out of the bed in her slippers. The hood on the rabbit's pajamas flickered in the back, as if it were the rabbit ears she made. After she put on her white shirt and tied her tie, Hermione dragged Ron and trotted through the fog. The cold weather caused both of them to wear crimson scarves, and a young couple in similar clothes walked into the auditorium like this. You two got up so early. Hermione looked at Harry and Ron, who were still awake, covered her mouth and said in surprise. Immediately afterwards, she looked down at the watch on her wrist. It was only 7 o'clock now. Usually at this time, these two people can't be seen on the dining table. Can't we get up so early? There was a Quidditch trial this morning, and Ron wanted to participate, so he got up so early. To good money. Individuals gave two different answers at the same time, and Ron blushed and glanced at the helpless Harry. Aren't you all good friends with a good heart? Oh. Hermione nodded knowingly. Then he didn't ask any further questions. He just sat in his seat and watched today's Daily Prophet. Damn, I will definitely be able to join Quidditch. Ron exclaimed. I didn't say you couldn't get in. Hermione glanced at him sideways, and said bitterly in a light tone. Lorne, take a look at this report. After reading the daily newspaper for a while, Hermione opened her eyes and hurriedly pulled Lalorne's sleeve. Ron, who was eating a cream cake, rubbed his mouth directly with the cream. What? After wiping off the cream, he curiously leaned over. The next Dark Lord is about to appear in Nocturnally? Chapter 263, Peter Pettigrew is running away? The next Dark Lord is about to appear in Nocturnally? Ron looked at the title above curiously and read it out to himself. Nocturnally? And the next Dark Lord? The combination of these words made him stunned for a moment. This report doesn't refer to Senior Tom, does it? Ron slowly looked down with a sense of doubt, while Hermione, who was beside him, wiped the corner of his mouth with her long white fingers. It was a smear of white cake, which was left behind when I wiped my mouth just now. The biggest dark wizard force in Nocturnally, and even Captain Lockhart of the Era organization can't do anything about them. Those black eyes are like death. After seeing this sentence, Ron was already certain in his heart. Black eyes, isn't that the only one Tom Riddle besides Lockhart? If it wasn't for this report, he wouldn't even know that Tom's power has grown to such a large extent now. And actually let Lockhart go after Tom. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help laughing. Both of them are his puppets, how could they hurt each other? After returning the 833 newspaper to the little witch, Ron sat aside and thought about things. So far, Tom's development has been very smooth, and it has even been looming over the entire Nocturnally. On the other hand, on Lockhart's side, the captain of the Era has always been unable to go up. It seems that Tom has to create some opportunities for Lockhart. Ron couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. If Tom is asked to do this, it is estimated that Lockhart will soon be able to officially enter the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. At that time, you can attack Fudge. After having breakfast, the group of people walked towards the spiral staircase with their books in their arms as usual, preparing to go to the potions classroom in the basement. Harry seemed a little absent-minded along the way, and the others had long been accustomed to it. As long as every time he took potions class or met Snape, Harry would always show this expression subconsciously. After taking the potion to become Harry, it was fine, but the point was that he didn't dare to use it at all. One Malfoy was enough for him. Seeing that bottle of potion now, Harry thinks of Malfoy's damn tongue, the CCFF heart. Harry subconsciously covered his mouth and looked at the dark classroom with despair. He suddenly had a sense of wanting to skip class. But his reason was telling him that if he skipped class, it would be more serious. "Let's go, Harry, don't stay there forever, Professor Snape will be here in a while." Ron reminded him kindly, then clasped Miss Granger's little hand, and walked into the classroom talking and laughing. After hesitating for a while, Harry finally gritted his teeth and followed Ron's footsteps. There was a dim light in the dark classroom, which was rendered by some old glass. Ron cleaned up his cauldron and put it on the table. The textbooks in his hands were placed in the corner. According to what Professor Snape said in the first class, the potions textbooks in his hands were completely unnecessary. Because the above mistakes are too many. Anyway, after getting the Half-Blood Prince's notes, Ron never read this book as a decoration again. With a soft sound from the huge door, the heartbeats of all the little wizards couldn't help speeding up. The sound of capable footsteps was very loud in the silent classroom, and Snape walked in quickly. But what is worth noting is that his original wide bathrobe has been replaced by a black slim dress at this time, and the slender wand is slung around his waist, as if it is possible to attack any time, anywhere. His cold, falcon-like eyes slowly swept across the entire classroom. Without the slightest pause, he stood on the podium and prepared to explain the content of the lesson. Although Snape appeared to be no different from before, the wizards present could feel that the atmosphere was gradually becoming depressed, and everyone dared not show one, for fear that they would be noticed by the old bat. A class ended with such a trembling mind. Watching Snape's back hurriedly leaving, many people were discussing in a low voice. Even Harry, who was relieved, felt a little surprised. You must know that in the past, as long as he took a potions class, his name would definitely be mentioned. Why didn't Snape call his name in today's class? Harry scratched his head, thinking a little strangely. Today's Snape is really abnormal. He didn't call your name. Ron also found something wrong. How could I know? Harry shook his head in response. But it's also a good thing not to call him. If his name is called, Gryffindor will definitely be deducted in this class, unless he becomes Harry. Oh right, have you seen my scabbers? Ron suddenly widened his eyes and asked Harry quickly. No. Don't hold it so tightly, I'm almost out of breath. Ron looked down at the little witch hugging him tightly, shook his head helplessly and said. He could already feel a soft bump in the position of his abdomen. Sure enough, people always grow up, especially Miss Granger, who is still a year away from coming of age. It's not the same scale as when we first met. Well, you hurry up. Seeing Ron staring at him with half-squinted eyes, Hermione urged shyly. Intuition tells her that her little boyfriend must think of some bad things again. Understood, dear Miss Rabbit. Ron rubbed her brown curly hair with a smile, then reached out and flipped the golden hourglass pendant around their necks. After 3 laps, time began to regress wildly. The next moment, the sun came to the morning again. The two quickly hugged their books and waited outside the auditorium. After a while, several people from another timeline walked out of the auditorium and walked towards the main building. Come on, we shouldn't run into them now. Ron chuckled at Hermione, holding a class schedule. We're going to Muggle Studies next class. I don't know. How did it come together at the same time as the compulsory course? Wait, Ron, do you think that Mouse is Ron's scabbers? Hermione said suddenly, pulling on his sleeve. Spotted? Ron turned his head suspiciously. All I saw was a mouse rushing towards the long bridge, looking at the place where the target should be, the Forbidden Forest. Peter Pettigrew is about to run away? End the Peter Pettigrew story as soon as possible and go straight to Professor Snape. Chapter 264, Just in Case, I Attacked Fudge. The running mouse had come to the bridge at this time, and its short limbs were moving vigorously. Didn't I give it an oblivion spell? Why did it find out so quickly? Before Ron had time to think, Miss Hermione gently swayed the wand in her hand, and a pleasant voice rang in his ear. Banban is coming. Immediately afterwards, Banban, who was still fleeing frantically, felt that his body was out of control and flew backwards quickly. Even if the dirty mouse was about to be held by Hermione this time, Ron took the lead and grabbed Scabbers with his hands. This kind of dirty thing can't stain Miss Granger's white hands. It's better for him to hold it. Squeak, Banban twisted her body hard, and opened her mouth to bite the hand that held its neck. Ron frowned slightly, and the ring on his finger flashed an azure light. The next moment, Banban felt that she couldn't control her body, as if it was as stiff as a stone. Stone. Petrification curse. Damn, this little wizard is too cruel to the mouse. Peter Pettigrew kept cursing in his heart. But he couldn't help but shudder when he remembered the conversation between Ron and Harry this morning. What Peter Pettigrew is hiding in Hogwarts, and it's better not to travel at night in the last few days. When he heard this dialogue, Peter Pettigrew was completely dumbfounded. When was your identity revealed? Thinking back carefully, I found that the memory of one day in my mind was blurry, and I couldn't remember what happened that day. Someone cast an oblivion spell on him. And there is a high possibility that that person is Sirius Black, who escaped from prison. Gradually thinking about these things in his mind made him shudder. No, he has to leave Hogwarts today. This place is too dangerous. Looking at Scabbers, who had been petrified in his hands, Ron thought about it and then picked up his wand and pointed it at him. "Is this mouse Ron's?" Hermione glanced curiously and said softly, "Because Ron's mouse is different from other mice. For example, it has a broken little toe. Should we go and pay him back? It's going to be returned to Ron, of course, but in the meantime," Ron said with a chuckle, shaking the wand gently in his hand, "everything is forgotten." As the azure light flashed by, Banban's frightened black eyes instantly turned into white ones. It looked like he had passed out. Why use the oblivion charm on a mouse? Hermione, who was watching from the side, was a little puzzled. Her brown eyes stared at Scabbers, who was sleeping with her head tilted to the side, and then she turned her head slightly and asked Ron suspiciously. She has been with Ron for almost 3 years, but she knows that her boyfriend won't do superfluous things. Is there something wrong with this mouse? Peter Pettigrew. Ron turned his head lightly. He uttered a word aloud, then grabbed Banban's tail and threw it into the cameo space. Peter Pettigrew? How could a mouse be with Pettigrew? No, it's animagus. The clever Miss Hermione reacted immediately, and saw her brown eyes widened and her mouth slightly open, looking at Ron in surprise. "You mean this mouse is just Peter Pettigrew?" the girl asked in disbelief. Ron nodded lightly upon hearing this. "God, Peter Pettigrew is actually a mouse, and I heard Ron say that this mouse has been with him for more than 10 years. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a chill. But Hermione wanted to keep asking, but she was slowly hugged by Ron's petite waist. "Okay, I'll tell you more about it tonight, or I'll be late for the Muggle class in a while." Ron rubbed his cheek against her brown curly hair and said softly, "The height difference between the two is still the same as before. After 3 years of development, Hermione still only reaches Ron's neck." This made the little witch very dissatisfied. After all, she had to weigh her feet every time she delivered a surprise. Sirius is back. To be precise, he came back from Nocturne Alley, and sent a letter to Ron specifically to give him time to go to the Screaming Shack. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. The full moon at night was bright and pure, covering the entire ground like silk, reflecting on the entire Black Lake. As the space twisted into a vortex, Ron's figure appeared near the punching willow. After passing through the dark secret passage, he soon walked into the interior of the Screaming Shack. The old wooden board squeaked under the feet. It was a sour sound. Ron set his eyes on the opposite room, where a dim yellow candle was flickering. Sirius. He walked to the door and saw at a glance Sirius, who was drinking butterbeer and holding the Daily Prophet in his hand. I haven't seen him for a few days. Why do I feel that the other party is getting more and more energetic? Hey, it's coming so soon, shouldn't you accompany your little witch at night? Sirius laughed and joked. Come on, take a look at today's daily newspaper. He didn't explain what he was doing these days, but handed the daily newspaper to Ron. By the way, do you want a butterbeer? No, I'm not used to drinking. Ron shook his head and refused, and then a pair of pale blue eyes looked at the daily newspaper in his hand. He didn't usually read the daily newspaper, and Miss Hermione read it from time to time. For example, neither of them read the daily newspaper today. Just look at the headline position. Sirius shrugged and said after drinking a sip of butterbeer. Minister Fudge was attacked on the train, and there are still photos left at the scene. Ron looked at those dynamic photos. I saw a short, chubby figure hidden in a black robe, holding a wand shining with green light at Fudge, who had a panic-stricken face. Although the chubby figure was hidden in the black robe, His other face was exposed. Peter Pettigrew. Ron raised his head and glanced at the smug Sirius. A flash of understanding flashed across his face. Just in case, I sneaked fudge, using the Cruciatus. Sirius spoke of death with a smile on his face. Chapter 265, Harry's Enemy, Malfoy. Don't worry, the crucifixion won't kill that Minister Fudge. Seeing Ron frowning slightly, Sirius waved his hand indifferently and said, according to what he thought, to let everyone know that Peter Pettigrew is not dead, it would be better to attack the Minister of Magic directly. At least, the Mad Snape was harder to deal with than Fudge. Thinking of the last time he faced Snape, Sirius felt a little headache. How could that slug be so powerful? No, I'm not worried about Fudge's life or death, I'm thinking about Peter Pettigrew. Ron raised his head. A pair of pale blue eyes stared at the stunned Sirius, and said softly, it's time to find out that mouse. Finally, are you going to do something to that damn mouse? 837? Sirius opened his eyes wide, and the corners of his mouth subconsciously cracked into a smile. Originally, you could start a few days ago, but you weren't screaming at the shack at that time. However, it's not too late now. Just wait here for my news. After speaking, Ron strolled into the underground tunnel. And Sirius, who was affirmed, could no longer suppress the smile on his face. You must know that he has been waiting for this opportunity since he came out of Azkaban, and now it is finally coming. Hearing the muffled laughter behind him, the corners of Ron's mouth were also slightly raised. With a flash of scarlet flashing through the dark secret passage, his figure disappeared in place. The next morning. Would you like a cup of hot cocoa, lovely Miss Hermione? Ron looked at the girl who had tucked herself into the turtleneck sweater and chuckled. He handed a cup of steaming hot cocoa. Compared with yesterday, the weather today is two extremes. It is really too cold, it makes people wonder if it is winter now. We'll gain weight. Hermione rubbed the tip of her red little nose, hesitated and took it, taking a small sip with her slightly rosy mouth. The warm heat poured into the mouth, and the body that was still a little cold gradually warmed up. When she turned her head, she realized that she didn't know when she had another wizard robe on her body, it was still Slytherin's. Hermione turned her head to the side, and a pair of smart brown eyes looked at Ron, who was chatting and laughing with Fred and the others. The robe on his body disappeared, revealing the black shirt and red tie inside. His figure was also perfectly displayed, and he looked very attractive. After all, Ron's physique is being strengthened by the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal all the time. Before Hermione finished speaking, she saw nodded and smiled at her. The meaning is obvious. She lay gently on the book on the table, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How good, this feeling. After taking the defense against the dark arts class in the morning, Ron and Hermione had no classes in the afternoon. And tomorrow is also a day off, so the two of you can have a good rest. But thinking of Sirius who was still waiting in the shrieking shack, Ron felt that it was almost time to get the rat out tomorrow. But before that, maybe some help from Malfoy is needed. Thinking of what Malfoy reported to Professor McGonagall in the first semester, he also had an idea in his heart. Evening. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. I don't know why, but my scabbers have been biting people for no apparent reason recently. Ron stretched out his fingers helplessly, and there were traces of scabbers biting him on them. Since Lorne sent back the lost scabbers yesterday, it seems to be very afraid of everything. Especially when he was in defense against the dark arts class today, he stayed in his pocket as usual, and didn't dare to pop his head out. It's as if the defense against the dark arts class is something it's afraid of. Looking at scabbers in Ron's arms, Hermione couldn't help frowning, her brown eyes were full of disgust. After listening to the story Ron told last night, she also understood the identity of this rat. An out-and-out scumbag, a humble, timid and cowardly person. Ron, on the other hand, took a sip of black tea and looked at Banban, who was still making noise, with interest. It's no wonder who wouldn't panic if he found out that his memory of 2 days had disappeared. Anyway, he didn't think about delaying it any longer. After all, tomorrow is Peter Pettigrew's public execution day. By the way, Harry, what are you going to do tomorrow? Ron glanced at Malfoy across from him, then asked Harry in a slightly high-pitched voice. Sure enough, after hearing the word Harry, Malfoy turned his head subconsciously. After noticing this weak movement, the corners of Ron's mouth raised slightly. As expected of a pair of enemies. I'm going to continue to go to Professor Lupin to learn about the Godly Guard tomorrow, Harry said in a helpless voice. After all, he couldn't go to Hogsmeade Village either. I know there's a place that leads directly from Hogwarts to the Screaming Shack in Hogsmeade. How about it, do you want to come and see it with me tomorrow? Ron's voice was not concealed, at least a few people around could hear it clearly. Is there such a place? Harry was taken aback for a moment, then he asked happily. Where is the place you said? Hearing this sentence, Malfoy also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. A passage under the Beating Willow, that secret passage leads to the Screaming Shack. As the 5.5 tone fell, Harry blinked his emerald green eyes. Beating Willow, the one they hit by the car? It turns out that there is actually a secret passage under the Beating Willow. Maybe it was so dark that night that Harry and Ron didn't notice. That's great, Harry. Just tomorrow I can take you to Honeyduke's candy shop. Ron also said happily. Obviously. He is also very happy that his friends can go with him. After all, it is really uncomfortable to be behind Ron and Hermione. It always felt like he and Neville were redundant. Under the Beating Willow? That's really embarrassing, Harry. As an enemy, Malfoy pulled a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 266, Not Suitable for Children, Just Look at Mine in the Future. Screaming Shack? Harry still knows something about this haunted house that Ron often mentions. I didn't expect that the secret passage under the Beating Willow would lead there. Thinking that he can follow Ron and the others to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow, he is also full of expectations. Looking at Harry with a smile, Ron couldn't help but look forward to what would happen tomorrow. Exactly what was expected the moment Peter Pettigrew's identity was revealed. However, I don't know if Malfoy will tell Snape and the others about Harry's sneaking out. It seems that tonight I need to use illusion to give him a good hint. Down. Thinking of this, Ron's mouth raised. Dash. The next morning. The sky was bright, and there was a large fog outside, and a layer of frost appeared on the patterned glass. After packing up their clothes and having a rich breakfast, Ron and Hermione walked towards the north gate of Hogwarts. The fountain sitting in the middle is flowing slowly, and many little wizards have come to 22 to wait for Filch and Professor McGonagall. However, Ron did not see Harry and Ron. It looks like Ron is accompanying Harry to the Shrieking Shack, and I don't know if they can meet Sirius. Thinking of this, Ron turned to look at Slytherin's location again. Goyle and Crabbe were both there, but Malfoy was nowhere to be seen. Well, the illusion last night seemed to work well. After waiting for a while, Professor McGonagall and Filch arrived. After putting away everyone's responsibility slips, they walked out the door with the lively little wizards. Since Lorne accidentally killed several Dementors in the last Quidditch match, the Dementors returned to Azkaban overnight. Prepare to declare war with the Ministry of Magic. From this, it can be seen that they are wise, except for the one in his divine power space. Walking on the muddy ground, a layer of frost had formed on the originally emerald green grass, and the blackened leaves were crushed into the soil. Hermione turned the ring on her finger and happily followed behind Ron. The purple crystal on the earring wobbled, exuding a purple halo. It looks very dazzling. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but glance at it with a smile in his eyes. Young love is really beautiful. After walking for about half an hour, Hogsmeade Village arrived. Professor McGonagall, as usual, said a few words to the little wizards, and then left the team with Filch. It is estimated that he went to the Three Broomsticks for a party. As for Filch, it is very likely that he went to the Hogshead Bar. I heard that the owner of the bar is the brother of Headmaster Dumbledore, but Lorne has not been there yet. After all, there is still a year left before adulthood. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Miss Granger, who was wearing a light grey turtleneck. Let's go to the candy store. Didn't they say Harry and the others would meet up later? Hermione was about to drag him to Honeyduke's candy store. Except for the first trip to Hogsmeade, they came alone. The next few times I came with senior students. That's why Honeyduke's candy store was already full of people, and all kinds of laughter and slapsticks came from inside. But when he came to the door of the shop, Ron was suddenly stunned, and a pair of light blue eyes looked at a corner. What's wrong? She was walking forward to Hermione's footsteps for a while, and she followed Ron's gaze with curiosity. In a corner next to the candy store, a black dog was staring straight at them. Sirius? The girl whispered to herself. Of course, she knew the black dog in front of her. After all, she had been introduced by Ron when she was in Diagon Alley. Not to mention that Ron had told Hermione about Peter Pettigrew when he was sleeping at night. Thinking of this, Hermione's eyes became somewhat sympathetic. What happened to Sirius was simply unbearable to others. Looks like you didn't meet Harry and the others in Screaming Shack. Ron took a step forward and said softly. The black dog tilted his head. He is still in the form of Animagus, and he can't speak at all. Forget it. Wait a moment, I'll go to the Screaming Shack with you after I finish buying the candy. As Ron said, he led Hermione's ruffled little hand into Honeyduke's candy store. By the way, Peter Pettigrew should be there too. At the moment he was about to enter, Ron stuck his head out and said with a smile. After hearing this, the black dog immediately widened his eyes. What? That mouse is there? The black dog glanced at the crowded candy store, gritted his teeth and held back his urgency and waited. Anyway, I've waited for so many days, it's not too short of time. After 837 Ron and Hermione came out, they already had a bag of snacks in their hands. Would you like some chocolate? Ron waved the chocolate in his hand and said to Sirius. However, after seeing the two of them come out, the black dog, who couldn't wait for a long time, turned around and ran towards the forest. Don't pay any attention to him at all. Let's go, the two of us will go over and watch it, it will be fun. Ron took a small bite of the chocolate, and then said to the little witch who chuckled beside him. Passing through the dense forest of pine needles, a rickety, tattered house full of wooden batches came into view. Looking at the main entrance with a big hole, Sirius should have entered long ago. After all, dogs are much faster than humans. You give me back my scabbers. Ron, calm down, Sirius is not a bad guy. As soon as he approached the wooden door, a chaotic sound came from inside. Hermione took out her wand from her pocket and carefully followed Ron inside. After entering the Screaming Shack, Ron looked strangely at the few people present. The next moment, he quickly covered the brown eyes of the little witch behind him. It's not suitable for children, you can just look at me in the future. Chapter 267, Audiences, but it's coming soon. It's not suitable for children, just look at mine in the future. After seeing the scene inside the wooden house clearly, Ron quickly turned around and covered the little witch's curious sight with his hand. My eyes will be broken when I see it. How? How could it be? How did my Banban become like this? Ron let out a scream, with panic in his tone. On the floor, I saw a very short man lying on the ground. His dull hair was messy, a large piece of baldness was found on the top, and the pointy nose was like a mouse. The point was that he had nothing. Dressed. Looking at the ugly little man in front of him, Ron took 2 steps back in disbelief. Harry also froze in place, subconsciously clenching the wand in his hand. "Hello, Peter," Sirius said happily, his fierce eyes fixed on the dirty man in front of him. "We haven't seen you for a long time." After a long time, he could not wait to peel off its skin, and then swallow the mouse in front of him. "Little Sirius, my old friend," Peter Pettigrew, lying on the ground, replied in a thin and trembling voice. "Who is your old friend?" With a loud bang, Peter Pettigrew's dwarf body was kicked by Sirius directly onto the bookcase. The already rotten bookcase was smashed to pieces, and the planks fell to the ground, causing a burst of dust. The wand in his hand pointed at the forehead of Peter Pettigrew, who was crying in pain, and a sneer came out of his mouth. "Why, you don't even wear clothes now." Hearing this, the little witch hiding behind Ron suddenly understood the meaning of her boyfriend just now. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help blushing. But why did he become my scabber? At this time, Ron was completely stupid. Become question. Sirius turned his head to look at the red-haired wizard, and explained to him in a cold voice, "He was that mouse, that's Animagus. Could it be Professor McGonagall? Didn't I teach you?" "Teached?" The little witch standing behind Ron answered loudly. "Not only does he teach, but his boyfriend can also perform Animagus and turn into a huge golden brontosaurus. Harry, the person who betrayed your father is now in your sight." "No, it's not me, Sirius Black is lying. He killed Lily and James, and now he's killing me again. You have to save me, Harry." Before Sirius could finish speaking, Peter Pettigrew hurriedly shouted in a panicked voice. The chosen person for the brave loyalty curse was Sirius Black. "I was wronged." Hearing these words, Sirius' face turned gloomy. "You still have the face to mention this?" The wand in his hand has already shone with a faint green light, which is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Either way, Peter Pettigrew won't feel good. "Little Sirius, don't kill him yet," Ron reminded aside. How could Sirius be allowed to kill this mouse right here before the Professor Malfoy was reporting? Hearing Ron's reminder, Sirius suppressed the killing intent in his heart and took back the trembling wand. He understands what he is going to do now, completely get rid of his inexplicable crime. "My parents. How did they die?" At this time, Harry, who was standing by the side, asked in a trembling voice. His mind is really messed up right now. On the one hand is his Azkaban godfather, and on the other is Peter Pettigrew, who has been hiding for more than 10 years. Thinking of the gifts Sirius gave him and the teaching he taught him during the holidays, Harry now prefers the words of his godfather. "Harry, in a sense it is indeed me who caused it," Sirius said in a hoarse voice. "Look. I'm right, it's Sirius Black." He admitted it himself. After hearing this, Peter Pettigrew immediately screamed loudly. "Shut up, you stinky mouse." Sirius angrily stuck his wand into Peter Pettigrew's mouth, almost giving him a blasting spell. "My parents are really—" The wand in Harry's hand was tightly held, but before he could move, Sirius continued. "I was the one who persuaded James and the others to change their keepers at the last moment, but I didn't expect this stinky rat to turn to Voldemort. When I arrive at your parents' house again, all I see is a rubble and their bodies." Peter Pettigrew wanted to retort loudly, but the magic wand had already sealed his mouth, so he couldn't make any sound. His green bean-like eyes were looking at Harry, who was staring at him with pleading eyes, as if he was the victim. And Ron, who was standing beside Harry, was already slumped on the ground, his eyes staring at this ugly short fat man. Recalling that I inherited it from Fred and the others, Banban, bathing together, eating together, and taking classes together in the past few years. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel the nausea in his heart. It was like Harley facing Malfoy at the time. "Ron, who was standing in the corner, looked at the scene where he gradually stiffened, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a tattered dress appeared on Peter Pettigrew's body, of money. Then he loosened the little witch's eyes. After all, if he kept covering it, his hands would easily go numb. "Is that Peter Pettigrew?" Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, turned her head sideways and asked Ron in a low voice. "It does look disgusting." At this moment, Ron suddenly froze for a moment. He heard someone's footsteps coming from the ground. The hearing enhanced by the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is very sensitive, and there are probably two people who are listening to the footsteps. Is it Malfoy and the other professors? He couldn't help but guess. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ron bowing his head in thought, Hermione asked in a low voice. "It's nothing, but the audience is about to arrive." Ron chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 268, There are a lot of people. Do you want to kill a werewolf? As the footsteps got closer, the planks on the floor were lifted. Lupin? As everyone turned their attention to the person who came, Sirius couldn't help but exclaimed. "Looks like I'm not late, right?" Wearing a shabby and white robe, Lupin set his eyes on Peter Pettigrew lying on the ground. "I didn't expect you to turn into a mouse for so many years. If it wasn't for the sneak attack on Minister Fudge, I wouldn't even believe you were still alive." He took a slow pace and walked in front of the mouse, then turned around and patted Sirius on the shoulder lightly. "What a sneak attack! When did I sneak up on Minister Fudge?" After hearing what Lupin said, Peter Pettigrew was dumbfounded. Recalling the memory in his mind, his expression gradually became a little frightened. Because he found that his memory has been lost a lot, there is no doubt that this is the effect of the Oblivion spell. Who is it? Who the hell used the Oblivion spell on me? Peter Pettigrew put a pair of mung-bean-like eyes on Sirius. The only target that can be suspected now is the one before I-840. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corners of Ron's mouth twitched slightly. Now it seems that Sirius's choice to attack Fudge is really good. At least everyone knows now that Peter Pettigrew is not dead. Long time no see, Lupin. And Sirius was also a little excited after seeing Lupin, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He pulled his wand out of Peter Pettigrew's mouth, which looked wet and disgusting. "Harry, don't trust the two of them. Lupin is a werewolf. He's with Sirius, and they're all trying to kill me." And Peter Pettigrew, who was able to speak at this time, was still forcibly defending himself. "Werewolf?" Harry paused slightly at the wand's hand, and his emerald green eyes caught sight of the pale Lupin. "I am indeed a werewolf, and I'm sorry for hiding it for so long. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore knows my identity." With a little apology, Lupin said to the few little wizards present. And Ron, who knew Lupin's identity in advance, was not too surprised. Even the little witch beside him looked like that. Only Ron and Harry were dumbfounded. "It seems that you two young lovers have long known my identity." Looking at the two people who were eating strange flavored beans, Lupin said with a helpless smile. "This young couple is definitely the smartest he's ever seen, whether it's Ron or Hermione." When Bot turned into the moon, and Professor Snape gave a special lesson on werewolves, so it's not hard to guess. Hermione shrugged and said softly, "And don't say that they once saw Lupin taking medicine outside Snape's office. It's a pity it's not in class now, otherwise I'll definitely give you 10 points." Lupin said with a chuckle. "By the way, Professor Lupin, how did you find this place?" Hermione thought for a while, and asked with some doubts. "You know, not many people know about the secret passage under the Beating Willow. It was Malfoy who said Harry sneaked in, so I followed." Lupin shook his head, remembering Malfoy who left after speaking. If Malfoy hadn't said it today, he wouldn't know Peter Pettigrew still alive in this world. And it will show up so swaggeringly. Wouldn't it be nice to hide in a dark corner obediently? Me. So now you can explain why you were hiding as a mouse and for so many years. Speaking, Lupin put his eyes, CCFF, on Peter Pettigrew. His tone was very flat. He had speculation in his heart about Sirius being framed. It's just that he didn't expect that person to actually make Peter Pettigrew. Simply surprising. And at this time, Ron set his sights on the tunnel on the ground. He heard another footstep approaching. It seems that two people are going to enter Azkaban together today. A strange sound of yin and yang rang out in the silent cabin. Snape was holding a wand in his hand and looked at the frozen people with a sneer. Obviously, the two people he was referring to were Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. Snape. Sirius held his wand and looked at the former slug with vigilance. The last night, Snape had left a deep impression on him. I didn't expect him to come to the Shouting Shack too. Undoubtedly, Snape was also pulled over by Malfoy. Peter Pettigrew, it wasn't like this when you met me the other night. Thinking of the photo that was only half scorched, Snape subconsciously gritted his teeth. Did you meet the other night? Peter Pettigrew is no longer begging for mercy, because he found that many of his memories have been lost. Damn, what happened in those lost memories? He couldn't help cursing. Snape and Lupin. Where did Malfoy go? Ron whispered with some doubts. He originally thought that the other person would be Malfoy, but he didn't expect it to be Snape. To know that seeing Harry's embarrassing scene, Malfoy will not miss it. But what about the Malfoys now? At this moment, Ron's eyes were slightly stunned, and a pair of light blue eyes suddenly looked at the corner of the room. The space there is constantly tearing apart, as if something is about to come out. Several people present also discovered the anomaly here. Snape couldn't help but look sideways, staring at the incoming uninvited guest with a pair of gloomy eyes. Ha ha, Harry, you're done. With a familiar laughter, Malfoy's figure appeared in place, and the most striking thing was Dumbledore standing behind him. And Phoenix Fox standing on his shoulders. You run out of school without permission now, but you will face suspension. Malfoy stared at Harry with a pair of eyes and said, not noticing the abnormality around him at all. There are so many people, they can all come to kill a werewolf. Ron couldn't help whispering to Miss Hermione. Chapter 269, How dare you? Here comes Dumbledore. And he also brought his fiery red Phoenix Fox, and Malfoy, who was trying to provoke Harry's sanity. Shut up, Malfoy. Looking at Malfoy, who was still screaming, Harry finally picked up his wand and shouted loudly. Now his thoughts were already complicated, and the addition of a rowdy Malfoy made him uncomfortable and nauseated. Looking at the red glowing tip, Malfoy couldn't help but took a step back and swallowed. However, when he thought that Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape were there, his flustered heart calmed down a little. Okay everyone, now you guys should explain what happened. Dumbledore didn't care about these petty squabbles. After all, he had seen the scene of Harry and Malfoy kissing with his own eyes. Perhaps it seemed to him like some small emotions between lovers. Well, they can play more than they did at the time. Thinking of how shy Harry looked at that time, Dumbledore nodded subconsciously. However, after seeing Sirius and Peter Pettigrew on the side, a trace of clarity flashed in his wise eyes. Sure enough, like what Snape told him last time, Peter Pettigrew was the betrayer who betrayed the Potters, and Sirius was just wronged. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. Sirius cast a glance at Snape, who was still pointing his wand at him, and turned his head to explain to Dumbledore. What is there to explain? Both of them should be locked up in Azkaban. Let the Dementors give them a little kiss. Snape said in a low, hoarse voice. Thinking of those painful memories, his voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing the anger in his heart. Enough, Severus, there's no need to get involved in what happened during my student days. Lupin frowned and said, looking directly into his cold eyes. Sirius was wronged. He even spent 12 full years in Azkaban. That's what he asked for. Snape responded sharply. That's right. The four of them are to blame for the current situation. Without them, Lily wouldn't have died like that. Severus, we should discuss now who is the murderer who betrayed the Potters. Dumbledore shook his head and said in a serious tone. After hearing this, Snape took a deep breath, and after hesitating for a while, he put down the wand tremblingly. I was wronged, I was wronged. Peter Pettigrew no longer cares about his amnesia. He just wants to escape from here, no matter where he goes, as long as he is far away from Hogwarts, away from Sirius and the others. It's them. Lupin and Sirius are accomplices. Sirius Black, the secrecy keeper, revealed the news to the mysterious man. He said incoherently. The blood on his forehead flowed down the bridge of his flat nose into his mouth, staining his yellow teeth red. Teeth, that was just kicked by a furious Sirius. Am I an accomplice? Lupin laughed angrily. He pointed the wand in his hand to Peter Pettigrew's forehead and asked in a low voice. Then tell me, why did you, a hero, become a mouse for 12 years? How could a recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal willingly become a mouse and live? Peter Pettigrew lowered his head subconsciously, avoiding Lupin's sharp gaze. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Suddenly it seemed as if he couldn't speak. And Sirius walked over and grabbed his few hairs, ignoring Peter Pettigrew's painful howls, and dragged him from the floor. Tell me, weren't you good at talking just now? Sirius sneered. Headmaster Dumbledore, the origin of this matter is that James, at my suggestion, transferred the identity of the keeper to Peter Pettigrew, but what I didn't expect was that he would actually betray the news to Voldemort. Hearing Voldemort's name, Peter Pettigrew couldn't help trembling. As if frightened by something. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. And then I went to look for Peter Pettigrew, but he just blew up the whole street with a curse and framed it for me, and you will know what happened next. I was caught in Azkaban. He explained the whole thing carefully, and Harry and the others also had a clear understanding of the ugly short fat man in front of him. Wait. His body. At this moment, Ron exclaimed and attracted everyone's attention. I saw Peter Pettigrew's fat body twisting and getting smaller and smaller. How dare you become a mouse? Looking at Peter Pettigrew, which was getting smaller and smaller in his hand, Sirius couldn't help sneering. The next moment, Peter Pettigrew, who turned into a mouse, bit Sirius's palm viciously, causing him to let go of his hand subconsciously in pain. Banban is flying. Passing the multi-flavored beans in his hand to Hermione, Ron snapped his fingers gently. The levitating spell engraved on the ring showed a blue light, and Peter Pettigrew, who was about to escape, flew into his palm. I really don't know what you think, but you want to escape in front of so many people. Ron shook his head and said softly. You must know that standing around are Snape and Dumbledore, not Goyle and Crabbe. Maybe he was forced into a corner. Hermione looked at the rat struggling in Ron's hands, and took a small step back in disgust. But she knew that this mouse was made by an ugly man. No, I have to let Ron take a good bath tonight, or let him sleep on the sofa. Geralt, give him to me. Dumbledore looked at the struggling mouse and said softly to Ron. Maybe I should take Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic to find Connolly who was attacked. Also, Sirius, go to my principal's office and wait for me. You shouldn't have forgotten the way, right? Of course, I'm still very familiar with the way to the principal's office. Sirius grinned and said death. Chapter 270, I wish you an early day to be the person in charge of Harry. After Ron threw the struggling mouse in his hand to Dumbledore, the next moment, his figure disappeared in the screaming shack along with the Phoenix. We can have a good chat when we have time. Sirius raised the corner of his mouth and patted Lupin on the shoulder. And Lupin also showed a smile. Since Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, the two of them have never seen each other again, and now there will inevitably be some things to talk about when they meet. As for Snape, after seeing Dumbledore leave, he turned and left this disgusting place. He doesn't want to stay with these two people at all right now. And Malfoy, who was standing in the same place, looked around a little at a loss, and found that no one paid him any attention. Obviously, 840, brought the professor to catch Harry, who was truant. How could it become such a mess now? This result was not what he wanted. You did a good job this time. Ron came over and patted Malfoy on the shoulder with a smile. If he hadn't brought so many people, it is estimated that today's events would not have been successfully revealed. Let's go, it's time for us to go to the auditorium for dinner, otherwise the house elves will be off work. Lupin said softly, then he turned his head to look at Sirius. Come along too. Those photographers, the ghosts, have long been driven away by Lorne. Since the last Quidditch match, Lupin had never seen those nasty figures in the academy. So the hunted Sirius can go out boldly now. After walking out of the dark and long secret passage, the night outside the sky was completely shrouded under the dress of the goddess of the night, and the stars and moonlight in the sky fell on the ground. Professor Lupin walked out first, put his hand on the scar of the beating willow, then turned his head and shouted to the people inside. You go out first, I have already controlled the beating willow. Looking stiff the huge wicker, Harry glanced curiously at the position where Lupin was holding it. It was a very conspicuous scar that looked a few years old. It turns out that the beating willow can still be controlled like this. You know, he and Ron were almost killed by this sturdy willow tree, didn't they just hit it with a car last time? Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but glanced at Ron, who was absent-minded. He was like an unconscious walking dead, following behind Harry. There is no way, the mouse that I have raised for more than 10 years turned out to be a person, even this person may even be a Death Eater. Thinking of the time when the two of them bathed, ate, and went to the toilet together, Ron couldn't help retching. It's really disgusting. No, he has to tell Fred and Percy about this. You can't be the only one who is disgusting. Peter Pettigrew has stayed in the Weasleys for more than 10 years, and it has been passed down from generation to generation since Percy, until he came to him, and finally revealed his true form. If it is not found, this mouse is estimated to be Ginny's pet in the future. Take a bath together, sleep together, eat together. Imagining those pictures, Ron couldn't help clenching his front teeth. Hurry up and forget about the execution of Peter Pettigrew. That stinky mouse should die. Along the quiet path, Sirius and Lupin were chatting and laughing behind the scenes. Harry was still comforting Ron, and only Malfoy walked by with his hands in his pockets alone. It seemed like being isolated, and it was. Thinking of Malfoy's taunting words when he first arrived at the Shrieking Shack, Harry felt his fists harden. Harry, you know that your parents appointed me as your guardian. Sirius walked over and said with a look of anticipation, now Peter Pettigrew has been handed over. Do you know what that means? It means that your arrest warrant will be lifted. Congratulations, you are about to be free. Harry said with a smile. Yes, I mean, you. Do you want a different home? Sirius touched his little head and said what he thought. Of course, I can understand if you want to live with your aunt, after all, you've all lived together for so long. He just said this to Harry after discussing it with Lupin. You must know that the first thing he did after escaping Azkaban was to go to Privet Drive. He knew exactly how Harry was treated at Dursley's house, if not for the fear of those Dementors finding him. Sirius had already rushed in with his wand. No, no, of course I would. Harry replied aloud excitedly, his emerald green eyes like an emerald in the moonlight. Malfoy, who was walking on the side, glanced over and was slightly stunned. Why do those eyes feel so familiar? Just like Harry's shy eyes at that time. Could it be? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Malfoy hurriedly threw the ridiculous thoughts out of his mind. How could Harry possibly be the same person as Harry? And Ron, who was walking in front, couldn't help but turn around and looked at Harry, who had already thrown himself into Sirius's arms, with a subconscious smile on the corner of his mouth. Miss Granger, do you want a home too? Under the moonlight, he asked the girl beside him in a low voice. 5.5, The little witch was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and nodded. The amethyst on the earring also swayed. Sirius looked at the excited Harry, who threw himself into his arms, and heaved a deep sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he patted his godson's back with his thick hands. At this moment, there was a soft laugh in front of him. Mr. Sirius, I wish you an early day to be the person in charge of Harry. Certainly. This is the best blessing I've heard since I got out of prison, Ron. Sirius replied with a smile. His smile was no longer as oppressive as before, but rather relaxed. This sentence was really the best blessing he had ever heard. Chapter 271, Winter is Coming. Do you want to take a hot spring together? Walking on the long bridge deck reflected under the stars, the candlelight of the Hogwarts Great Hall shone through the glass. Sirius pulled Harry, who was excited in his heart, and told him the story of going to school where he was, laughing and talking along the way, such as how they bullied Snape. I hate school bullying. Hermione listened to the triumphant voice of Sirius behind, pulled Lalorne's sleeve, and said softly, I hate it too. Ron nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the bullying on campus, Professor Snape wouldn't be reduced to this. It can only be said that what James and the others did back then really went too far. According to the vague memory in his mind, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. Pushing open the gorgeous door, a few people walked in along the breeze. Sirius followed closely behind the crowd, looking at the gorgeous interior of the auditorium. A flash of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. This decoration is still exactly the same as before. Let's go to the Gryffindor table for dinner. Harry said 22 and took his godfather to the Gryffindor table. Oh, it looks like we can still play a werewolf tonight. Lupin chuckled and joked. Ever since the Fred brothers gave him a deck of cards, he's been completely addicted to the game, just not enough. See you tomorrow, Malfoy. After Ron said something to Malfoy behind him, he followed Hermione to the Gryffindor table. On the Gryffindor table, Sirius was pulled by Harry to Fred and the others, followed by Ron and Hermione. Hey, what are you doing tonight? Fred took a bite of the pumpkin pie in his hand and looked at them suspiciously. The dinner party is almost over. Wait, you're serious? And George, who was beside him, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the figure next to Harry, and he saw that Harry was frantically silencing him before he spoke. As a last resort, he could only swallow the words he was about to shout later. Sirius Black. The pumpkin pie in Fred's hand fell on the plate without grasping it. He looked at the man on the wanted list in a daze. God. How did they come together with this Azkaban fugitive? Sirius was wronged. It is estimated that you will be able to read the news of his release in the newspapers in a few days. Lupin also came over at this time and explained for the two. So the murderer is really Peter Pettigrew? Fred's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. You caught Peter Pettigrew? You definitely don't want to know how Peter Pettigrew has been hiding for so many years. Ron, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and said, looking at the freshly baked pumpkin pie, he didn't have any appetite at all. How did you escape? Ron's words instantly aroused the curiosity of the twins. He used animagus to turn into a mouse and hid for more than 10 years. Sirius took a big bite of the steak and said to them vaguely, "Animagus?" George and Fred looked at each other, and they could both see each other's eyes shining. Animagus is the highest achievement in the transfiguration spell. I didn't expect that he could turn into a mouse. Yes, a mouse. You definitely don't want to know where that mouse has been hiding for more than 10 years. Ron said with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He is now looking forward to how his two brothers will react after learning that Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. After all, Gemini once lived with Banban for a while. How could I wait? You're not talking about Scabbers, are you? Fred just wanted to answer, but after seeing Ron's expression, he had a bad feeling in his heart. How is that possible, Banban? But it does seem to have lived for many years. George was also stunned after speaking halfway. The average mouse can only live for 1 to 3 years. Obviously your Banban is not an ordinary mouse. Hermione, who was sitting opposite, raised the corner of her mouth and explained it to them. She has never seen a mouse that can live for more than 10 years. Obviously, there is definitely something wrong with Banban. You mean, how many of us have lived with a strange man for more than 10 years? Fred looked at the pumpkin pie on the plate and suddenly covered his mouth. He had seen Peter Pettigrew's portrait with his own eyes, that ugly and wretched face. Merlin's beard. Quick, Ron, give me an oblivion spell. Hurry up and let me forget this painful memory. Fred couldn't help pleading with Ron. I don't know any forgetting spells. Ron lied and shook his head. After hearing this answer, both Fred and George's faces were full of unrequited love. They were just like Ron at the beginning, absent-minded and sluggish. She couldn't even eat half of her dinner, for fear that she would vomit out. At this time, Sirius, who had eaten half of the steak, had already put on a hood. This was to prevent other little wizards from recognizing it and causing more trouble. After a simple dinner party, Ron took Hermione and Sirius to say goodbye. Walked out of the auditorium. The dark sky outside was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was hazy and sultry. It's just snowing. Ron caught the snowflakes flying in the sky with his hands and couldn't help muttering to himself. Is winter coming so soon? The little witch who followed him was also holding a large pile of snacks, and stared at the snowy scene in the sky with a pair of smart brown eyes. Although the scale of this snow is small, it represents a sign. That is, Hogwarts is about to usher in a cold winter. Winter is here. Do you want to soak in the hot spring together? Ron turned to Miss Granger and said softly, I do not want it. Hermione rolled his eyes at him, and directly and quietly refused. Even if we take a hot spring together, we will have to wait until next year. No, that's going to Azkaban. Chapter 272, The Frog Cub sent photos back. Water vapor rose from his wet blonde hair. Ron hung a white towel around his neck and sat on the soft sofa. The snow outside the window is getting heavier and heavier, and even condensation has formed on the glass. A layer of frost, like the veins of a leaf. Inside the cozy hut, the fire filled with firewood is slowly burning, providing warmth to the surrounding cold environment. Ron took a sip of the warm chocolate milk and looked at the alchemy book on the table with light blue eyes. So far, the werewolf and Hearthstone sold by brothers Fred and George have almost taken the entire Hogwarts trend, and the next step is to prepare to open a shop in Diagon Alley. The last time he met, he also told the twins about the refining method of his magic ring. Without any reservations, he didn't know if they could make it. If it is made, Ron can already imagine how much sensation this magic ring can bring to the wizarding world. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hold a smile. After all, No one would dislike Gallion, not to mention Lorne, who is still preparing to support his family. The shop he bought in Diagon Alley last time spent almost half of his savings. If you want to buy some real estate from other places, your savings will be completely gone. A pair of sapphire-like eyes looked at the rune on the book, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Maybe you can use these runes to make a puppet? After the idea of who it is, Ron also sat up straight, thinking about the possibility of this matter in his mind. At this moment, the wooden door of the bathroom was quietly opened with a creaking sound, and Hermione walked out with a comfortable face. The white shirt and trousers on her body have been replaced by pink bunny pajamas, and her brown curly hair is covered with a white towel. Dry it. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror and chanted a practical daily magic spell with her little wand. Immediately afterwards, her wet brown curly hair instantly became fluffy. Hermione tied her fluffy hair into a high ponytail, looked at herself in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Although it is not as delicate as Ron's compilation, it can still be seen. Bright candles flickered in the air of the hut. Ron, who was reading a book, suddenly felt that the light was blocked by a shadow, and he turned his head slightly. The next moment, the tip of the nose smelled a strong fragrance of roses, no longer the familiar jasmine. People always get tired of using the same model all the time, so I replaced it with roses. Miss Granger seemed to be aware of his doubts and explained to him with a soft laugh. "No matter what type it is, you are always so attractive." Ron joked with a smile. "As long as you like it, haven't you read all of this alchemy?" Hermione nodded her head happily, and when she saw the book on the table again, she asked in confusion for a moment. She is very familiar with this book, because Hermione just finished learning it not long ago, and it can only be said that it is the most basic thing in alchemy. But what did Ron learn to do? After all, with his current level of alchemy, at least he has to study some higher-end alchemy, right? I'm going to try to study some rune puppets, and I haven't learned it for a long time. I forgot a lot of things ahead. Ron looked at the little girl who came over, pulled her to his side with a smile, and explained softly. "Rune puppet?" Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and repeated a sentence with some doubts. "Yes, like cooking, working, fighting. But it may be a little difficult to study." Ron shrugged and said. After listening to her boyfriend's explanation, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. Like this kind of almighty puppet, can it really be made with runes? It's a pity that what Ron said later was too professional. After she simply listened to it for a while, she felt that her little head was a little swollen. So Hermione quickly covered the mouth that Ron was explaining. Sure enough, she still has no talent for alchemy. "Yeah, you bite me." Hermione couldn't help exclaiming. Her originally slender and white fingers were gently bitten by Ron, who covered her mouth. "After I pulled it out, I found that there was a slight tooth mark on it. It wasn't too hard. You used to bite me every day." Ron wiped his mouth and chuckled. "Mean." Hermione muttered softly, then leaned her head against her chest behind her. She is sitting on Ron's lap now, looking like a well-behaved pink rabbit, watching him study silently. Fortunately, Miss Hermione's small body did not numb his thighs. Feeling the warmth between each other, Ron also narrowed his eyes subconsciously. He wrapped his hand around Hermione's waist, and with the other hand lifted the alchemy book on the table. As the next page slowly opened, Ron was about to withdraw his hand for a moment. Somehow 3 photos appeared on the next page, all of them in the same format. Did the frog cub send him a photo again? How long has it been since he ran away from home this time, and now he is sending photos to his home, which is really strange. When did you take the 3 photos? Hermione, who was squinting comfortably, also discovered these 3 photos at this time. She gently picked up one, of money, with her small hand, put it in front of her eyes, and glanced at it. It should be. It was sent to me by the frog cub. Ron shrugged and replied, his hands were not idle either. He just picked up a photo and placed it in front of him. The photo this time is very strange, and it is very different from the other photos in the past. In the past, the photos were all landscapes, plus characteristic buildings, but this time, the 3 photos were all group photos with a few animals. Ron took a closer look. The first photo showed his frog cub sitting on top of a cat with blue skin and white background. It is worth noting that this cat with blue skin and white background actually walks on 2 feet, as if imitating a human being. This photo is of your frog cub and a yellow mouse. Hermione also raised the photo in her hand and said, "Ask for a monthly pass, ask for flowers, ask for everything." Chapter 273, Peter Pettigrew sent to Azkaban. Look, look, this photo is of your frog cub and a yellow mouse. Hermione raised the photo in her hand and turned her head to Ron. Mouse? Ron leaned over and took a look. It was a photo taken inside a mouse hole in the shape of an arch. A frog cub with a pirate hat was sitting on a small wooden table, while on the opposite side was a hospitable little yellow mouse who was giving he offered cheese and milk. Why does this mouse look familiar? And this cat with blue skin and white background? It looks like a British short-hair cat, but it looks so strange. Hermione also turned her head and glanced at the photo in Ron's hand, her brown eyes full of curiosity looking at the blue cat walking upright. From the frog cub on its head, it can be known that this cat must be at least 1 meter too. This is not the size that ordinary cats can grow. Are they all animagus? The girl couldn't help thinking of Peter Pettigrew who had been captured, and Sirius and the others. A cat that walks upright. Maybe it's animagus. Ron shook his head and 840 responded softly. The memories left in his mind probably had some impressions. A cat with blue skin and a white background walking upright, and a little orange-yellow mouse. Wouldn't it really be that world? Thinking of this, Ron turned his gaze to the 3rd photo on the table. The content on the last photo is a group photo of 3 animals, and nothing of value can be seen. But the position on the right also marks a return date, almost 4 days later at night. After seeing these 3 photos, he was completely confused. After all, when I sent the photos back last time, there was a reminder from the White Tiger, but today it's all ordinary daily group photos, and there are no clues that are worth noting at all. I don't know what the frog cub can bring back this time. Thinking of the tiger charm he brought back last time, Ron subconsciously set his eyes on Miss Hermione who was still studying the photos. I have to say that Miss Granger, who has split into 2 personalities, is quite good. When next year? Would you try again? CCFF, you're thinking about bad things again. Hermione looked at Ron warily and said. Every time she saw his eyes like this, Miss Granger knew that her little boyfriend was definitely not thinking about good things. Where do I have it? Ron squeezed Hermione's pink cheeks with his hand, and couldn't help but responded with a smile. Now Miss Hermione can even guess what she is thinking. The snow outside the window became more and more violent, the whistling wind was beating against the seemingly fragile glass, and the cold wind was raging outside, but the inside of this hut was very warm. Early morning. After a night of wind and snow, the entire Hogwarts was buried in thick snow, the mist gradually rose, and the tiny snowflakes were still floating in the air. Get up. Hermione rubbed her sleepy eyes, and called out to Ron, who was still sleeping beside her, full of energy. She is now on the inside of the bed, which is close to the window. As long as she sits up halfway, she can see the scenery outside the window. A pair of smart eyes looked at the silver-white castle outside the window, and the corner of Miss Granger's mouth rose slightly. Winter is here. Hanging the 2 amethyst earrings on her small ears, Hermione looked at her perfect self in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Ron's gift-giving standard has always been very good. Not to mention that these amethysts were acquired by Senior Tom with all his hard work, so they are of great value. Miss Rabbit, we're going to the auditorium for breakfast. Ron put on the black trench coat he bought from the Fenrir clothing store, then smiled and shouted at Hermione, who was still circling in front of the mirror. Hogwarts doesn't have such high requirements on what little wizards wear, so Slytherin's robes don't need to be worn every day. Come on, come on. Hermione responded with a smile, wearing tan Martin boots making a crisp sound on the wooden floor. After coming to Ron's side, he hugged his arm and rubbed his shoulder with his small cheek. As he walked out of the main building of Hogwarts, there was a gust of cold wind, mixed with a lot of the snowflakes. The wizards wandering outside also wore the scarves they bought, and their clothes were also several layers thicker than yesterday. Morning, the little couple of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Fred and George, who were wearing felt hats, came over and said hello with a smile. Good morning, you two, how is the ring I gave you? Lo asked with a light smile. It's still a bit difficult. Why don't we go to the auditorium to have some breakfast and chat while eating? Fred shrugged. Speaking of this magic ring, it can only be said that the two of them don't have as much understanding of runes as Lorne. There are also hundreds of wooden rings wasted during the period. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. After crossing the long bridge, the moment they stepped into the auditorium, everyone felt a slight warmth on their bodies. This spell is not bad. I will learn it from Professor Flitwick when I have time. Ron raised the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself. The Gryffindor table was already full of people, even Harry and Ron. Have you seen Sirius? After Ron walked over and looked around, he asked Harry and the others softly. He and Hermione left earlier last night, so I don't know how Sirius was arranged. Professor Lupin took him to his office to sleep. After all, there is quite a lot of space there. Harry said, and handed Ron a newspaper. It's really rare. When have you read the Daily Prophet? Hermione glanced at Harry in surprise and said softly. Okay, you two, hurry up and look at that headline. Harry urged. Headlines? Hermione blinked and set her eyes on the newspaper in Ron's hand. The headline above reads, Peter Pettigrew, the former hero, was sent to Azkaban prison this morning. Peter Pettigrew in Azkaban? Chapter 274, Can you help Lupin? Peter Pettigrew was sent into Azkaban this morning? When he saw this news, Ron didn't have the slightest surprise, or it was simply expected. After all, Minister Fudge was attacked by Peter Pettigrew, although it was Sirius Black pretending to be. But who would know the truth of this matter? No one knows. He could already imagine Minister Fudge gnashing his teeth after seeing Peter Pettigrew, because at that time he was hit by the Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. At that time, he almost died at the hands of this stinky mouse. Is it strange not to grit your teeth? Even the first-class Merlin chest has been deprived of. Hermione read out the next half-sentence softly. The matter of Peter Pettigrew is probably the biggest stain on the Merlins in this century, and it is simply a shame for them. Since Peter Pettigrew was captured by Azkaban, does that mean that Sirius is free? Harry asked Ron and the others excitedly, his emerald green eyes flashing with joy, as if he was expecting something. Sirius free? Now Sirius is not free yet. Ron raised his head and glanced at the excited Harry, sighed and shook his head. Of course he knew what Harry was expecting. It was nothing more than the promise that Sirius made to him that night, to start a new family with his godfather. But unfortunately, Peter Pettigrew's imprisonment does not mean that Sirius will be free. Why? Harry leaned forward slightly and asked in confusion. It was because I had to, because I have to go to Wizengamora with Peter Pettigrew, as Headmaster Dumbledore told me in a letter last night." Before Hermione could finish her words, a sudden hoarse voice interrupted her. At this time, the hooded Sirius also followed Lupin, holding an unsealed letter in his hand. Wizengamore? After hearing this unfamiliar name, Harry looked at Hermione and the others blankly. Wizengamore is the highest court in the wizarding world, that is to say, the two of them have to defend themselves in court. Ron, who was beside him, couldn't stand it any longer, and explained to Harry. "Wizengamore, that's where some Death Eaters and wicked wizards are sent." The 50 surrounding counselors raised their hands to judge whether they were guilty or not, or whether they should enter Azkaban. "In other words, you are going to the Ministry of Magic during this year's holiday?" After listening to Ron's explanation, Harry suddenly realized. After all, such similar institutions also exist in the Muggle world, and it is not difficult for him to understand this kind of thing. "That's right, it's this year's holiday." Sirius sat in the empty seat beside Ron, ordered a rich breakfast, and began to eat it. "Harry, do you want to go with me?" Filling his mouth with food, he asked Harry in a muffled voice. "Can I go too?" Harry was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. "Of course, but you might have to wait for me outside." Saying that, Sirius suddenly thought what happened. He turned his head and whispered to Ron. "Can you help treat Lupin with the thing you gave Tom at that time?" He is still not sure whether Ron will help him, so he did not choose to tell Lupin about this. Sirius knew that the little blonde wizard in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. He knew that the entire Nocturne Alley was about to be mastered by him now, or rather, by that Slytherin named Tom. Every time he thought of that handsome young man, Sirius couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Whether it's scheming or charm, that Tom is definitely the best he's ever seen. Until now, Sirius still doesn't understand why Tom's high-spirited person chooses to succumb to Ron in front of him. Although both of them are amazing, he knows Tom much better than Lorne. Interpunct flowers interpunct After all, during the holidays, Sirius has been working behind Tom in Nocturne Alley, attacking various pureblood families, including Malfoy Manor. That kind of ruthless and daring courage, even when he saw it, he was horrified. Treat Lupin? Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Sirius meant. Do you want him to remove the werewolf curse from Lupin's body? Thinking so, he took out the horse charm from the pendant around his neck and looked at Sirius with a smile. That's what you said, right? Yes, this is it. Sirius nodded quickly. He had seen with his own eyes that Tom just held this spell and waved it gently at the werewolf, and the other party soon turned back into a human, and even the scars on their bodies caused by the werewolf disappeared. And now this spell is right in front of you. As long as there is this octagonal charm carved with a horse portrait, the werewolf curse on Lupin can be quickly eliminated. It's not impossible to use it for Professor Lupin, but you have to take him to Nocturne Alley. You should understand what I mean. The horse charm in Ron's hand shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Do you go to Nocturne Alley on vacation? Thinking of Tom's huge werewolf power in Nocturne Alley, Sirius roughly understood what Ron meant. Do you just want Lupin to join that faction? I'll try to convince him, he said in a low voice. Sirius believed that as long as he told Lupin about this, the other party would leave everything behind and head to Nocturne Alley because no one can stand the curse of the werewolf. It was just too painful. And in a way, he's one of those people. After all, he's done so much for Tom. What are you two whispering about? Harry scratched his head in confusion. No, nothing. Sirius took a sip of pumpkin soup, shrugged and said death. Chapter 275, Souvenirs, Tomcat. It seems that the cooking skills of this group of house elves have not declined. After all the food had been cleaned up, Sirius said very comfortably when he patted his stomach. It's really comfortable to have a day like this without fear. And it's all thanks to Ron, who picked himself up from the sewers. If it wasn't for Lorne, I'm afraid he's been taken back to Azkaban by now. You guys eat first, I'll go find Lupin first. Sirius left a sentence, then turned around and walked towards the professor's seat. Now he wants to discuss with Lupin about the werewolf curse. As a friend for many years, Sirius doesn't want Lupin to curl up under a small desk every full moon night. Most of the professor's seats in the auditorium were vacant, such as Trelawney in the divination class, Snape in the potions class of August 43, etc. They usually wouldn't come to the lively auditorium for breakfast. So the few professors didn't notice anything unusual about Sirius wearing a hood. After breakfast, I have something to tell you. Sirius tapped Lupin's table with his hand, and said in a low voice under the other's puzzled gaze. After breakfast, according to today's Wednesday class schedule, the first class is Miss Babel's Ancient Rune class. Since only he and Hermione took this course, they were separated from Harry and the others at the entrance of the stairs. By the time Ron arrived at the door, the little wizards inside were almost there, about 20 or 30. You must know that at the beginning of this class, there were still more than 50 students. After half a semester, more than half of the little wizards have run away. It can be seen that the Ancient Rune course is not very popular. After all, not everyone has an extraordinary interest in alchemy like him. As time passed slowly, the class bell rang. Mrs. Bathsheba Babelin, who was wearing a black robe, also came to the podium of this class with her textbook. Babrin swept his gaze and saw disappointment in his eyes when he saw the classroom with not many people. Sure enough, there are not many people who can insist on learning ancient rune lessons. Because learning this course is like learning another new language. However, when she saw the blonde wizard in the corner, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lorne Geralt, she remembered the name from the first class. The knowledge stored in the other's mind is simply amazing. Babrin even felt that even Mrs. Pins, who was in charge of the library, might not necessarily have Lorendo with the knowledge in her mind. To know the questions that Ron sometimes asks, even she can't answer them. Why do I feel that Professor Babrin looks at you strangely? Hermione touched Ron's arm with her elbow and whispered. Could it be that another person came to dig her corner? However, Professor Babelin is so old. No, it seems that she is still single now. How do I know? Wait. Miss Rabbit, don't think about it. Ron immediately explained when he saw Hermione's gradually narrowing eyes. I'm not interested in Professor Babrin. Although Professor Babelin has not turned 30 this year, and his face is relatively delicate. But in comparison, Ron is still more interested in Hermione, and he is very cute when he is small. Maybe this is Lilicon. Thinking of this, he couldn't help flicking Hermione's amethyst earrings with his fingers. As a result, I almost got bitten. With the gloomy weather, tiny snowflakes fell from the sky. Let's go to the astronomy tower. Wrapped in a red scarf, Hermione couldn't help rubbing her little hands and said, the weather outside is getting colder now, and it's not as clear as a few days ago. The last class for the two of them today is an astronomy class in the evening. It's just that Ron felt that due to this weather, tonight's astronomy class was estimated to be cancelled. After all, there is no way for a telescope to pass through the thick dark clouds and directly observe the stars in the sky. Unless they run up to the clouds. Looking at Hermione, who was dragging her to run forward, Ron was also thinking about one thing in his heart. That is, tonight, his frog cub is coming back. And also come back with souvenirs. I don't know what souvenirs in that world can be brought back. Thinking of the world he had guessed in his heart, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. After they came to the astronomical tower, they found that the gate was closed, and a bunch of little wizards were still blocking the gate. What happened? Hermione asked suspiciously. Professor Aurora Sinister said, let's go back, the weather is not suitable for observing the stars. In the noisy crowd in front, someone suddenly shouted. Hey, why didn't she inform us earlier? Hermione frowned and couldn't help complaining. Okay, let's go to the room of requirement to have a fire. Ron patted the angry little witch on the shoulder, then dragged her towards the main building. The 8th floor of Hogwarts is still opposite the Troll Portrait. It was a smooth door that appeared out of nowhere. As the two pushed the door and entered, Ron also used an ignition spell to gradually burn the wood in the stove. The warm hut also slowly returned to temperature. Ron, who was sitting on the sofa just now, was about to drink a cup of black tea, and at this moment, a line of letters suddenly appeared in his line of sight. That's because every time the Frog Cub brings something back, information about local specialties will automatically appear in his eyes. Did the Frog Cub come back? Ron looked around, but didn't see the little green figure. 5.5 He blinked his pale blue eyes, and then his eyes focused on the line of fonts. Your Frog Cub will bring the local specialty tomcat to this world, do you allow it? Souvenir. Tomcat? What the hell? Ron opened his eyes wide, and there was a daze in his blue crystal eyes. How could the Frog Cub bring back live things as souvenirs? What's the matter, dear Mr. Gerald? After changing her clothes, Hermione waved her small hand in front of him curiously. Maybe we can get a tomcat, what do you think? After regaining his senses, Ron raised his head and said softly to Hermione. Please ask for a monthly pass, ask for flowers, ask for everything. By the way, everyone should have seen Tom and Jerry, right? Chapter 276, Hermione, is this the cat you're talking about? A cat? After Hermione heard what Ron said, she was slightly stunned. Why did you suddenly want to adopt a cat? Yes, you shouldn't hate cats, right? Ron nodded and said softly to the stunned little witch. Of course I don't hate it. Hermione shook her head, and then she asked curiously, should we wait until the holidays to go to Diagon Alley to buy one? It doesn't need to be that troublesome. He touched Hermione's curly brown hair, who was approaching him, and stared at the line of fonts in his vision. Your Frog Cub will bring the local specialty tomcat to this world, do you allow it? This sentence really made him a little unbelievable. Because after getting the Frog Cub from Lorne, it has never brought any living objects to this world, this is the first time. And it's still Tom the cat. The old memories that emerged in his mind made Ron have some understanding of the blue-skinned and white-backed cat in his mind. Except that catching mice is a little unreliable, the others can be said to be almost omnipotent. I really didn't expect that the Frog Cub would bring it back as a souvenir. Allow. 22, Ron murmured softly. If we don't need to go to the diagonal line, where are we going to buy it? Hermione asked suspiciously, do you want to go to Hogsmeade Village? But she remembered that there seemed to be no pet shop in Hogsmeade. Guck. Just when the little witch was wondering, a crisp frog croak sounded in the room, instantly attracting the eyes of the two. When did the Frog Cub come back? Hermione blinked, and the moment she turned around, she was stunned. Not only him, but also Ron. On the originally empty wooden floor, a cute green figure now appeared, as well as a blank-faced cat walking upright. Hermione's brown eyes widened, and the originally agile eyes had become sluggish. How on earth did they get into the room of requirement? And the cat that walks upright, about 1.2 meters, looks a little familiar, and I always feel like I have seen it somewhere. It's the cat in the photo the other day. The little witch suddenly remembered that the cat with blue skin and white background in the photo a few days ago was exactly the same as the one in front of her. At the time, she and Ron discussed whether it was an animagus or not. Ron also half squinted his eyes, and a pair of pale blue eyes stared at Tomcat, who was at a loss. In his sight, all the information about the cat also appeared. Tom, British short hair, a very special souvenir from the world of Tom and Jerry, effect. Although Tom was just a cat, he mastered many skills at that time. He could play the cello, violin, drum, trumpet, saxophone, guitar, fencing, racing, shooting, hygiene, research and invention, chemical experiments, and even you can also learn magic. All in all, this is a cat that is almost omnipotent except for catching mice. Usage: if you can successfully make it let go of its guard, Tomcat will definitely be more useful than the house elves. Looking at the introduction this time, Ron's eyes were almost drained. Especially in the line of action, even he was amazed by the inexhaustible skills. With so many things, can a cat really master it? After reading all the information, Ron only found one weakness of Tomcat, and its only weakness, that is, catching mice. But he doesn't need to let Tomcat catch the mouse. After all, Peter Pettigrew has been successfully sent to Azkaban now. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Tomcat in front of him. And Tomcat, who was standing opposite, also noticed that something was wrong. Obviously he was still catching mice in the mansion. How did he come to this strange little house in the blink of an eye? And there are two people on the opposite side who are staring at it. Tomcat looked at the two human beings in front of him with a wary expression, and covered the frog cub above his head with his hands, as if he was protecting it. Obviously, the friendship between the frog cub and it is still good. But at this moment, a whining sound rang out in the silent room, and the source of the sound was Tom's flat stomach. It seems to be hungry. Hermione grunted softly. Now she no longer thinks about how the two animals got into the room. After all, there are always all kinds of magical things happening around her little boyfriend. It can only be said that it is a habit. Want some steak? After pondering for a while, Ron snapped his fingers lightly, and a plate of delicious steak floated in front of Tom. He asked with a friendly smile. After seeing the usage of Tomcat, he knew that what he had to do now was to let the cat in front of him put down his guard first. Tomcat saw the steak floating in front of him, and subconsciously swallowed. The rich aroma was stirring his sense of smell. And the frog cub that was originally on top of its head, 847, had already run to the table to drink the prepared milk. Seeing that his friend was so kind to these two humans, Tomcat hesitated for a while, then nodded vigorously. It can understand human language. However, in Hermione's eyes, this kind of scene is a bit unbelievable. Isn't the cat in front of me really made by animagus? How about it? Do you want to stay as my pet? Ron looked at Tomcat, who was eating Hess, and seduced him with a smiley voice. It's impossible for you to go back anyway, so you might as well stay with me. Tom the cat nodded with a fork, and agreed to this request. By the way, can you speak English? After Ron remembered the memories in his mind, he asked subconsciously. If I remember correctly, the cat in front of me seems to be able to talk. After hearing this, Tomcat hesitated for a while and shook his head. Apparently he speaks English. After seeing the other party's hesitation, Ron also hid an answer in his heart. And Hermione, who was sitting beside her, was completely stunned. This is what Ron said: to adopt the cat? Wasn't this cat really made by animagus? The little witch's head was a little dizzy. Chapter 277, Magic Genius, Tomcat. Ron and Hermione put their hands on their cheeks and looked curiously at Tomcat, who was gobbling down in front of them. Is this cat really not animagus? Hermione muttered softly. If it was animagus, The strange behavior of the cat in front of him could still be explained in the past. But if it's not, this cat is probably a magical creature. Anyway, like an ordinary British short-hair cat, it won't grow to be so big and can understand what people say. Miss Granger had never seen a cat that walked upright on its legs. Maybe it's just a little smarter than the other cats. Ron put his face on his hand and said vaguely. Of course he knew why the tomcat in front of him was so smart. After all, it didn't belong to this world. Thinking of the skills the cat mastered in front of him, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. In that respect, he couldn't even compare to a cat. Too difficult. At this time, Tom also ate the steak on the plate cleanly, and looked at the blond boy with his eyes, and the sense of vigilance in his eyes dissipated a lot. It turns out that no cat can resist the temptation to feed. The frog cub also drank the milk on the plate and jumped on top of Tomcat's head. Refreshed, Hermione looked at the oily plate and waved her wand lightly. From a daily perspective, some spells are really convenient. As the light flashed by, the plate became white and flew back into the kitchen automatically. This scene made the opposite tomcat's eyes widen, and a cat's paw was placed on his mouth, looking a little surprised. "Do you want to learn magic?" Looking at the surprised tomcat, Ron seemed to remember something, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that the cat in front of him had once been a witch's pet, but the memory was too distant, so he couldn't be too sure. After hearing the words of his new owner, Tomcat nodded quickly. Looking at the cat who could only understand human words in front of her, Miss Granger pursed her rosy lips. Ron isn't really going to teach it magic, is he? Then she saw her boyfriend throw a wand in his hand to the cat named Tom. As the space gradually distorted, Ron closed his divine power space. The magic wand just now was taken from the Shenwei space. After all, he took a few more wands when he was out and about. The magic wands in his space were all taken from the Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley. Looking at the wand in his hand, Tomcat waved it curiously twice, but a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared from the tip, so frightened that it almost lost the wand. It's so strange, why is a cat able to pick up a wand? It's a magical creature at all. Hermione was lying on Ron's body, her eyes were speechless. Able to walk upright and hold a wand with his claws, no matter how you look at it, this is no ordinary cat. Come on, try to cast a floating spell with silent recitation. Ron stroked Hermione's curly brown hair, then turned to look at Tomcat, who was eager to try. The wand in his hand swiped gently in the air, and the next moment, a cup on the table floated up. This is the simplest silent spell combined with a floating spell. Even Miss Hermione has fully grasped it, and overall it's not that difficult. But is it really okay for you to let a cat do it? Hermione was about to ask, but the next scene made her brown eyes widen instantly. I saw Tomcat imitating Ron's movements, waving his wand and drawing an arc in the air. Immediately afterwards, a book on the table slowly floated up. Although the height was not good, it was surprising enough. Open, just kidding. The little witch was stunned. How did she feel that the cat was smarter than Harry and Ron? You must know that Harry and Ron had practiced for a long time before they completely mastered the floating spell, and they still used vocal spells. But the proud Tomcat in front of me actually used it just after reading it once. It has the same talent as I thought. Ron raised his eyebrows and said softly. After noticing the admiring look of his new owner, Tom immediately straightened up, with a confident smile on his face. With his wand on his back, he bowed slightly towards them. He looked like a master after the performance. Hermione didn't want to ask any more. Or the little witch is now numb. How is it, dear Miss Granger? Ron squeezed her fair cheeks and asked with a chuckle, is this pet cat good? Hearing these words, Hermione nodded subconsciously. Really good. Ming just glanced at it, and learned all the silent spells and floating spells directly. Not to mention Ron and Harry. I'm afraid even she can't compare to this strange cat in front of her. Tomcat? Hermione called it softly, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Listening after the little witch beside his master called him, Tom immediately turned his head, smiled and bowed like a gentleman. Guck! The frog cub standing on top of Tomcat's head barked, as if to say hello. At this point, we should go to bed. At this time, Ron raised his head and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Before you know it, the time has come to around 1 in the morning. Perhaps they were too curious about Tomcat, so both of them forgot the time cabinet. Tom, you should sleep by the fire tonight. I'll try to build a nest for you tomorrow. Tomcat nodded quickly. It is still very satisfied with this new environment, especially for this blonde kid who is feeding himself steak. It's much better here than the house full of mouse holes. The stars outside the window were blocked by the thick snowstorm, and the candle in the small house was instantly extinguished with the wave of the wand. All that was left was the fire that was still burning slowly, and the tomcat who had nestled beside the fire to keep warm. One thing to say, Tomcat is really all-rounder, and his talent is really too strong. Chapter 278, Go, Tomcat! Give them the whole life. Hogwarts was still shrouded in white snow, and the air was filled with thick fog. The whole castle seemed like a fairy tale. When the sleepy brown eyes opened, Ron beside him was long gone, and New Odor's bed looked empty. Hermione rolled over a little confusedly, lying on the pillow looking at the thick frost on the glass outside the window and the snow as always. Sure enough, when it comes to winter, people become like animals and don't want to get up at all. No, I have to organize my notes today. I have to wake up quickly. The little witch patted her flushed cheek with her small hand, forcing herself to cheer up. As her spirit gradually recovered, Hermione wrapped herself in the quilt and looked at the kitchen with half-squinted eyes. What entered her line of sight was a slowly burning fireplace, and Tomcat, who was still sleeping soundly. It turned out that last night was not a dream. Hermione thought in a trance. She still can't forget the surprise the cat brought her last night. At this moment, the tip of Hermione's nose twitched slightly, and a strong scent stirred her sense of smell. This smell came from the kitchen. It's time to get up. 847, Dear Miss Granger. Ron stuck his head out and shouted with a smile to Hermione, who had woken up. He still held some delicate pastries in his hand, even if it was breakfast in the morning. With the arrival of winter, the two of them basically won't go to the auditorium for dinner, because it's too cold outside. Even if Lorne inherits the physique of Thunder Dragon, it doesn't matter, but Miss Granger is different. Come on. Hermione tucked her head into the quilt and answered in a sullen voice. When she came out again, the pajamas on her body had been changed to a black shirt and a red bow, and the lower part of her body was wearing a pair of jeans that pulled up her legs, which looked very slim. Hermione hung the 2 amethyst earrings on the table over her ears, and sat happily in front of the table. The aroma of the cake wafted all over the room, and it looked delicious too. As expected of Ron. In terms of cooking skills, Miss Granger is still not as good as Lorne. At this moment, Tom, who had been sleeping by the fireplace, also loosened his nose, and instantly opened his eyes and looked at the table. Before Ron and Hermione could react, Tomcat was already standing at the table with a plate, looking at the 2 new owners with eager eyes. For your part, don't worry. Ron put half of the pastry left in the kitchen on his plate, then thought about it and walked to the closet. As the wardrobe opened, a dazzling array of clothes were hung together. Looking at the black silk stockings hanging next to his scarf, he couldn't help shaking his head. This black silk was only worn once by the evil Hermione who split from the tiger rune last time, and the rest of the time was basically kept in the closet. He took out a Slytherin robe from the far side of the closet, and used his wand to shrink it slightly. "You wear this dress first, and I'll buy you clothes when you go to Hogsmeade in a few days." Ron threw the green robe in his hand to Tom and said with a chuckle. After Tom Cat took the clothes, he put it on himself curiously. The size is just right, it's almost like it's made to measure. It picked up the wand it got last night, smiled and waved it twice at the cake on the plate. Immediately afterwards, the cake floated in midair and entered Tom Cat's mouth. It looks very good. Looking at Tom Cat eating the cake with the floating charm, the silver fork in Hermione's hand paused for a moment. Why does she feel like she is not as good as a cat? Inside the main building of Hogwarts CCFF, Ron and the two strolled down the stairs leading to the bottom. And behind them, there is also Tom Cat holding two monster books of monsters. It was looking around curiously at the interior of the castle. This can much more luxurious than its previous owner's house. When he walked out of the castle gate, a frigid wind struck instantly, causing Tom Cat to wrap his Slytherin robes tightly. "Hey Ron, look this way." As soon as the cheering came from a distance, it was George's voice. When Ron just turned his head, he found a fist-sized snowball flying towards him quickly. Playing snowballs? A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, followed by a crisp snap of his fingers. The next moment, the snowball flew back at a faster speed. He directly hit Fred, who was watching a good show. "It wasn't you who I attacked." Fred patted the snow on his red hair and muttered to himself a little helplessly. And George was still smiling heartlessly. After Ron and the others came over, Fred suddenly froze. "Is the one behind you a cat?" He pointed to Tom Cat who was following behind the two and asked with some doubts. "Why does it look like a cat in a cartoon? Is this something new made by Ron?" "This is Tom, the pet and the housekeeper for me and Hermione." Ron raised his eyebrows and said softly, "In a way, Tom Cat does have the ability of a housekeeper. It seems that we will have to find a way to make it develop towards the steward in the future." Looking at the two red-haired wizards, Tom Cat hugged the two monster books in his arms, smiled and nodded at them. It was a greeting. "Pet?" George looked at Tom Cat curiously and said, "Is this the alchemy puppet you mentioned the other day?" "No, it's not, it's just a cat. It's just smarter," Ron said, looking back at Tom Cat. "Go, Tom Cat. Give them the whole life." After getting the order of his master, Tom immediately took out the wand in his arms. "I can even use a wand?" Fred exclaimed in disbelief. However, in the next instant, as the wand swayed gently, the surrounding snow instantly floated in midair and flew into the distance, clearing the positions of several people into an open space. Click the link to join the group chat, Fiction Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die4kz9x, blank, 698,92 Internal group, 2205.23,149 blank 698,925,850, float. Floating spell. No, when will a cat be able to use the spell? The twins were dumbfounded. I wish everyone a happy June 1st, although it is a day late. Chapter 279, Stop, That's Professor McGonagall. After saying goodbye to the shocked Weasley brothers, Ron was ready to go to Hagrid's cottage for this morning's class. That's the Fantastic Beasts Conservation class. The large birch forest is covered with snow, and the thin branches are slightly bent, and a pile of snow may fall at any time. Tom Cat was frantically dealing with the awakened monster book at this time. It didn't know where to find a string of ropes and tied the two books together. Meow! One of the monster books with its mouth open had bitten Tom Cat's finger hard, causing it to grin. Tom, touch their backs with your hands and you'll loosen them. Seeing Tom Cat and monster book getting angry, Hermione couldn't help but reminded with a smile. After what happened last night, the little witch also knows that this cat can understand human speech, so there is no problem in communication. It feels good to have such an obedient cat. Maybe it was earlier. After Ron and the others arrived at Hagrid's hut, there were not many people around the little wizard. And Hagrid, in moleskin, was fertilizing the giant pumpkins in front of his door, and the pumpkins were huge as if they could be used to make a pumpkin cart. Another day, you can ask Hagrid for a pumpkin to make a pumpkin cart. Ron couldn't help thinking. As time passed, the little wizards in class gradually arrived. Harry and Ron were also disheveled and arrived at Hagrid's cottage a few minutes before class, breathless. Goyle, Crab, do you know the Slytherin wizard next to Gerald? Malfoy leaned on a large rock and asked thoughtfully. You must know that in Slytherin Academy, the closest thing to Ron is him or him. Flint, the other little snakes have nothing to do with Lorne at all. There are so many people in front that I can't see clearly. Since the three of them are in a relatively back position, they don't see Tom's true face. And Harry, holding the monster book, saw the two good friends in the crowd at a glance, and trotted over with Ron. When did you get a cat? Just after walking in, he saw a cat wearing a Slytherin robe beside Ron. But why does this cat feel weird? Just last night. His name was Tom, and it was Hermione and I's pet cat. Ron shrugged and said, yes. Harry scratched his head, his emerald green eyes stared blankly at Tom Cat who greeted him. Can cats also walk on two legs? As the little wizards all arrived, Hagrid also led everyone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and continued to explain the animals that were not finished in the previous lesson. Originally, Hagrid wanted to pull the eight-eyed spider out, but since the hippogriff attacked Malfoy last time, he thought about it. He is much more cautious in class now than before. At least not to bring those dangerous animals out for the little wizards to touch. Hagrid's class has also become a bit boring. After class, Ron shook his head and said, compared with the current protection of magical animals course, he prefers the previous teaching method. Reading the contents of the textbook according to the script really makes people not interested in anything. Even Ron felt a little boring. By the way, should we visit the bar next time we go to Hogsmeade Village? Ron remembered something, and excitedly proposed to a few good friends. Bar. 3 broomsticks does not allow minors to enter. You should put away those crooked ideas. Before Ron could speak, Miss Hermione was the first to speak. Don't worry about that. With a confident smile on his face, Ron took out 2 bottles of potions from his pocket. Look, this is the age-enhancing potion I got from Fred and the others. After drinking it, it will increase your age. Forget it, you'd better go with Harry. Hermione shook her head and refused. Me and Ron are going to buy some clothes for Tom Cat. She didn't want to go to a noisy and chaotic bar. At that time, I might as well hang out with my boyfriend on the streets of Hogsmeade Village. Bring your pet Tom Cat along, by the way. Tom Cat, speaking of which, do you also bring it in the course taught by McGonagall? Interpunct flowers interpunct Harry hugged his monster book and turned his head to ask. He remembered that no one seemed to bring pets in Professor McGonagall's class. Professor McGonagall didn't say that pets are not allowed in class. Ron said with a chuckle. Since it didn't say it's not allowed, doesn't that mean it's allowed? After a simple lunch, I walked up the spiral staircase to the main building of Hogwarts. Inside the Transfiguration classroom, Ron and Hermione, as always, found a corner near the window. Through the bright windows, you can clearly see the snow outside. And Tom Cat was lying on the ground and couldn't help yawning. Zero the Slytherin robes on him were also a little messy. No way, Tom still belongs to cats after all. It seems that if you have time, you have to give it some cleaning spells. Just as Ron and Hermione were chatting and laughing, Tom Cat rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up at the entire classroom. It is now very curious about everything in this castle, especially the murals hanging on the walls. The characters in those paintings move and communicate. And at this moment, its eyes suddenly lit up. Following his gaze, he saw a tabby cat squatting gracefully on the podium, his eyes scanning the little wizard in the entire classroom. Many people found the figure of this tabby cat, so the voice of discussion in the classroom gradually decreased. After all, they have been at Hogwarts for 3 years. And everyone knows that the cat in front of them is Professor McGonagall's animagus form. But the next moment, everyone who noticed Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. I saw a big cat walking upright in a Slytherin robe and approached with red eyes. What does that cat want to do? A little witch couldn't help but exclaimed. And Ron and Hermione, who were chatting, were also attracted. Wait, Tom. Ron opened his pale blue eyes wide and stared at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Stop it, that's Professor McGonagall. He let out a loud cry of death. Chapter 280, You Can Try to Pursue Mrs. Norris. Ron doesn't know what a cat's estrus period is, because he didn't keep cats before adopting Tom. But when he saw his Tom Cat's eyes with red hearts, he leaned over to sniff the tabby cat's butt on the desk with his nose. He knew. It was over. Ooh, with a bleak scream, Professor McGonagall had already changed back into a human form, clenching his teeth and holding onto his hands. Grips Tom Cat's mouth. Its mouth was made of rubber, and it was pulled very long. It can be seen that Professor McGonagall has lost his temper, and is probably in a state of anger now. Mr. Geralt, is that your cat? Professor McGonagall dragged Tom Cat, who was still barking, turned his head and asked "Oh, 850, and in a hoarse and slightly serious voice. Although there was not much anger in her tone, Ron could feel that the always elegant Professor McGonagall was angry. To the professor, "It's my cat." Ron stood up and responded with a helpless expression. After all, this time it was indeed Tom's fault. What's wrong? Got to smell Professor McGonagall's ass after turning into a tabby. And as the owner of Tom Cat, he has no reason to refute. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but glance at Tom Cat, who was still screaming. It can only be said that it deserves it. Professor, this is the cat that the two of us raised together. And after recovering from the shock, Hermione also stood up quickly, ready to share some of the responsibilities for her boyfriend. I remember that I didn't seem to say that you can bring pets in class. Professor McGonagall looked at the young couple in front of her with half-squinted eyes, and said in a slightly serious voice. When Tom Cat was about to smell her just now, even she was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing since teaching at Hogwarts. But, just as Hermione opened her mouth to speak, she felt that her little hand was pulled twice by Ron, which only made her hold back what she wanted to say. Her smart little brain immediately reacted to Ron's meaning. Now is not the time to talk back to Professor McGonagall. You put this cat outside and pick it up after class. As Professor McGonagall's hand gradually tightened, followed by the swing of the wand, Tom Cat flew out of the window upside down. Directly plunged into the snowdrift, looking very embarrassed. Looking at Professor McGonagall's expressionless face, The two did not talk much. Tom's behavior can only be said to be self-inflicted. As the bell rang for the end of class, after the two of Ron walked out of the classroom, they also found Tom Cat lying at the door. With some snow on its blue fur, it looked very embarrassed. "That's a tabby cat that Professor McGonagall turned into. Remember to be honest next time you see her," Ron taught. "If you don't explain it in advance, I'm afraid Tom will go to Professor McGonagall again." After hearing Ron's words, Tom Cat nodded quickly, realized that he had understood. After it thought of the fierce old witch, its body couldn't help but tremble. That old woman was really scary, and the tabby cat she turned into was quite good-looking. After taking Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, they didn't need to use a time turner to go back in time since there were no electives overlapping. Using his wand to clear the snow on Tom's Slytherin robe, Ron brought his pet to the auditorium. "Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen Sirius in the past 2 days, and I don't know what he is doing with Lupin." Lorne and Hermione were walking in the corridor full of snow and wind. Behind them, Tom Cat was following him with short legs, as if he was afraid that he would not be able to see his two masters in the next moment. No way, after all, it just came to Hogwarts a few days ago, so it is naturally very dizzy for this gorgeous castle. At this moment, there was a humming sound from the corner in front, and a hunchback figure in a bastet had appeared in front of several people, and behind him, followed by a scrawny cat. It was Filch and his favorite cat, Mrs. Norris. "Good afternoon, Mr. Filch," Ron greeted politely. "Good afternoon, Mr. Geralt." Filch also grinned with a wrinkled smile after seeing the polite blonde wizard in front of him. His tone was a little cold, but Ron didn't care. After all, Filch is only interested in punishing wizards like them, and if he smiles at you and has a happy tone, there's a good chance you're going to be out of luck, like being locked up for a few days or cleaning the entire Hogwarts bathroom. This caused many little wizards to bypass Filch in panic after seeing Filch, for fear that they would be noticed by the watchdog. And Tom, who was following behind Lon, thought for a moment after seeing Mrs. Norris. He didn't directly approach him with red eyes like before. It was afraid of the skinny cat in front of him. It was conjured by another old witch. "It looks like Mr. Filch is in a good mood." Hermione blinked her brown eyes and said involuntarily as she watched Filch leave, "You must know that in the past, Filch never made a smile to them. Brothers Fred and George haven't had time to play pranks lately, probably because of this." 5.5, Ron guessed. Now the twins know how to study all kinds of interesting magic spells every day, and they don't have the intention to play pranks at all, and they seldom even go to night tours. "Tom, are you looking at Mrs. Norris?" Hermione patted Tom, who was still absent, and asked amusingly. Tom Cat's eyes were obviously staring at Mrs. Norris. "Mrs. Norris is not animagus, you may try to pursue her." The little witch couldn't help but urged her with words. "I don't know what Filch's expression will be when he sees that his Mrs. Norris is pregnant." Hermione couldn't help thinking, It's late, I just got back from the hospital. I'll start updating right away." Chapter 281, Professor Lupin's Anomaly. The candles were bright at night, and the inside of the grandly decorated auditorium was very warm. Compared with the windy and snowy weather outside, it was another world. On the Gryffindor table, Hermione was propping her cheek with a small hand, her brown eyes looking at Hogwarts, a history of the school, placed on the table, which recorded most of the secrets about this ancient castle. "Want to eat an apple?" Ron handed over a small piece of apple with a silver fork and chuckled to the little witch who was concentrating on it. "Thanks." Hermione opened her rosy mouth and bit the apple lightly. On the other side, Tom, who was wearing a Slytherin robe, was elegantly eating steak with a fork, and from time to time he took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that it is very comfortable. Neville and Ron, who were sitting opposite, were staring at the cat dumbfounded. The knives and forks in their hands fell on the plate and made a crisp sound. Can cats still eat like this? Is this really a cat? You tomcat, you're so special. Fred thought for a long time, and finally said this sentence in his mouth. He really couldn't think of any words to describe the elegant cat in front of him. It's just a little smarter than the other cats. Ron raised the corners of his mouth and answered with a shrug. As for whether anyone believes this sentence. Anyway, there is no other explanation. By the way, Harry, have you seen Sirius recently? He asked Harry, who was writing his potions treatise, turning his head sideways. Sirius? After hearing the name of his godfather, Harry thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I haven't seen him for 2 days. Maybe I'm still with Professor Lupin? Yes. Ron nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Sirius should have already told Lupin about the horse charm. Are you considering whether to join them? Hey, Tomcat, can you help me finish this homework? At this time, Ron's voice came from across the dining table. I saw Tomcat holding a thick notebook in his hand, looking at his mistress blankly. Ron knew the thick notebook because it was the vampire essay he lent to Ron. Tomcat won't help you with your homework, stop dreaming, Ron. Hermione couldn't help raising her head, frowning her beautiful eyebrows, and said. After hearing what the hostess said, Tom also nodded in agreement. Although it is a cat, it does not mean that it is a fool. What's more, Miss Hermione thought that Tomcat might be smarter than Ron and Harry combined. Didn't you say that Tomcat can do anything? Ron was lying on the table, staring blankly at the thick notes. Tomorrow morning, he has a defense against the dark arts class, which means he has to stay up late tonight to make up his homework. Okay, your homework is simply too easy compared to our exam. George patted his brother on the shoulder and said helplessly. Although there is still some time before the final exam, the two brothers are nervous because of a letter from Mrs. Weasley. Because the two of them had been busy researching various spells last semester, their grades plummeted. Mrs. Weasley's letter has made it clear that if they don't get outstanding results, the two of them will stop studying these things. She can't do this, you know that we pay for the travel expenses to Egypt. Fred also complained. But there is no way, in school they still have to obey their mother's words. After all, Mrs. Weasley is the master of the whole mess. After the dinner, several people walked out of the auditorium talking and laughing. The moment the door was just opened, the wild hunting snowstorm swept over in an instant, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. Oh, the damn weather. George couldn't help cursing. He stuffed all his exam materials into his robe to avoid getting wet. He finally bought all these materials from Percy, and that brother actually charged him 10 galleons. And at this moment, with the sound of a crisp finger snap, several people around could not feel the wind and snow blowing towards them for a moment. Thank you, Ron. Harry said with a sigh of relief. The glasses on his face had been blown crookedly. It's just a trifle. Ron waved his hand and said. After several days of alchemy technology, the magic ring on his hand has also strengthened a lot. It's enough to deal with a small snowstorm. The next morning. Today is a rare sunny day, and there are tiny snowflakes outside the window, which looks very unique. Nice. Inside the defense against the dark arts class. Okay, classmates. Professor Lupin said with a smile as he looked at the crowded classroom, let's get to know water monsters today. They are a kind of water devil that lives in lakes all over Britain and Ireland. 850 as the voice fell. He reached out and pulled away a wide green cloth placed in the center of the classroom, revealing a huge water tank inside. After seeing this water tank, all the little wizards couldn't help but widen their eyes, and even some timid little witches exclaimed, because in this water tank, there is a sickly little creature with sharp little horns. It makes funny faces, and constantly stretches its slender claws. It looks very scary." "Okay, yes. Does any wizard know what its scientific name is?" Lupin glanced at the group of little wizards, but when he saw the golden hair, his eyes paused slightly. "Their scientific name is Grindillo, and they exist in the Black Lake of the college." As soon as his words fell, he saw that Hermione had raised her hand high and replied softly, "Oh, it's still Miss Granger. 5 points for Gryffindor. Besides, how did you know that there was one in Black Lake?" Lupin asked with some doubts. "I once caught it with Ron." Hermione raised the corners of her mouth and said, "Is Gerald?" Lupin glanced at Ron standing beside Hermione, and his expression gradually became a little complicated. He remembered what Sirius had told him that night. Chapter 282 Happy Trading, Professor Lupin. Looking at the handsome blonde wizard in front of him, Lupin remembered what Sirius had said to him that night. "He has a way to remove the werewolf curse from you." That night, Lupin was completely stunned after hearing this. He knew that Sirius would not lie to himself. But under Sirius' hesitant expression, he said the request for this transaction. Let him go to Nocturne Alley during his vacation and find a Slytherin wizard named Tom. If nothing else, he will join that organization. This is the trade request to lift the werewolf curse. Tom of Nocturne Alley. Lupin subconsciously remembered the group of dark wizards who frequently appeared in the daily newspaper. They lived in the depths of Nocturne Alley. Could Sirius be talking about that organization? Professor Lupin? Hermione looked at Professor Lupin, who was dazed, and called him with some doubts. It was obvious that he was still popularizing this water monster just now. Why did he suddenly start to be stunned? "Ah, well said, Miss Granger." After regaining his senses, Professor Lupin quickly praised with a chuckle. He squeezed his hand and asked the little witch to sit down first. Then he set his eyes on the huge glass box behind him. The green Grindillo was constantly scratching the glass with his sharp claws, as if trying to escape. But obviously, this water tank is also specially made, and it is not something that claws can destroy at all. When the get out of class was about to end, Lupin raised his head and glanced at Ron, who was about to go to the library with Hermione. "That. Mr. Gerald, do you have time to come to my office after class?" After hesitating for a while, he asked in a somewhat complicated tone. After hearing Lupin's words, the corners of Ron's mouth, who had turned around, slowly rose. He was waiting for this sentence now. "Of course there is time, Professor!" exclamation. Ron touched the curly brown hair of the girl beside him and said softly, "You go to the library first. If I have time, I will find you later." "Huh?" Hermione nodded with a smile. Her brown curly hair tied into a high ponytail swayed along with it, and a strong scent of roses stirred his sense of smell. "HMM. It seems that I changed to a new shampoo last night." He looked at the little witch who had left and couldn't help thinking. Inside the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This office is still the same as Lockhart last semester, but the interior decoration style has changed a lot. Lockhart's portrait and all kinds of gorgeous items were all replaced by some unpretentious clothes and books, which looked a lot poor at first glance. As the office door closed with the wave of the wand, Ron looked at Lupin, who was wearing a white trench coat, with pale blue eyes. He could sense that Lupin in front of him was indeed a little strange. It seems that Sirius did tell him that. "Mr. Gerald, I heard from Sirius that you can cure the curse of werewolves." Lupin turned his head back with a complicated look, and said slightly trembling, "I can, Professor Lupin." Ron nodded and said, "But Sirius should have told you that if you want to eliminate the werewolf curse, you must agree to another condition." There was no concealment in his tone. After all, he allowed Lupin to know the existence of the horse charm. After hearing the answer he wanted to get in his heart, Lupin couldn't help but put his hand over his arm, and there were scars on his arm hidden under the pale sleeves. Those scars were all left over after he turned into a werewolf. Because he couldn't control his beast-like thinking at all, and it all started with the curse of the werewolf. Every night when the full moon is full, I hide under my desk in fear. It is to avoid the bright moonlight. Lupin didn't know how long it had been since he saw the full moon. The originally holy and bright moonlight, in his perception, became the most terrifying thing in the world. And now the blonde wizard in front of him actually said that he could completely remove the werewolf curse. Lupin held back his excitement, his lips trembling up and down, unable to utter a complete sentence. Or he didn't know what to say. Because that means he agreed to join Nocturnally's request. Professor Lupin, you should know that there are many homeless werewolves in Nocturnally, right? Ron looked at Lupin, who was shaking with excitement, and took a slow step forward. In his hands, he had taken down the horse charm on his chest. The charm was shining with pure white light, giving people a very warm feeling. The werewolves of Nocturnally. Lupin nodded. Of course he knew about the werewolves in Nocturnally, a group hated by wizards, not recognized by Dumbledore like him, and who could teach at Hogwarts. After all, werewolves like himself are still in the minority. Those werewolves, oh, maybe they should be called wizards, the werewolf curse on them is all gone. And the price is just to join Senior Tom's organization. Ron raised the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Did your organization do the attack on Malfoy Manor?" Lupin seemed to remember something and asked. "If there is no accident, they should have done it. It can be said that they did it under the guidance of Sirius. Sirius also joined that organization." Lupin looked at the blonde wizard, Kane Lees, in front of him with a complicated expression. He really didn't expect that Geralt, known as the genius of the Snake House, would actually be a person loose from a dark wizard organization. Thinking of the first time I met Geralt on the train, she was elegant, gentle, and a little witch who knew how to protect Gryffindor. She was not a Slytherin at all. Now Lupin can kind of understand why this gentle blonde wizard was assigned to Slytherin. Compared with Geralt, the other little snakes are really not worth mentioning. "So what are you thinking about?" Ron threw the horse charm in his hand, looked at Lupin with light blue eyes and said, "Professor Lupin? ... make a deal." After being silent for a while, Lupin gritted his teeth and said, "Nice transaction, Professor Lupin. One more chapter, go go." Chapter 283, Snape's Birthday, It's Coming. ... make a deal. After being silent for a while, Lupin gritted his teeth and said. In his tone, he made this decision as if he had made a great determination. He was really fed up with the days of hiding and being afraid all day long. Especially after thinking that after he became a werewolf, he would lose his mind and attack the people closest to him. This was the thing that frightened him the most. And there is an opportunity in front of me to free myself from the werewolf curse. He must seize it desperately. Even if it is to join the Dark Wizard organization in Nocturnally. "It's a pleasure to work with, Professor Lupin." Ron smiled and threw the horse charm in his hand to Lupin. The corners of his mouth turned up. There is no doubt about the strength of Professor Lupin, and the knowledge in his mind is also very sufficient. At least in the course of defense against the dark arts, he is the strongest professor among all generations. After all, there was a parallel trader Lockhart and a beheaded Quirrell. This spell is... With excitement, Lupin took the spell in midair. A few nights ago, Sirius explained to him the ability of this talisman, that is, to restore all external injuries, of course, including the werewolf's curse. Even Senior Tom's mastery of Nocturnally is largely due to this magical horse spell 850. Without this horse spell, Tom would probably still be stuck in the werewolf level in Nocturne Alley. Speaking of Senior Tom, Ron couldn't help but think of his pet Tomcat. During the holidays, I can ask Tomcat to help Senior Tom. Try to hold this horse talisman, it will automatically remove the werewolf curse from your body. Ron explained to him. It is good. Lupin held back his restless mood. He took a deep breath and clenched the spell with his trembling hands. The next moment, a white and warm light instantly enveloped his entire body. The scars caused by the werewolf on the body have also returned to their original skin. As the light gradually faded away, Lupin opened his eyes slowly, and he stared at his hands in a daze. I felt as if something was being expelled from my body. Try to look directly at the moon. Ron snapped his fingers, the curtains in the room were pulled up, and the whole room became pitch black, CCFF. Immediately afterwards, a bright moonlight projected from his wand into the air. Lupin dodged his eyes subconsciously, but after thinking that he had used the horse charm, he forbade the discomfort and fear and looked at the bright full moon. The moonlight was like soft silk, slowly falling on his face. No throbbing with that fear. Lupin slowly widened his eyes. He looked at the bright full moon in disbelief. This is the first time in my life that the moonlight is so beautiful. Am I really okay? He muttered to himself in a low voice. Congratulations, Professor Lupin, for recovering from a werewolf to a wizard. Ron walked over, patted his shoulder and smiled. Yes. I went from a werewolf to a wizard by the way, those scars. Thinking of the scars of self-inflicted scratches after he turned into a werewolf, Lupin hurriedly lifted his sleeves. The original hideous scars have disappeared, replaced by intact skin. Lupin took a deep breath, and after a long time, he set his eyes on the horse charm in his hand. Mr. Geralt, return this spell to you. Having said that, he returned the horse charm to Ron. This kind of magical spell is simply a miracle. I don't know which alchemist invented it. The corner of Lupin's mouth raised a relaxed smile, and he couldn't help thinking in his mind. With the lifting of the werewolf curse, he now feels that his body is better than ever, and his mood is also very happy and relaxed. It turns out that the werewolf curse can also be eradicated. Before that, it wasn't just him. All the werewolves thought that this damn curse would follow them for the rest of their lives. Get used to the moon. Actually, I really like the moonlight. Ron whispered beside him. In addition, I will write a letter to Senior Tom. You remember to go to Nocturne Alley to find him during the holidays. Clear. Lupin nodded after listening. The moment he knew that he was using the horse charm, he had already joined the Dark Wizards organization. However, there are still some doubts in his heart. For example, who established the Dark Wizard organization in Nocturne Alley, and who was that Senior Tom? Lupin didn't know all this information. Even his friend Sirius doesn't know much about it. It seems that I was busy during the holidays. Looking at the full moon in midair, Lupin couldn't help thinking in his mind. That's it, I have to go to the library to accompany my little girlfriend. After Ron finished speaking, he pushed open the door and left. The snow outside was still slowly falling, and he held the horse charm with a smile on his face. The result this time seems to be good, successfully pulling Professor Lupin into his side. So, what are you going to do next? It seems Professor Snape's birthday has been in the last few months. It seemed that Senior Tom had to be prepared in advance to dig a grave in Godric's Hollow. I don't know how the cooperation between Tom and Lockhart has been recently. Thinking of his other tool man, Ron thought while walking towards the library. I heard that Lockhart is about to start to squeeze into the top of the Ministry of Magic recently. It seems that it is necessary for Tom to help him. Mrs. Pince, good noon. Ron greeted the beautiful Mrs. Pince and walked to the corner of the library. He and Hermione generally chose corner positions to study. After seeing the little witch who was studying diligently in the corner, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The position of Minister of Magic, this dream is still very easy for Ron to achieve. After the completion, perhaps we can let Miss Granger change her dream. For example, how many more brothers? Snape's love line is about to open. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for flowers. Chapter 284, In Such a Cold Day, You Let Me Dig a Grave. Inside the library. Compared with the cold weather outside where the wind and snow are raging, it is still very warm here. When Ron came to the corner of the library, he saw the girl who was leaning on the wooden chair and writing and drawing with a feather pen. Beside her, there was a sleeping tomcat, which looked very warm. "I am coming." Ron walked over softly, touched her little head with his hand, and said softly. Pulling aside the empty chair beside him, he took a book from the bookshelf and sat down. "Hair will be messed up." Hermione raised the corners of her mouth and complained softly. "I'm helping you retie one," Ron said indifferently. Anyway, the first thing he does every morning when he wakes up is to help the sleepy Miss Granger make up a delicate hairstyle. Almost 2 years have passed, and the craftsmanship has become more and more proficient. Looking at the unknown biography in his hand, Ron looked around at the surrounding environment. "I don't know if it's been a long time since I've been to the library." He always felt that there were a lot of little wizards in the deserted place. Most of them were seniors. At the end of this semester, they are going to take the O.W.L exam, and Fred and the others seem to be taking this exam as well. After noticing Ron's gaze, Hermione blinked her smart eyes and explained to him gently. However, this kind of wizard rank exam is still relatively far away for them, at least they don't need to touch it now. Looking at the dense knowledge points in her notebook, the little witch feels that it is not easy to become the Minister of Magic. Studying is also a very tiring thing. Using the time changer almost every day can make anyone feel tired. The sky gradually became darker and later, and there were fewer and fewer little wizards studying hard in the library. "Do you want to go to the auditorium for dinner tonight, or do you want to go to the room of requirement, and I'll make it for you?" Ron looked at Miss Hermione, who stopped the quill. He also gently closed the book and asked with a light smile. "Go to the room of requirement." Hermione's brown eyes lit up, and she said the answer she wanted without hesitation. "If you can have alone time, why not be alone?" Row. Ron nodded, and then he woke up Tom, who was still sleeping beside him. "Let's go, Tom, it's time to go back to eat." After hearing the word eat, Tomcat instantly became energized, and he quickly carried the black school bag hanging on the chair. It was used by Miss Hermione to hold books. After walking out of the library, the cold wind outside instantly swept through his body. Hermione couldn't help wrapping her Gryffindor robes around her, and her brown curly hair was covered with a layer of pure white snow, looking like an elf in the snow. Ron couldn't help but slap the snowflakes off her hair, then snapped his fingers gently. With the surging blue magic power, the two people and the snowflakes in the sky were completely isolated from the two worlds. And Tomcat was holding his trembling body, staring at his two masters in a daze. How could you forget it? Inside the house upon request, Lorne placed a roasted turkey in the center of the table, with 2 foamy bottles of butterbeer on the side. The fire was burning slowly, and the flames warmed the cold room. And the shivering Tomcat was lying beside the fire with a happy face. With the end of a rich dinner, Ron sat at the wooden table, holding a quill, writing letters in elegant fonts. And Miss Granger had already changed her wet turtleneck sweater into a pink-hued bunny pajamas, and the amethyst earrings kept shaking with her movements. "Are you writing Professor Snape's potions class paper?" Hermione, who had already changed into her pajamas, approached slowly and asked curiously. The thesis has long been written, and I am going to send a letter to a friend in Knockturn Alley. Ron replied softly. That's right, he wants to send a letter to his friends in Knockturn Alley. To his most beloved senior Tom. Thinking about the next plan, the corner of Ron's mouth was slightly raised, and the quill in his hand was also writing non-stop. Hermione didn't bother him either, but sat quietly by the side, staring at his profile with her hands propped up. The current Ron has become more handsome than the first time we met 3 years ago. Looking at it, the little witch was dumbfounded. Sure enough, I won't get tired of looking at this face for a long time. As the quill ran out of ink, the letter was finished. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Ron put the letter in the envelope and placed it by the table. But after he turned his head, he was slightly stunned when he saw Hermione's appearance. "What's the matter? Is there something dirty on my face?" Saying that, he wiped his cheek with some doubts. "No. I just want to see you more." Hermione chuckled lightly, and her petite and lovely body slowly moved closer. "Just like you usually look at me." As the voice fell, her little head had come to Ron. Well, before Ron could react, he felt his breath stop. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl who subconsciously hugged the brown-eyed girl. Today's Miss Granger is very strange, but this feeling is not bad. Knockturn Alley. In a luxuriously decorated room. Tom rubbed the corners of his swollen eyes, looking at the snowy scene outside the window with his black eyes. He was a little dazed for a while. That bastard, Gerald, is not soft-hearted when it comes to squeezing people. Sleep only 4 hours a day and work the rest of the day. This kind of person should put a street light on him. Thinking of Gerald's smiling face, Tom sighed helplessly. He also thought about resisting. But this damn curse is too powerful, it can't be lifted by any means. Thinking that his soul could only be played with like this for the rest of his life, Tom was full of despair in his heart. Bang bang. At this moment, the wooden door was knocked. "Come in," Tom said in a calm tone. As the door opened, Morris walked in with a letter. "This is a letter from Mr. Gerald to you." "Gerald's letter to me?" Tom felt a chill in his heart. He knew that there was absolutely nothing good for Gerald to send him a letter. The letter sent last time asked him to find some good amethysts. "Understood, you go out first." He picked up the envelope on the table, opened it and glanced at the letter inside. After reading it, Tom's fist became hard. He knew that Gerald's letter was definitely not a good thing. On such a cold day, he actually asked me to dig a grave. Death. Chapter 285, Digging Lily Evans' Grave. Tom looked at the letter in his hand and clenched one hand tightly into a fist. He knew that Gerald sent a letter back, and there must be nothing good. The contents of the letter are very few. The first one is that a professor of defense against the dark arts will join them during the vacation. Tom didn't seem to care at all about this matter. He has quite a few dark wizards or Death Eaters who want to join him almost every day, and the other party is just a professor, so he is too surprised. What made him emotionally unstable was another content. Go to Godric's Hollow and dig other people's graves. On such a cold day, you asked me to dig other people's graves. You're really not a person, Gerald. Holding down the anger in his heart, Tom continued to read. He also had a rough guess that Ron, 853, asked him to dig the graves of the deceased. It is estimated that those people were also made into immortal puppets like him and Lockhart. I don't know that the lucky wizard will be resurrected by him. Tom muttered to himself in a low voice. However, His eyes froze immediately after seeing the location mark below and the name of the owner of the tomb. Godric's Hollow, Lily Evans, Potter. He was all too familiar with this name. Tom used to hear Ron tell him when he was a notebook that Voldemort failed when he met Harry, who was a baby at the time. And isn't the name in front of you Harry's mother? Geralt wants to bring this woman back to life? But what was the purpose of resurrecting her? Tom felt that his mind was getting more and more confused, and he simply burned the paper in front of him to ashes with a spell. Even if he couldn't figure it out, his body had to execute Ron's orders. No way, who made him just a tool man? Hogwarts. The snow that had been falling for 3 days and 3 nights in a row finally stopped, and the blue sky outside the window reflected the white sea of clouds, which made people feel a lot of joy at first glance. Although the snow has stopped, the cold weather has not changed. Every little wizard wrapped himself thickly, like a snowman. Inside the auditorium. Is it supposed to be a potions class this morning? As soon as Ron walked to the Gryffindor table, he saw Harry's frowning look at a glance. He couldn't help asking the little witch beside him. It was indeed Professor Snape's potions class in the morning. Hermione tucked her little head into the brown scarf, and she followed Ron's gaze to Harry. No need to guess, as long as the other party shows this expression, then the next class will definitely be Snape's class. No way, who told Harry to stop using potions now? Ron said, shaking his head involuntarily. Since the last time he was attacked by Malfoy, Harry hadn't used the Nangwakwan again, for fear of being targeted again. No, you don't know. Harry also heard the communication between the young couple. He raised his head and said a little depressed. The current Snape is even more vicious. He deducts 10 points from me for various reasons every day in class. There was some anger and despair in his tone. Obviously, Snape's persecution was not light. Why don't I remember that he deducted your points? Ron touched the tip of his nose and said with some doubts. Even Hermione, who was following him, shook her head. You two chat in the corner every day, how could you remember? Ron on the side said speechlessly. Since the last Screaming Shack incident, Snape has been staring at Harry almost every day, and as long as he shows up in potions class, it means that Gryffindor will be deducted more than 10 points. It's almost 9 o'clock, so let's go first. Hermione glanced at the watch in her hand at this time, then took Ron's hand and walked out of the warm auditorium. Let's go too. Harry let out a light breath and said helplessly. Anyway, Snape has to face it sooner or later, it's just a little later. No, I can't share a table with Harry today. I have to go somewhere else. Ron shuddered as he remembered Snape's cold eyes. He felt that if Butt stood in front of him, then it was very likely that he would change from the big spider to Snape. Sorry, my friend. Ron looked at Harry's dejected back and thought silently in his heart. In potions class. The basement that was originally gloomy and cold is even more bitingly cold in winter. Ron sat in the corner and took out 2 cauldrons. And Tomcat didn't come out today, but hid in the room of necessity and slept by the fire. No way, after all, it's just a pet. Although this pet knows more than Ron. With a crisp sound, the huge door was opened. Snape took great strides and walked to the podium with a gloomy face. Since he entered the classroom, his eyes have been locked on Harry with his head down. However, to Snape's surprise, the red-haired Weasley next to Harry had moved to the corner of the back row. Was with Neville. Seeing this, Snape couldn't help but sneer. Harry Potter, being betrayed by a friend doesn't feel so good. Let's start the class now, and put away your useless textbooks. With a slightly stiff voice, this potions class is about to start 5.5. Harry Potter, I remember saying in my first class, this class had just started, and Snape walked up to Harry and said, "Yin and Yang, the crucible is to be held with 2 hands. Are you ready to burn to death with 1 hand?" 10 points from Gryffindor. And Ron, who noticed Harry's side, couldn't help but patted his chest happily. "Fortunately, I didn't pass today." Ron in the corner raised his head and looked at Snape, who was looking for trouble in the distance, and then looked down at the cauldron he was holding in 1 hand. Did he say this in the first class? He couldn't help asking the little witch. One more chapter. Chapter 286, Harry, my roommate wants to green me. Ron. Harry held his crucible, his emerald green eyes staring at his good friend. I'm because you listened to my explanation," Ron said in a panic. "You know, if the 2 of us stay together, Gryffindor will deduct more than 10 points. He quickly explained. Harry gritted his teeth. He always felt that Ron was lying. But the explanation he gave was very reasonable. Indeed, as long as the 2 of them were together, Snape would definitely deduct points along with Ron. Damn, why did Snape keep targeting? Harry was a little angrily thinking about it, and suddenly he was stunned. Because he remembered what Sirius once said. Severus was just a slug, and the 4 of them humiliated the slug by hanging it on a tree. At that time, Sirius spoke in the tone of a teaser. Harry fell silent at the thought of this. It seems Snape really did nothing wrong with him. "Hey, Harry, are you all right?" Seeing Harry, who was silent, Ron couldn't help but asked worriedly. Could it be that the blow he suffered in this class was too great? Next time in potions class, we 2 will continue to sit together. Ron hesitated for a while, then said through gritted teeth. Isn't it because he was deducted points? He couldn't believe that he could still break the negative scores of the previous semesters. Anyway, Gryffindor is now at the bottom of the list, so let's just let it go. At least Professor McGonagall won't say anything. It can only be said that he is used to it. Looking at the 2 little lions in front of them with their heads downcast, Ron chuckled lightly. If nothing else, this year's Academy Cup should still belong to Slytherin. Hurry up and have lunch. There's a nasty divination class in the afternoon. Holding her book in front of her, Hermione couldn't help urging. After so many classes, the little witch always felt that her choice of divination class was a mistake. Because Sybil Trelawney doesn't look like a professor at all, she looks like a crazy witch. Some of these predictions are not even as accurate as what my boyfriend said. Just like her roommate's little rabbit, Professor Trelawney's prediction was a day away from the time of his death, but Lorne's language was very consistent. When she has time for divination class, she might as well go ice skating with Ron in the Black Lake. She must withdraw from her course next semester. Hermione thought firmly. Ron had no problem with the divination class. After all, sometimes the old witch's prediction was quite accurate. Just like Harry and Ron. The prediction made by Professor Trelawney is still very reliable. Ron remembered his prophecy and muttered to himself in a low voice. His prophecy means that his friends will leave him and face the trial alone. Scabbers, who has been with him for many years, has indeed gone and entered Azkaban, where criminals are being held, and will be in court during the holidays. Go to trial. Thinking of the mouse, Ron's mood dropped visibly. He really could not have imagined that his mouse would turn out to be an ugly man. I heard that Minister Fudge also specially made a small cage for him to prevent him from using animagus. After all, the original Sirius escaped from Azkaban by relying on the animagus form. With the lessons learned, it is almost impossible for the people behind him to have this situation again. Hearing Ron's whisper, Harry was also a little nervous. He still remembered the prophecy about himself. That's Trelawney's warning: be careful of your friends, and watch out for those who like you are taken away by them. And now that Ron's prophecy has been verified, is the prophecy belonging to him? But who would like me? Harry scratched his head and said in confusion. Could it be Kujang? No, Kujang likes Cedric from Hufflepuff. Should we tell him what Ginny likes about him? Hermione, who was walking in front, pulled Lalorne's sleeve and whispered. Since Ginny entered school, Hermione has found that the little witch's eyes have been on Harry's body, whether it is eating or studying. As long as you have a little ick, you should. It's not hard to see that Ginny likes Harry. Even Fred and the others discovered that their sister was interested in Harry. However, the two brothers who have no experience in love, and Ginny's favorite object is Harry, so the two of them didn't care about their sister. I'm afraid now only Ron and Harry don't know. Thinking of this, Ron turned his head and glanced at the two people behind him. It's better to tell him. What, you? You mean Ginny likes me? 853 Inside the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Harry's half-eaten pumpkin pie fell on the plate with a crisp sound. He was staring at Hermione in disbelief. Even Ron on the side was stunned. Your own sister actually likes Harry? Aren't you kidding me? Harry asked blankly. He really couldn't imagine that shy little girl would actually like him. What, am I joking with you? Hermione took a sip of the milk in the cup and said speechlessly. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well think about how to avoid that prophecy. After all, Ginny has liked you since the beginning of school. But who among my friends likes Ginny? Hearing the prophecy, Harry, who had regained his senses, hurriedly asked. The friends around him are only those people, Ron, Neville, Wood. Wait, I remembered. At this time, Ron exclaimed angrily. Our roommate Dean Thomas, he once asked me for news about Ginny. It must be him, Harry. Chapter 287, That Mad Witch. All predictions are right. Dean Thomas. Thinking of that dark roommate asking him about what Ginny likes a few days ago, Ron couldn't help but yell. It must be him, Harry. Although he also had mixed feelings about Ginny's liking for his good friend, he remembered the prophecy of the Mad Witch. Forget it, it's better to like Harry than that guy Thomas. Dean. Harry opened his eyes and repeated in a low voice. They have been roommates for almost 3 years. The relationship between the two of them and Dean can't be said to be too familiar, but it is inevitable that they both know each other. I also heard recently that Dean seems to be courting Ginny. Hermione took a bite of the grapes that Ron handed over, blinked her eyes and said softly. Who did you listen to? Ron raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course it's Lee Jordan. Hermione raised the corners of her mouth and responded. Sure enough, it was him. Except for that guy, Lee Jordan, Ron couldn't think of anyone else who would spread such gossip. But I can't take care of Dean's pursuit of Ginny. Harry shook his head in distress and said in a complicated tone, after all, the person I like isn't Ginny. The prophecy only said that the people who liked him, not the people he liked. There is still a big difference between the two. If it was someone he liked, no matter what Harry said, he would find a way to solve it. Even if the final result is still a complete failure. Just like the fight between him and Cedric, which continues to this day. However, I heard that Cedric had met Kujang's parents, which made Harry feel depressed for a while. It seems that he and Kujang will not have any intersections, if Cedric is not surprised. Actually, Ginny is pretty good too, why don't you try to accept her feelings? Ron put the black tea in his hand on the table and looked at Harry with pale blue eyes. But I'm not sure if I like her. Harry raised his head to look at the ceiling, and said in a dazed tone. His first impression of Ginny was quite good. The other party also looked like a very shy little red-haired girl, and her appearance was also very good, at least in Ron's eyes. Ginny was better than Kujang. Phew. No way, maybe this is the difference in aesthetics. Aren't things like feelings meant to be cultivated? Ron looked at Miss Granger, who was drinking milk beside him, stroked her soft curly hair with his hand, and said with a chuckle, "That's right, Miss Rabbit." "Huh?" Hermione nodded her head in agreement. Even Ron, who was beside him, nodded hurriedly. Compared with Dean, he was more inclined to let Harry and Ginny be a couple. After all, he and Harry were good friends. As for Dean, who was in the same bedroom, he could only be regarded as an acquaintance at best. "Then let me try." Seeing the approval of several people, Harry hesitated for a while before agreeing. "Anyway, now Gu Jang, because Cedric can't catch up anymore, and Ginny looks pretty good, it's not unacceptable. Let's go, let's find Ginny now." Seeing Harry agree, Ron pulled him out of the auditorium with some excitement. There were still half-eaten fried eggs and a few sips of juice left on the dining table. After a while, the house elves put away all these foods. I didn't expect that Professor Trelawney's prediction for the two of them, almost all correct. Hermione looked at the already gone looking at the two backs of the auditorium. He sighed softly. If it hadn't been for them not telling Harry Ginny that he liked him, the prophecy about him would have been fulfilled long ago. It seems that the crazy witch is really capable. After all, Professor Trelawney is a descendant of Cassandra Trelawney, and some talents are said to be in the past. Ron remembered the news he had chatted with from Professor Flitwick, and joked with a chuckle. Otherwise Dumbledore wouldn't have raised her for so long. It always feels like Professor Trelawney in your mouth is like a pet kept by Dumbledore. Hermione said with a smile. It's true. Ron shrugged in answer. If it wasn't for that mad witch who really had some ability, she would have been fired by Dumbledore long ago, or just find a centaurus from the Forbidden Forest to replace her. When he walked out of the warm auditorium, he was greeted by bright sunshine and a slightly cold breeze. Hermione was wearing beige boots, leaving small footprints one after another on the white snow, looking very happy. And Ron followed behind her with a smile, a pair of pale blue eyes staring at the snow-like castle in front of him. At this time, Hogwarts was like a castle in a fairy tale. You can't see such a beautiful scene in London. Ron, this way." A melodious voice called to him from a distance. When Ron looked up, he saw Miss Granger standing happily on the Black Lake, waving at him with a pair of little red hands that were frozen. "Coming." Ron responded with a laugh. The original Black Lake surface was now covered with a thick layer of ice and covered with a layer of pure white snowflakes. There are, Kane Li Xiao, quite a few little wizards who go skiing on it together, or play snowball fights with fist-sized snowballs. Ron even saw Cedric and his Yin Yuan girlfriend Gu Jang the two were walking on the ice, talking and laughing, looking very warm. Fortunately, Harry didn't come, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to eat for several days. Walking to the girl's side, he looked at those little ruddy hands and couldn't help holding them. "This weather is not suitable for going out without gloves. Let me keep you warm." Ron squeezed her soft and cold little hands, and said with the corners of his mouth raised. Looking at the handsome blonde wizard in front of her, Hermione nodded with a smile, then buried her little head in Lorne's Slytherin robe. Her cheeks turned a little red, and she didn't know if she was cold or shy. Chapter 288, Tom, here is a piano piece, to Alice. The stars twinkled at night, and the black veil once again enveloped the afterglow of the setting sun. 2 cups of hot black tea, please. Ron looked at the 2 empty golden cups in front of him and said softly. Then, his eyes turned to Harry, who was bowing his head in silence, and the little red-haired witch beside him. Ginny seemed to have noticed Ron's gaze. She raised her head and smiled lightly, looking in a very good mood. "Look, I said Harry and Ginny could do it." Ron threw a strange flavored bean into his mouth, and the thick chocolate flavor filled his mouth, which made him raise the corners of his mouth happily. With the help of his good friend, Harry finally took the lead in attacking his sister. Thinking of Dean's stunned expression after returning to the dormitory, Ron felt very happy. Yes. Ron handed Hermione a cup of hot tea and looked at Harry on the opposite side thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Harry really went to watch Binny. Looking at the results, it was an unexpected success. When you go to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow, I suggest you to go to the tea house and have a good time. It's full of young lovers. Ron seemed to have thought of something and said to Ginny and Harry. Ginny hasn't reached 3rd grade yet, she can't get out of Hogwarts at all. Hermione held her cute profile face and said speechlessly. Who stipulated that you can't go out until you reach the 3rd grade? Isn't there a secret way? Ron said disapprovingly. And Harry can't go out without a signature. It's better to walk the secret road with Ginny tomorrow. Sorry Ron, I have a signature on my paper. Hearing these words, Harry raised his juice-drinking head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out a responsibility note from his Gryffindor robe, and the name on it was his godfather, Sirius Black. In other words, he will be able to go to Hogsmeade Village normally from tomorrow. I heard that Ginny accepted Harry's confession. Guys, is this true? At this time, a smiling voice came from the side. After Ginny heard this familiar voice, she couldn't help but glared at her brother with a blushing face. Where did you hear that? Ron looked at Fred and George who were approaching, and asked subconsciously, isn't it also from Lee Jordan? It's just that when Harry confessed, Lee Jordan happened to see it nearby. Fred smiled and defended his good friend. That's such a coincidence. For his nonsense, Ron remained skeptical. By the way, when I go to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow, wait, do you want to party at 3 Broomsticks? George looked at the people around him and suggested with a smile. Of course, if you want to be lively, I can also call Cedric, Lee Jordan, and Wood. I have no opinion. Ron said indifferently. I do not have either. Hermione is naturally the same option as Ron. Will Cedric go too? Harry muttered softly. Since Cedric is also going, does that mean that Kujang is also going? I also have no opinion. Harry glanced at Ginny beside him, and said while holding back his excitement. Damn, I still can't forget Kujang. Then come on Ginny, the route on this paper is the secret passage to Honeydew. Fred handed her a piece of paper and reminded kindly, remember not to be caught by Filch. The 2 of us won't save you. Got it. Ginny took the note angrily. After chatting for a while, Ron left with Hermione. The 2 of them have to go and bring some dinner for Tom Cat. After all, it is also a pet that he keeps, so try not to let it starve. The corner of the 8th floor of Hogwarts. After Ron walked back and forth in front of the portrait 3 times, CCFF, a smooth door on the opposite wall opened. After walking into the room of requirement, Hermione's brown eyes instantly saw Tom Cat leaning on the chair to read a magazine. Can it understand? The girl opened her eyes wide and murmured softly. Originally, she thought she knew this cat very well, but she didn't expect to bring all kinds of shocks every day. And Tom Cat immediately put down the magazine in his hand and jumped off the chair after seeing his owner come back. Come on, here's your food. Ron handed the sandwich in his hand to the Tom Cat who was approaching, and then touched its soft fur with his hand. There is a party tomorrow, do you want to go with me? He looked at Tom Cat who was eating a sandwich with one hand, and asked with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Hearing his master's invitation, Tom Cat wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth and nodded quickly. Reunion? It's not that there are a lot of delicious things to eat. The first sunlight pierced through the night, and light snow fell again in the sky. Hogsmeade Village. You guys go to the 3 Broomsticks first to open a room, and the 2 of us go to the Honeydew to pick up Harry and Ginny first. Fred looked at the crowd of little wizards in front of him, and after he finished speaking, he took George away. It looks like we have all the 4 academies together. Cedric looked back and couldn't help laughing. Lorne of Slytherin, Cho Chang of Ravenclaw, and his own Hufflepuff. The rest are all lion cubs. It seems that this party will be very lively. Wood shrugged. They have known each other for almost 2 years, and they met Cedric at Fred's shop. This cat you raised is so strange. Following the crowd, Quidditch couldn't help but said to Hermione. It was the first time she saw a cat that could walk on 2 legs. I think so. Hermione nodded in agreement. 3 broomsticks. Generally, minors are not allowed to come in here, but with Cedric and the others covering, Ron and Hermione easily got in. Looking at the large room, Ron thought about it and used his wand to turn the small chair beside him into a piano. Before Fred and the others come, we might as well listen to some music. Ron said with a chuckle. You can still play the piano? Cedric said in surprise. Even Hermione blinked curiously. How could she not know that Ron could play the piano? No, I won't. Tom, give them a piano piece, to Alice. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Ron touched Tom's head and said, Chapter 289, Lily definitely doesn't want you to be abused by the Dursleys. Tom, give them a piano piece, to Alice. Ron looked at Tomcat beside him and said. After hearing his words, all the people present showed surprise. You let a cat play the piano? Can your cat still play the piano? Quidditch asked Hermione next to him in disbelief. No. It should be possible, right? Hermione was also a little confused, although she knew that the cat in front of her knew a lot, and even read magazines and newspapers by herself. But she really didn't know that this cat could play the piano. But since Ron has said so, then this impossible thing is very likely to be true. How is it possible to let a cat play the piano? Lee Jordan looked at Tomcat, who had already walked towards the piano, shook his head and said. It's just whimsical unless it's a piano-savvy animagus. As for the transformation spell of animagus, after the incident of Peter Pettigrew, it has been thoroughly circulated in various daily newspapers. And the Ministry of Magic also has a greater punishment for illegal animagus. However, under their shocked gaze, Tomcat sat in front of the piano confidently. The 2 paws hit the piano, making a pleasant sound. It can't really be animagus, can it? Cedric muttered, dumbfounded. As the movements of the 2 cat claws on the piano became faster and faster, the corner of Ron's mouth also raised a smile. As expected, except for the mouse named Jerry, he is almost an almighty Tomcat. At least this piano piece was played by him, and he couldn't play it at all unless he used a kaleidoscope to copy the movement. Hey, look who we brought back. Just as the piano was playing methodically, Fred's voice came in from outside the door. As the wooden door was opened, he led Harry and Ron into the small room. Does the 3 broomsticks still offer piano playing? Why didn't I know that before? Listening to the soft piano sound, George scratched his head in incomprehension. Nice piano sound. Wait, is that a cat playing the piano? The figure of Sirius walked in from behind the crowd. After seeing the cat sitting in front of the piano, he immediately froze in place. The next moment, his eyes were half squinted. It seems that another wizard who is proficient in animagus is joking with us. No, Tomcat is our pet, it's not animagus. Hermione corrected softly. But I'm afraid even she herself doesn't believe it. After all, whose cat can play the piano and read the daily newspaper? Well. Long time no see, Miss Granger. Sirius greeted her first, then took out a wand from inside his wide trench coat, and pointed the tip at Tomcat, who was playing the piano. Whether it's animagus, you can find out with a spell. The voice fell, and a set of blue light was launched from the wand, hitting Tom, who was playing the piano, in the blink of an eye. With the disappearance of the piano music, Tomcat scratched his head suspiciously, but there was no change in his body. It turned to look at its owner, wondering what the situation is now. Keep playing the piano. Ron waved his hand and said. And Sirius, who was standing at the door, was stunned. Impossible, he clearly used the restoration spell. But why hasn't the cat in front of me changed? Sirius Black. An exclamation made him come back to his senses immediately. I saw a young man wearing a Hufflepuff robe, staring at him with a face full of surprise. Obviously, Cedric still doesn't know about Sirius and Harry's relationship. Okay, don't panic. Isn't it all said in the daily newspaper that Mr. Black is innocent? Fred looked at Cedric and explained quickly. You should read more about the latest Daily Prophet. It has explained everything about me clearly. Now you just need to know that I won't hurt you. Sirius explained with a helpless expression. Interpunct flowers interpunct Cedric hesitated for a while, then nodded. There is no way, after all, Sirius's wanted order has been on the headlines for almost half a year, and everyone will have a psychological shadow on him. Okay, do you want to drink something? Sirius listened to the soft piano music with a weird face, shook his head and asked them. Butter beer, mead, red currant rum, or violet water? Please bring me a glass of mead. Ron's pale blue eyes lit up and said softly to Sirius. Please bring Ron a glass of violet water. Miss Granger on the side said with a smile. Don't drink so many sweets. She leaned over and whispered in her little boyfriend's ear. Okay, everyone, wait a moment, I'll go get a drink from Miss Rosie Murta. Sirius leaned against the door, raised his eyebrows and said. The burning fire warmed the whole hut, and a group of people sat on 4 different sofas drinking various drinks and listening to the soft piano music in their ears. There are also scattered Hearthstone cards and a set of werewolf killing cards on the table in the middle. Ron drank the violet water in his hand and looked at the lively surroundings with his pale blue eyes. Sirius was playing werewolf with Cedric and the others. Because he and Hermione were too powerful, they became the referee. Maybe this is the trouble of having wisdom. Lupin probably won't like this game. Sirius, who was guessed by Fred to be a werewolf, muttered helplessly. By the way, Harry, how did you think about what I told you last time? I'm also going to take you to see a Quidditch match this holiday. Sirius took a sip of mead, looked at Harry beside him and asked. Of course, I've long wanted to leave the. Harry replied excitedly. That's right, you should have left that family long ago. Lily certainly doesn't want you to be abused by the Dursleys. Sirius grinned and said death. Chapter 290, Senior Tom sent you the ashes. After walking out of the Three Broomsticks bar, the thick fog had dissipated, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the clouds. On the streets of Hogsmeade Village. Ron looked at the sunset in the sky and narrowed his eyes subconsciously. I have to say that this retro-built wizard village is really beautiful under the scattered sunlight, giving people an urge to live here. Goodbye. We have to go to a clothing store for the rest of the time. There was a sound of farewell behind him, and Cedric left with Gujang. And Fred and the others were talking and laughing about today's game content. Sirius was still chatting with Harry about moving to his place for the holidays, and he seemed very happy. Hermione, who was carrying a small school bag, also came over and gently took his hand. What are you thinking about? 85-7, the little witch raised the corner of her mouth and asked curiously. No. It's nothing. Ron shook his head and glanced sideways at Hermione beside him. The brown curly hair was blown by the breeze, and the 2 amethysts on the small ears also swayed and shone under the setting sun, giving people a charming attraction. Ron, Let's go first. Harry, who was walking on the snow in the distance, called out to the young couple who were still chatting. They originally came to Hogsmeade Village through the secret road, so naturally they had to go back through the original road. Otherwise, Filch would definitely find a reason to keep them locked up in the basement for a few days. Do not doubt the eyesight and memory of that watchdog. Looking at Harry leaving, Ron also prepared to take Hermione to gather at the entrance of the village. Tomcat was holding a chicken leg in the back, and looked around curiously. It is the first time it has stepped out of Hogwarts since it came to this world. Back at Hogwarts, it was already evening. Ron and Hermione didn't go to dinner in the auditorium, but returned directly to the room of requirement. This little house has become the exclusive use of the two of them, because no one can find it. And even if they were found, the rooms that were opened according to their needs were not the same as theirs. After entering the cozy cottage, Hermione couldn't wait to take off her robe, revealing the turtleneck sweater underneath. Her Gryffindor robe was already soaked in snow, so it was hung on the hanger after a drying spell. Ron lit the fire, and Tom the cat also ran over and nested beside him in an instant. There's no cat that doesn't like warm places. Sitting on the soft sofa, Ron reached out and took out a thick book and notebook from the chenille space. Those are the alchemy notes that he compiled from scratch, which contains his understanding of alchemy and various methods. If he sells it, he will definitely make a lot of money. However, Lorne had no plans to become a best-selling author like Lockhart. And when Fred and the others opened the store for the holidays, Gallion hadn't even reached out. After Hermione changed into her pajamas, she also took out a book from the bookshelf in the corner and made it across from him. The Origin of Black Magic. When did you become interested in black magic? After seeing the title of the book, Ron couldn't help but wonder. You must know that practicing black magic will more or less affect your mentality. When he was studying the 3 unforgivable mantras, he always had a negative emotion in his heart. So for Miss Hermione, it's better not to let her touch this kind of thing. Don't worry, I won't learn black magic. It seemed that Ron was worried, and Hermione showed a warm smile on the corner of her mouth. This book only introduces the origin of black magic, and there is no way of learning in it. After all, black magic is not accessible to everyone. Otherwise, the first-year wizards will kill Avada when they fight. Black magic. I'll teach you some counter-curses when I'm free. Ron seemed to have thought of something, and smiled at Hermione. Although it is said that he does not learn black magic, it is still necessary to master their counter-curses. Like a Clumency and Dementor. No one wants their private memories to be peeped by others, especially Ron. Looking at Miss Granger, who was quietly reading a book opposite, Ron put his face on one hand, smiled and looked at the cute girl with light blue eyes. Compared to 3 years ago, Miss Granger now looks better and better. Good morning, Harry, Ginny. Ron smiled lightly and said hello, then sat opposite the young couple. Since Harry's successful confession, Ron's figure seems to never appear from his side again. Poor Ron. His sister took his place that should belong to him. Please have a cup of chocolate, cow. You promised me that sweets are not allowed in the morning. Before Ron could speak, Miss Granger, who was beside him, squeezed his white cheeks with her little hands and reminded him. Then have a cup of black tea. Under Hermione's satisfied gaze, Ron shrugged and changed to black tea. At this time, Ron's figure also appeared in the auditorium. Harry, why didn't you call me when you left in the morning? Ron sat beside him breathlessly holding a book and couldn't help complaining. I'm sorry, because Ginny said she wanted to be together in the morning. Go for a walk by the Black Lake. I know, you can't get up that early. Harry took a bite of pumpkin pie and shook his head. Ron opened his mouth, but couldn't refute for a while. He really can't get up that early. It's all your fault, Ginny. Harry is my boyfriend, not your 5.5. Why do you blame me? Ginny wrinkled her little nose angrily. The owls are here. After watching the large group of owls flying in from the skylight, Hermione snapped her fingers with ease. The blue spell instantly swept those floating feathers to other places. How about it? My ring is good. Hermione showed off to Ron. Great. Ron replied with a smile. After the owls placed all the letters with their masters, they left the auditorium one after another. Ron looked at a small black bottle on his table. His eyes half squinted. After he opened the envelope on the side, the content on it was very brief. Converged into one sentence, that is, Senior Tom sent the ashes. Chapter 291, Tom, I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Looking at the small black bottle placed on the table, Ron calmly folded the letter in his hand and put it into the chenille space. Unexpectedly, Senior Tom's speed was quite fast. Within a week of writing to him, the other party mailed what Ron needed. He picked up the black bottle. His pale blue eyes half squinted, as if he was thinking about something. Now that Lily's ashes are also available, the next step is to find a living sacrifice. Ron, what's the little bottle in your hand? Before he could finish thinking, Harry's curious voice came from the opposite side. Several other people also sent curious eyes. This is an alchemy material. Ron hesitated for a while, and replied with a strange expression. After all, he couldn't tell Harry that it was your mother's ashes. Alchemy materials? Hermione glanced beside him, her brown eyes narrowed. This tone and the gesture of touching the tip of his nose. Ron is lying. At this moment, 22, she felt that her little hand was gently scratched, and when she raised her head, she saw that Ron was chuckling and making a sound. On the other hand, after hearing about the alchemy materials, Harry and the others on the opposite side lost their interest, and turned around to continue the topic just now. In their opinion, only Ron is interested in the obscure and incomprehensible thing of alchemy. Ron put the small black bottle in his hand into the chenille space, and took a light bite of the steak on the fork. Now that the ashes are in hand, the only thing missing is a living sacrifice. Obviously, this summoning ceremony cannot be held at Hogwarts. And speaking of live sacrifices, it's best to go to Senior Tom in Nocturne Alley. There should be quite a few Death Eaters or Dark Wizards there. Thinking of this, Ron turned his head and glanced at Miss Granger, who was drinking black tea. It seems that we have to be separated for a while tonight. Excellent happy spell, Gryffindor plus 10 points. Professor Flitwick looked at the confident brown curly-haired little witch in front of him, and praised her kindly as usual. Your current spell should be similar to Geralt's. Thinking of another proud student of his own, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but say. However, after thinking about the relationship between these two people, he chuckled lightly. This little couple is really... Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Hermione put down her wand and responded with a smile. Due to the spell class, Slytherin and Gryffindor are separated. So Ron didn't go with her, but went to the plant greenhouse on the lawn to study botany. After class was over, Hermione couldn't wait to run to the pure white snow, looking at the herb shed in the distance with her brown eyes. And behind her was the slow-moving tomcat, holding a thick book of Basics of Magic Spells in her hand. Obviously, it has now become a tool man. However, Tomcat is still very satisfied with his current treatment. Just by helping with books and playing a few pianos, you can get 3 meals of rich food and a warm environment. No matter how you think about it, it's a good deal. Much better than catching mice in a house full of mouse holes. At least there's no nemesis named Jerry here. Sorry, Professor Sprout always likes to delay. Let's loosen the soil of those plants. In those smarter brown eyes, Ron did not know when he had come to her side, and was wiping the soil on his hands with a white handkerchief. Pieces of wet mud stained the white and slender fingers. "There is no class this afternoon. Do you want to go to the Black Lake to play?" Ron thought for a while and asked Hermione. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't been to the Black Lake for a long time. When it was almost evening, Ron told Hermione that he had to be busy. The empathetic Hermione naturally nodded in agreement. In the bathroom on the third floor, as a smear of scarlet eyes appeared in the dark night, the twisted vortex in the next moment immediately swept him away. The figure sucked in. When Ron opened his eyes again, he was already in the dangerous Nocturne Alley. This place is the spatial coordinate he once set up during the vacation, and it is not far from Tom's stronghold. With cold eyes, Ron walked into a gorgeous wooden house. Bang bang. Under the leadership of Morris, he knocked on the door of the second floor. "Please come in." A slightly hoarse voice came from inside. After hearing this sound, Ron pushed the door directly and walked in. A pair of light blue eyes quickly saw Senior Tom, who was sitting at the desk and writing something with a feather pen. It has to be said that after the reincarnation of dirty soil, it is still very good to use it for work. Senior Tom in front of him is a typical example. "Long time no see, Senior Tom 860. Ron smiled and said hello. "Gerald?" The quill in Tom's hand paused slightly, then immediately raised his head. A pair of ink-like eyes stared fiercely at the uninvited guest in front of him. "Isn't he at Hogwarts? Why did you suddenly return to Nocturne Alley?" Tom remembered the letter he sent him last night, and there was a hint of understanding in his doubtful expression. "Is it because of that woman's ashes? I hope you can help me prepare a useless living sacrifice. After all, I can't find a suitable sacrifice to resurrect her at Hogwarts." Ron didn't hide his plans, but spoke directly to Tom. After all, Tom Riddle was reincarnated by his dirty soil, so his credibility is naturally much higher. "You want to resurrect Lily Potter? I really didn't think you had such a hobby. Your little witch would be very sad if she found out." Tom sneered. "Okay, let's hurry up and find a living sacrifice for me. My time is precious." Ron didn't mean to be angry when he heard Tom's sarcasm. The top priority now is to revive Lily first. Chapter 292, Should I Call You Evans or Potter? A living sacrifice. Tom restrained the sarcastic smile on his face, and glanced at the blonde wizard in front of him with black pupils. "You can just ask Morris to take you to the dungeon and pick one, where there are many Death Eaters and Dark Wizards." He didn't talk nonsense this time, he answered directly. "Reviving Lily Potter. I don't know what Gerald's use of resurrecting that woman is." Tom watched Ron's back leaving, and couldn't help but guess. Forget it, the people who were resurrected by him didn't end well anyway, so why think so much? "Morris took me to your dungeon here. Oh yes, by the way, let someone help me find a quieter house." As soon as Ron walked out of the door, he saw Morris, who was standing at the door waiting for an order, and he gave an order. Reviving a person is simply an easy task for him who has reincarnated from the filth. Although the resurrected person is not completely resurrected in a sense, but will become a puppet like the undead. But she's a lily anyway, so Professor Snape shouldn't dislike it, right? Thinking of Snape's expression after seeing the birthday present, Ron's mouth curled slightly involuntarily. Really looking forward to it. Walking into the dark dungeon, the damp environment and the stench in the air made him frown slightly. The prisoners here are all black wizards who refuse to join us, and most of them are on the wanted list. Morris walked in front with the oil lamp and explained to Ron, who was behind him. "Have you got a wanted warrant?" Ron turned his gaze to the shackled wizards in the corner. Some of their eyes were cold, some were godless. "How is the situation in Nocturne Alley now?" While looking at the dark wizards, he asked Morris softly. Although the voice was very light, it was very clear in the small and dark basement. Mr. Riddle has more than half of Nocturne Alley under our control, but you know, there are always some thorns here willing to jump out and resist. Like the owner of the Borg & Box store at 13B Nocturne Alley, the disgusting old wizard. Mr. Borgin. Hearing this familiar name, Ron subconsciously narrowed his eyes. That old guy was really capable of running a shop in Nocturne Alley for so many years. What's more, Senior Tom used to work there. I guess Tom also has his own plans. Hey, Feely, bring this wizard out. Morris shouted to a sturdy young man who was in charge of holding the key, and his finger also pointed to a panic-stricken old witch. This guy used to be a werewolf too. Of course his werewolf curse has been removed by Mr. Riddle. He opened his mouth and said "Turong," with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As Ophelia brought the old witch out, the sour smell on her body made Ron subconsciously take a step back. How long has it been locked up? This old witch used a potion. You don't need to explain so much. Now take her to the prepared room quickly. See, Morris is still open. When he spoke, Ron interrupted him directly. He didn't care what the old witch did, and now he just wanted to revive Lily quickly. Morris, go to the door and watch first, and don't open the door if you hear anything. Ron looked at the old witch who was struggling on the ground, turned sideways and said something to Morris. Yes, Mr. Geralt. Morris closed the door respectfully. With a bang, the whole cabin became pitch black, and no light could be seen. Fluorescent flashes. Ron picked up his wand and whispered a spell. The azure light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. The tired old witch on the ground had a horrified expression on her wrinkled face. You better sleep for a while. Ron shook his head, then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. When you wake up, you will find yourself younger, although the soul no longer belongs to you. With a crisp sound, the magic ring on the finger also emitted a dazzling light, and the stupefied pictured on it was cast. Seeing the witch who had passed out, Ron then took out a small black bottle from his divine power space. Inside was Harry's mother's ashes. It is also a necessity for this ceremony. Putting the small bottle by the old witch's side, Ron's hands also began to seal. Yin Zhu Chen, finally put your hands together. Reincarnated from the dirt. He whispered softly. As her hands clapped on the dusty wooden board, unknown runes also instantly appeared around the living sacrifice and spread to her body. The dust on the ground also wrapped the witch's body one after another. Success. Ron raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the extreme vision of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, he could clearly see that the other party's brown hair had turned crimson. As the dust gradually dissipated, the tall and thin figure also began to change from the inside to the outside. Time passed slowly, about 3 minutes. The wrapped dust has all dissipated, and the old witch who was originally ugly and dirty, Kincaid's, has been replaced by a beautiful woman. She has long dark red hair, pale white skin protruding from her wide sleeves, and her eyes are tightly closed on her delicate face, just like the Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale. However, for Ron, the woman in front of her is not as good looking as her own Miss Rabbit. Looking at Lily lying on the ground with her eyes closed, the corners of Ron's mouth twitched. The wand in his hand radiated a pure white light and was slightly aimed at the woman on the ground. A simple sober spell. Soon Lily opened her eyes in a daze, and those emerald green eyes looked around in confusion. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on. Should I call you Evans or Potter? Until this time, a smiling voice came to her ears. Chapter 293, Date photos of your son and Malfoy. Should I call you Evans or Potter? A smiling voice came to her ears. The confusion in Lily's emerald green eyes dissipated, and she quickly raised her head to look at the smiling, handsome blonde wizard standing in front of her. You. Who are you? Didn't I already die? Yes, although her mind was chaotic, Lily clearly remembered that she had died, in order to protect her newborn son Harry. But, why is she still alive? Lily's eyes that were exactly the same as Harry's looked very dull for a while. It's rude to pretend that you can't hear other people's questions. Ron looked at the woman in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This gentle and polite voice brought Lily back to her senses. She took a deep breath, and half sat on the ground with her arms propped up. The cold touch was very real, as if the scene before death was an illusion. This little gentleman, my name is Lily Potter. Lily pulled the shoulders of her clothes and asked softly, where is this place? Diagonal, 816 Nocturne Alley. Ron glanced at the large robe on her body, and after thinking about it, he took out a set of Slytherin robes from his divine space and handed it to her. I suggest you change into this robe. After all, the dress on your body is still too big for you. Of course, if you like this, then treat it like I didn't say it. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the white skin exposed on Lily's other shoulder, and couldn't help saying softly, thanks. Lily hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the robe. The green-bottomed robe reflected in her emerald green eyes. Are you a Slytherin wizard? She raised her head and asked. Obvious, isn't it? Ron raised his sleeve, which also had Slytherin's little snake logo on it. Is the blonde wizard in front of you a Slytherin? Lily looked at the green robe in her hand, gritted her teeth, and put it on her body. Although she didn't want to wear this robe, she didn't want her white skin to be cold wind blows. CCFF. Not to mention that there is a handsome polite wizard in front of him. Looking at Lily who was wearing his robe, Ron suppressed his smile and gave her a chair with a floating spell from the side. It's not that Lily, who has just been resurrected, is sitting on the cold floor like this. You know, this is a gift to Professor Snape. Lily thanked her, then sat on the chair, looking at her surroundings. In the pitch-dark environment, only the magic wand that was hanging upside down and shining in the air could be seen. The surrounding floor was covered with dust, and it looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time. Until now, Lily still felt a little confused in her mind. Why is this? Why is she still sitting here intact, James, and her own son Harry? There were so many questions, Lily didn't even know how to ask. I know you have a lot of doubts. Why don't you have a cup of black tea first? Let's talk slowly. Saying that, Ron took out a cup of hot black tea from the Shenway space and put it in front of her. Lily glanced at the blonde wizard sitting opposite, and after hesitating for a while, she picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. The strong smell of black tea filled her mouth. First of all, let's talk about the first thing. Congratulations on being resurrected and returning to this world. BFFT. As soon as Ron said his words, he saw Lily spit out the black tea in her mouth. Cough cough, you. What did you say? Lily opened her eyes wide, looked at him in horror and asked loudly. There was still the mark of black tea on the corner of her mouth, and Ron handed her a handkerchief upon seeing this. It literally means, you have been resurrected by me now. Ron looked at the unbelievable woman in front of him and replied with a chuckle. Have you mastered the magic spell that can bring the dead back to life? Lily said in disbelief. My Merlin, the wizard in front of me actually said she was resurrected. She would rather believe that the scene of her death was hypnotized by Voldemort. Okay, don't be so excited. Your son Harry Potter, who finally defeated Voldemort, and I'm his classmate, and of course, we're best friends. Saying that, Ron handed her a few photos in his hand. If you weren't face blind, you would recognize that he looks a lot like his father. Of course, his eyes are very similar to yours. Hearing these words, Lily was stunned for a while, and then took the photos with trembling hands. Above is a photo of a young boy with glasses and several other people. There are snowball fights, selling props, playing werewolf, Quidditch matches. She recognized it. That little boy with glasses and scars is her newborn child Harry. Because the face is exactly the same as James's, and the emerald green eyes are very similar to hers. He my son Harry? Lily opened her eyes wide, and there were already glittering tears in her eyes. Is she really resurrected? Thinking of this absurd thing, Lily couldn't help but set her eyes on the little wizard opposite. She also saw the blonde wizard in those photos, who was chatting and laughing with Harry, and was still at the Gryffindor table. But when she saw the last one, Lily was stunned. Because this picture is so strange that there is no son Harry at all. That photo looks like a young couple in love. The girl had emerald green eyes and long hair, and touching her lips was a Slytherin wizard with pale blonde hair. What is this photo? Lily felt that the more she looked at the little girl, the more familiar she looked. Why did she look so much like when she was a child? Oh, this one. I took a photo of your son's date with Malfoy. As soon as Ron's words were finished, Lily was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 294, Madam, you don't want Harry to be bullied? You mean, this little girl is Harry? Lily looked at the little girl in the photo. Her hand holding the photo was still shaking slightly. How is this possible? My own son. How could it possibly be with the little wizard of the Malfoy family? She no longer dared to think about it. How did Harry become like this after so many years? Where does Harry live now? Lily suddenly remembered something, raised her head quickly and asked, "Are you following Sirius Liv?" She remembered that she and James had already agreed that when they died, Harry's responsibility would be Sirius Black. Sirius? Ron shook his head and responded. He's been living in the Dursleys' stair compartment. After hesitating for a while, he told the mother in front of him the real situation he knew. In the compartment of the stairs? Lily blinked her emerald green eyes, and the tears in them finally couldn't help falling. They can't treat Harry like this, that's my own sister. She murmured in a low voice. What about Sirius Black, where did he go? It's a pity that Sirius was mistaken for the murderer who killed you, and was caught in Azkaban, was locked up for 12 years. Ron said, took out a newspaper and handed it to her. Fortunately, he just escaped not long ago. Lily picked up the Daily Prophet, and the headline on it was Sirius's hideous wanted notice. How come Sirius wouldn't do such a thing? You're right, Sirius really didn't do this, because Peter Pettigrew was caught a few days ago, and he was the murderer who betrayed you. Ron looked at the table wet with tears and explained softly. Peter Pettigrew, how much has happened in the years since she died? Looking at the photo of her son and Malfoy in the photo, Lily couldn't help trembling in her heart. Even her son doesn't know how much suffering he has endured in the past 10 years. Penny Dursley. Lily gritted her teeth and whispered her sister's name. She didn't expect her sister to be so heartless, and she had a small quarrel with Snape because of Penny when she was a child. But she just treated Harry like that. No. I'm going to see my son. Lily raised her head and looked resolutely at the blonde wizard in front of her with tearful eyes. Although she didn't know what purpose the other party had in resurrecting her, she knew that she had to see her son, even from a distance. Don't worry, Mom, I believe I will have that time. Ron shook his head and whispered softly. Harry is doing very well now, and he's going to move in with Sirius this holiday, to watch a Quidditch match by the way. As the words fell, Lily also knew that the blonde wizard in front of her would not let herself go to see Harry, at least not now. She also never imagined that she could escape from here, that she could use the magic spell to resurrect the dead, and at least she was a magic spell master. Lily still understands her own strength. What time did you say that? Lily wiped the teardrops from the tip of her nose and asked. Come on, if there are no accidents, There are still 4 or 5 days. Ron shrugged and replied. Snape's birthday was indeed approaching, and he remembered it firmly. Really looking forward to Snape's expression when he sees your face. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this chuckle, Lily turned her attention to him. She could feel the malicious interest in this laughter, like a child preparing to play a prank. Thinking of this, she couldn't help wrapping her Slytherin robe tightly. The clothes she once hated so much turned out to be the only thing on her body that could cover her body. Lily looked at the green robe, and a figure subconsciously appeared in her mind. That used to be her childhood best friend, but it had long since fallen apart, the moment he said Mudblood. What's your purpose of resurrecting me? Her voice was very soft, but there was still some hoarseness in it. Purpose. Interpunct flowers interpunct The purpose, of course, was to give Snape a birthday present. Ron touched the tip of his nose, thought for a moment, and didn't hide it any longer. I'm actually going to give you as a gift to others. You know there will always be people who are interested in immortality. Ron said half-truths. It was true to give as a gift, but Snape was definitely not interested in immortality, but Lily herself. Take me as a gift to others. Lily opened her eyes wide. The tears in her eyes dissipated, leaving only 2 tears on her delicate face. It turned out that she was resurrected just for this kind of thing. Are you actually taking her as a gift? What a joke. Impossible. I'd rather die again than be given to others by you as a gift. Lily couldn't help shouting in a hoarse voice. Die? Don't be stupid, Mom, since I can resurrect you. I will naturally have a way to control you. Not to mention that your body is now immortal. Saying that, Ron snapped his fingers gently. The next moment, the wand floating in the air instantly turned into a sharp long sword, piercing her chest fiercely. Lily closed her eyes subconsciously, but there was no pain in her chest. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that her chest was recovering like shreds of paper. Have you seen it? This is the undead body. Furthermore, you can't resist my order at all right now. For example, if I ask you to kill Harry, your body will execute it without hesitation. Ron said with a chuckle. Mom, you don't want Harry to be bullied by others at school, do you? Hearing this, Lily raised her head and looked at him fiercely with a pair of emerald green eyes. She is not stupid. She can naturally understand the meaning of this sentence. You understand what I mean, so what's your answer? Ron turned the long sword into a wand again, and hung it high in the air as an electric light. I agree. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to sit in front of the computer at 6 o'clock and write, and make a small oath. I don't know whether the Tao can succeed or not. It is indeed too late these days, and I dislike it myself. Death. Chapter 295, The Gifts Are Ready. I agree. After hearing Ron's last words, Lily gritted her teeth and nodded lightly, her head lowered weakly, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Since she was resurrected, she knew that the blonde wizard in front of her must have a purpose. But it was obvious that the other party's purpose was beyond her understanding. Was it taken as a gift for research? You are really a demon who plays with your soul. Lily looked at him with dull green eyes and whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, it really is a Slytherin wizard. A demon who plays with the soul? Why did he hear this sentence a long time ago? It seems that Lockhart and Senior Tom said something similar. Thank you for the compliment, Mrs. Lily. Ron chuckled indifferently and said, 860. He has always been very tolerant towards the dead, not to mention that the other party is not too harsh and insulting. Who are you going to give me to? Lily raised her head and asked. Her tone was also slightly trembling, proving that she was not at peace. Of course, Severus Snape. However, the name still can't be said. After all, this is also a surprise. Well, it is likely to be a shock to Lily. A professor, but I can't tell you his name at the moment. Ron replied vaguely. Professor? Is he a professor at Hogwarts? Lily immediately grasped the point and asked. That's right. Ron nodded with a smile, and drank the black tea in the cup. Hogwarts, the current headmaster is still Dumbledore. Lily seemed to be thinking of something and asked quickly. She didn't know how many years she had been dead, but when she saw Harry in the photo, at least 12 years had passed. Because the entry age for Hogwarts is 12. Headmaster Dumbledore is still in office. Ron replied softly. I really don't know how he put you and the professor into Hogwarts. It seems that he is getting more and more confused. Got a positive answer, Lily couldn't help but sarcastically said. Okay, Mom, stop asking useless things. Before Lily could say her next question, Ron interrupted her directly after glancing at the watch he took out from the space. The time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning without knowing it. If I keep being asked like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the question by 9 in the morning. You know, I have another potions class this morning. When Ron talked about the potions class, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A pair of light blue studies also looked at the silent Mrs. Potter with a smile. I was really looking forward to the time when the other party changed her name to Lily Snape. So, you should hurry up and sleep for a while now. When you open your eyes again, all your questions are to ask that person. He will probably be happy to tell you all. Ron said, the wand in midair returned to his hand under the guidance of the floating spell. You know, Snape can do anything for you. Looking at the wand that shone with dazzling light, Lily immediately realized what the other party was going to do. She bit her lip and didn't choose to resist. After all, if what the blonde wizard said was true, her body at this time might have become a puppet belonging to him. Thinking of her son Harry, Lily finally chose to compromise. Wise choice. Harry's wisdom doesn't seem to be inherited from you. Thinking of Harry's character of dying every day, Ron couldn't help but sigh. Does he have a similar character to James? Lily asked subconsciously. I can't answer you this question, because I haven't met Mr. James, but a professor said that Harry has the same disgusting personality as his father. Ron shrugged and said. That professor is? Lily wanted to ask another question, but halfway through what she said, she collapsed on the table weakly. Those emerald green eyes closed tightly. Ron looked at Lily, who had fallen asleep, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Some questions, you'd better save them to ask Snape. He doesn't have so much time to answer questions. Morris. Ron stood up and shouted at the door. The next moment, the door was slammed open, and Morris wearing a black hood walked in. Mr. Geralt, what's the matter? Morris paused slightly after seeing the woman lying on the table. What happened? Where did the old and ugly old witch just now go? Look for a bigger gift box, the kind that can fit the woman in front of you. By the way, grab some ribbons to decorate the lady. Ron looked at Morris in a daze and said softly. As a gift, it is natural to have the appearance of a gift. By the way, she doesn't need to take off her Slytherin robes. Hearing these words, Morris stood there with his eyes wide open. What is this for? What's the matter? Do you have any questions? Ron looked at Morris, who was stunned in place, and couldn't help asking in doubt. No problem, Mr. Geralt. After regaining his senses, Morris shook his head quickly, and set his eyes on the woman in front of him. Then he walked out of the room with a complicated look, ready to find gift boxes and ribbons. And Ron came to Senior Tom's office 5.5 and found a random place to chat with him. About half an hour later, Morris knocked on the door with the packaged gifts. "Come in," Senior Tom said with a headache. He really didn't want to stay in the same room as Ron, it was just torture. "Mr. Geralt, the gift you asked for is ready." Morris used his wand to place the huge gift box behind him on the floor. "Good." Ron looked at the delicate gift and nodded with satisfaction. "Is that woman in this box?" Tom glanced at the satisfied blonde wizard with black eyes. "Geralt, you really have a bad interest." Cough. Waking up late. Chapter 296. Big gift box in the blizzard. Happy birthday, sir. "You really have a bad interest, Geralt." With the help of the bright candle, Tom immediately guessed what was inside after seeing this gorgeous gift box. Lily Potter, the mother of the boy who survived, was also the woman who defeated Voldemort. Thinking of getting news from Ron when he was a diary, he couldn't help shaking his head. From Tom's point of view, his ick after becoming Voldemort may be a bit of a problem. Why do you have to kill that newborn boy by yourself? If you brought a few more Death Eaters, there would still be so many troublesome things. He wouldn't even be working here for Geralt like a slave. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, the quill in Senior Tom's hand was still planning the power plan for Nocturne Alley. Just like a dual person who is being squeezed. Bad interest? No, I'm just helping someone fulfill their wish. Ron shook his head and laughed when he heard this. He looked at the gorgeous big gift box with his pale blue eyes, and slowly aimed at it. Accompanied by the rotating scarlet scythe floating 20 times, the big gift box was sent into another dimension by a twisted vortex. Now that the gifts have been packed, it's time to leave Nocturne Alley. Remember to cooperate with Lockhart when you have time. His promotion rate is still too slow recently. Ron gave a soft command, and finally left the office under Tom's impatient gaze. Inside Hogwarts. Ron's figure appeared in front of the portrait on the 8th floor. His scarlet eyes were replaced by light blue. Hermione should have gone to bed by this time. He muttered to himself in a low voice, then walked back and forth in front of the portrait 3 times. Pushing open the clean door, Ron walked into the room of responsiveness. The roaring fire provides a soft glow to the dark room, and Tom the cat is sleeping in front of the fireplace. It seemed to hear something, and the cat's ears shook slightly. After Tom Cat looked up at the owner who came in, he lay down again as if nothing had happened. Ron hung the green Slytherin robe on the hanger, and looked at the big bed near the window with a pair of smart eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Under the bright moonlight, Miss Granger was soundly asleep. The light moonlight adorned her surroundings like a veil, looking like an elf in the dark night. Ron walked over slowly, trying not to wake the sleeping little witch. Looking at that cute sleeping face, he couldn't help pinching it gently with his hands. Soft and smooth. "Ron. Are you back?" Feeling the touch on her face, Hermione half opened her brown eyes in a daze, and at a glance she saw on who was admiring her through the moonlight. Maybe it was because she was still a little sleepy. Her voice sounded soft, as if she had no strength. "I couldn't help pinching it. Hurry up and go to sleep." Ron smiled and touched her brown curly hair and said softly. However, before he could react, Hermione's 2 small hands had already pulled him to the side of the bed. "Good night, Mr. Geralt," said a slightly smiling voice. "Good night, Miss Granger." Ron raised the corner of his mouth and responded. Quick, quick, I'm freezing to death. Why is it so cold today? It's winter. Braving the cold wind and snow, the little wizards walked from the auditorium to the main building of Hogwarts. Just as Ron and Hermione walked out of the door of the auditorium, a layer of white snowflakes instantly covered their blonde hair. Really? Why is the weather so cold recently? Hermione shrank her little head inside the scarf, and her Gryffindor robes were also wrapped around her body, revealing her petite and lovely figure. "No way, it's late winter now." Ron hugged her waist, and the other hand with a magic ring lightly he snapped his fingers lightly. The wind and snow outside seemed to have encountered a barrier, and they couldn't get close to the two of them at all. "It's almost 9 o'clock, let's go to the basement. I don't want to be deducted by Professor Snape." Hermione glanced at the watch in her hand and turned to Ron. After walking across the long bridge covered by snow, the two of them came to the basement after a while. Pushing the door and entering, the slightly warm environment made the little witch let out a sigh of relief. Although the basement is usually dark and cold, at this time there is really no wind and snow outside. It looks like there's a good chance there's going to be a blizzard tonight. In the corner, Hermione, who had just sat down, was like a kitten, rubbing against Ron's arms, as if it were warmer there. "After a few days, I'll find a way to add some magic spells to my clothes." Ron pinched the tip of her nose and said involuntarily. While the two were chatting, Professor Snape walked in despite the wind and snow. Seeing Snape's figure, Harry in the other corner of the classroom couldn't help shaking. Sure enough, he should have skipped class. Why did he come to Snape's potions class? Harry regretted not listening to Ron's advice in the dormitory. "Mr. Harry Potter, answer the solution to the love potion." Snape asked Harry with a thick nose. "Looks like Gryffindor is going to take another 10 points. Hermione supported her face with one hand, and said softly with some helplessness, "Gryffindor gets at least 10 points for taking Snape's potions class, and the 10 points definitely come from Harry. If nothing else happens this year, their Gryffindors are going to take the last place again thanks to Harry's efforts." Thinking of this, the tired Miss Granger sighed. "Can't we show her what the Academy Cup looks like?" The auditorium of 860 is decorated with Slytherin every day. After 3 years of watching it, I am tired of seeing it. Ron's eyes were on Snape thoughtfully. If she remembered correctly, today seemed to be his birthday. January 9. It seems that tonight he has to give gifts in the wind and snow. Hermione, go to the room of requirement first. I'll go to Professor Snape's place. After the dinner, Ron hugged the little witch gently at the entrance of the stairs. "You come back early." Hermione kissed him lightly on the cheek, then said with a small smile, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon this time." Watching Hermione leave, Ron restrained his smile, turned and walked into the stairs leading to the basement. The cold snowstorm was constantly raging, and he soon came to the door of Professor Snape's office. Looking at the heavy snow piled up in front of the door, Ron did not hesitate to take out the gift box in the shenway space and put it on the spot. By the way, he fixed it with a magic spell to prevent it from being blown away by the wind and snow. After all, Lily still looks quite thin. Putting the greeting card prepared in advance on the gift box, Ron's mouth showed an uncontrollable smile, and one hand gently knocked on the pattern door. He looked at the beautiful font on the greeting card, and in the end, the whole person turned into a vortex and disappeared into the wind and snow. Happy birthday, sir. Chapter 297, You Can't Be Lily Evans. Then the gift arrives. After Ron knocked on the pattern gate, he turned around and left in the snow. In the dark night, only one exquisite gift box was placed in front of the door motionless, and the beautiful ribbons on it were flying. In the underground office, the flickering candles floated in the air, illuminating the dark small room, and the slowly burning fireplace brought a touch of warmth in the cold snowy night. Snape sat upright at the desk, with a pair of falcon-like eyes preparing the potion on the table. There is also an exquisite photo frame in his hand, but the photos inside are incomplete. There is only a blurred figure of a girl, and part of her face has long been exploded and turned into fly ash. Snape glanced at the photo with a haze in his eyes. This photo, which has been preserved for many years, became what it is now when he fought with Peter Pettigrew. It was too cheap to send Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban. Looking at the potion that was gradually changing color in the medicine bottle in his hand, Snape just wanted to add some ingredients. But at this moment, there was a crisp knock on the door in the silent room. Someone? Snape was taken aback for a moment. The medicine bottle in his hand was placed on the stand, and he walked quickly to the door. It's so late, who will come to him? Could it be that Lupin came to him again for wolf poison potion? Thinking of the werewolf who hadn't come to him for half a month, a sneer appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth. Sooner or later, his identity will not be able to be concealed. It will depend on how Lupin will get out of Hogwarts at that time. He was looking forward to it. With a creaking sound, the door with the engraved pattern was opened, and a violent snowstorm poured in instantly. Most of the candles floating in the air were blown out, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. Snap opened the door and looked around suspiciously. Not to mention Lupin, there is not even a shadow of a person. Strange, who was knocking on the door just now? Is it a prank? Snape half squinted his eyes, ready to keep the nasty wind and snow out of the door first. However, just as he was about to close the door, his eyes suddenly saw a snow-covered box in front of his door. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell it's a box at all. Because it has been covered with a thick layer of snow, which blends in with the surrounding white environment. Someone came. Snape murmured, not rushing to pick up the box with his hands. Because he remembered what the Weasley twins had done to Filch, filled a whole box with big shit. After thinking for a while, he picked up his wand and swept away the snow on it, revealing his true colors. A delicate red gift box with a greeting card swaying in the wind. As the floating spell was cast, the contents of the greeting card appeared in front of him. Happy birthday, sir. Birthday. Snape was stunned. Of course he knew that today was his birthday. But you must know that since he came to Hogwarts to become a professor, no one has ever given him a birthday present. Who sent this? He stood silent for a while at the door, and then used the floating spell to move the big gift box into a slightly warmer room. The door also slammed shut, shaking off the snow on the door frame and patterned glass. Putting this big gift box on the floor, Snape pondered for a while, then used his wand to open the ribbon that was tied into a bow. Can't blame him for being too cautious. It's the twins' mischief that is so frightening. Under the coercion of the big dung egg, Filch moved directly to the school doctor's office and lived there for about half a month. Birthday present, hee hee. Snape sneered, no longer hesitated, and opened the gift box directly. He wanted to see what was in it. As a gap was opened at the top of the big gift box, Snape's eyes widened instantly, and his entire body froze. Boom! A crisp sound echoed in the silent office, and it was a magic wand that fell on the slate floor. Snape's original sneer was replaced by consternation, and the hand holding the wand was also trembling slightly. How is this possible? I just saw the figure inside through the gap. So familiar. No. Impossible, that scene must be an illusion. How could it be her? Snape held back his emotions and opened the closed gift box again with slightly trembling hands. This time, the gift box was completely opened, and the precious gift inside was also exposed to his sight. Lily. Snape's eyes froze, his lips trembling involuntarily. He was completely stunned when he saw the sleeping woman tied up with colorful ribbons inside. Unforgettable dark red hair, delicate and familiar face. Everything proved that this gift was the Lily Evans in his impression. But why? Why is she here? Wait a minute, transfiguration charm. The Lily in front of me must have been conjured by the transformation charm. Thinking of this, Snape picked up the wand on the ground in a panic, and pointed the tip at the sleeping Lily. She must be fake, Lily can't be alive. Cain Wang How, She obviously died under Voldemort's hands more than 10 years ago. However, accompanied by a burst of blue light, the sleeping woman in front of her still had the same face, the face that made him very sad. No, impossible, this is definitely a defamation spell, Rain. Snape whispered in disbelief. However, why did the restoration charm have no effect on her? At this moment, the woman in the gift box slowly opened her emerald green eyes that were somewhat confused. She looked up and met Snape's eyes. After seeing those emerald green eyes like emeralds, Snape couldn't help but took a step back, looking at the woman in front of him in disbelief. "You can't be Lily Evans." He said this with a trembling mouth. Interpunct. Chapter 298, Lily, my Harry, how is he doing? You can't be Lily Evans. Snape took a step back, his eyes fixed on the woman, his voice hoarse and trembling. When he saw this face, he couldn't help thinking that Lily's body had lost its warmth in his arms. The woman in front of me is absolutely impossible to be Lily. You are. Sev. Lily stared at him with emerald green eyes, and the middle-aged man in front of her seemed to gradually overlap with the figure in her memory. Is he Severus? Although more than 10 years have passed, as a childhood sweetheart, Lily can still recognize the man in front of her at a glance. Sev. Snape slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't heard this familiar name for a long time. It seems that after he inadvertently said Mudblood, after this time, the two will never meet again. It turns out that the professor who the blonde wizard gave me as a gift was Severus in front of him. Lily also understood at this time that she had been given as a gift. The old friend in front of me. Long time no see, Severus? Lily greeted softly. The two of them hadn't seen each other for at least 10 years, but for her, who had already died, she and Snape had only not seen each other for 2 or 3 years. Are you really? Lily? Snape suppressed his trembling, and the wand in his hand was shaking slightly. He asked in a hoarse voice. Of course it was me. I was caught by a blonde. Lily just wanted to answer, but found that she couldn't say the second half of the sentence. Suddenly, she remembered that her body was completely controlled by the other party. In other words, shouldn't she reveal anything about him in front of Severus? I was resurrected by a mysterious person. Thinking about her son Harry, Lily gritted her teeth and said panicked. No way, her son was used as a threat by the other party. Whether it was a gift or given to Severus, she could accept it, as long as she had another look at Harry. Resurrection. Snape looked at Lily, who was sitting in the box, and muttered to himself. Impossible, how can there be a spell to resurrect the dead in this world? Not even Dumbledore can do it. But he did, Severus? Lily looked at Snape, who was staring at her, shook her head and said. ... Who is he? Snape leaned against the wall. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, and his face gradually became pale. He didn't know what was going on with him. Was he excited? For Lily, who was resurrected in front of her eyes. I can't tell his name or even his appearance. From the moment he was resurrected, his body was under his control. Lily stood up from the gift box staggeringly. Her body fell forward because of the ribbon under her feet. Be careful. Snape hurriedly stabilized her body with his wand and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman in danger. Although there was no way to know whether what Lily said was true or false, those familiar emerald green eyes were enough to make him subconsciously believe. Thanks. Lily thanked him. It's nothing. Snape withdrew his wand, and the hand holding the wand was hidden under his wide-sleeved robe. He still has many questions in his heart. Is this Lily in front of you real? Who is the person who Lily resurrected? Snape stared blankly at Lily. He felt that his eyes were a little wet. On the other hand, Lily stood silently, not knowing what to say for a while. After all, she was sent here as a gift, and she didn't have any thoughts of escaping in her heart, and it was CCFF. that it would dissipate in the next second. That blonde wizard is really a soul-playing demon. She couldn't help thinking. As for Snape in front of him, Lily's memory of him still remained at the moment of her death. At that time, Snape had joined the Death Eaters and was completely hostile to her and James. Are you really, Lily?" After a long silence, Snape couldn't help but ask. His voice has become more and more hoarse, and the corners of his eyes are slightly red. "Otherwise, do I need to tell you what happened the day we met?" Lily raised her head and said while removing the ribbon from her body. "You even called me a witch at the time, which made me very unhappy. You even quarreled with my sister. Oh right, maybe you still remember that mudblood, but I think you should have forgotten it." "I do not have." As soon as Lily finished her last words, Snape shouted in a trembling voice, "I have never forgotten that sentence. That was the time I regretted the most in my life." Now he finally confirmed the identity of the woman in front of him, because those memories were all buried deep in his mind. Lily looked at him silently. The Slytherin robe on her body was wrinkled by her grip. "I wanted to say this to you many years ago. You know, I asked you out back then." There were tears in Snape's eyes, and his thin lips were shaking with emotion. "Whether you're the real Lily Evans or not, I have to say this. Now you know I'm real." Lily, wrapped in a Slytherin robe, looked at him with a pair of emerald green eyes. Of course she knew what Snape was going to say. But the answer she gave was the same as before. "Don't say sorry to me again, you know that can't make up for what you said at the time," she said softly. Snape fell silent, and he lowered his head silently. "Severus? My son Harry. Do you know how he is doing?" Lily looked at the former Death Eater and asked in a low voice. "Harry?" I don't know why, but Snape's head lowered after mentioning the name again. There was a mistake in the previous chapters, that is, the color of Lily's eyes. Originally, there was a description, and when I used confusion, it turned black into green, but I forgot to add it after deleting, modifying and the love line between Snape and Lily is about to open. Chapter 299, Lily, I Can't Leave You. Harry? After hearing the name, Snape lowered his head. Of course he knew about Harry's current situation. After all, as long as they were in potions class, they would meet each other, and Gryffindor would deduct points on a daily basis. "Harry, what's the matter?" Seeing him bow his head in silence, Lily couldn't help but ask another question. In her heart, she almost had a general idea about her son's current situation. He's very good, and he has a lot of friends at school. Snape heard the question and replied in a low voice. As if it was James Potter back then. The face looks more and more like it. He hated seeing that face at Hogwarts, because it brought back memories that he didn't want to remember. Yes. Lily also leaned against the wall. After hearing the answer, she nodded slightly. She didn't know whether what Snape said was true or false, but now that she was in Hogwarts, it meant that she would see her son sooner or later. At that time, she must take a good look at her son. Thinking of what the blonde wizard said, Lily clenched her side teeth subconsciously. Penny Dursley. It never occurred to her that her own sister would let Harry sleep in the stair compartment. Is that a place for people to sleep? Sooner or later, she's going to question Penny well. The blizzard outside is getting more and more violent, the windows inside the house are covered with thick frost, and the fire is slowly burning, providing warmth to the silent room. Snape didn't know when he was sitting on the ground, and the wand he had hidden in his sleeve also fell out of his hand. He raised his head, his eyes that were originally like falcons were now dim. She just stared blankly at Lily in front of her. Anything that happened tonight was simply unbelievable to him, just like in a dream. But the things in front of me are real. Lily, who had died, was presented to him as a gift. Who is the person who resurrected Lily? What is he going to do? Snape couldn't figure it out. After all, there was no clue about this matter at all. You became a potions professor? Lily looked at the bottles around her with emerald green eyes, and asked Snape, who was already sitting on the ground. As a childhood sweetheart, she naturally knew Snape's talent for potions. It could be said to be stronger than any wizard of the same class. However, when she was dying, she had heard from James that Snape had gone to help Voldemort. But why is a Death Eater able to blatantly become a professor at Hogwarts? And what's even more outrageous is that Headmaster Dumbledore apparently agreed. She really didn't understand. That's right, I went to Dumbledore after you died, and he allowed me to be a potions professor at Hogwarts. Snape looked at her and said, "The condition is to help him with anything." Anything? Lily strolled to the desk, and subconsciously looked at the photo frame placed on the desk. The photo frame looks very delicate, but only half of the photos stored in it remain. This photo, is it me? She whispered to herself softly. Although only one body remains in this photo, the face has long been burned to ashes. But Lily can still recognize it at a glance. After all, this photo was taken when she first entered Hogwarts, and Severus had not yet uttered that insulting word. Seeing the picture frame placed, Lily's heart became complicated. And when Snape saw Lily, who had already picked up the photo frame, he didn't make a sound to stop it, but instead stood up slowly with his hands on the wall. Step by step closer to the past. I originally wanted to use the repairing spell, but the upper part was blown into powder by that stinky mouse, and the spell could not be recovered at all. He opened his mouth tremblingly. Stinky mouse? Lily quickly realized that the mouse Severus was referring to was Peter Pettigrew. She gently stroked the edge of the photo frame with her slender fingers, and then carefully placed it on the table. The robe on your body, where did it come from? Snape looked at her green robe and asked in a hoarse voice. This green robe is exclusive to Slytherin. Sorry, I can't tell. Lily was silent for a while, then shook her head and said helplessly. She also wanted to tell the existence of the blonde wizard, but the controlled body couldn't make any sound, as long as it was about that person. Interpunct flowers, interpunct Yes. Snape also understood what Lily meant. A really terrifying spell that can control the dead at will. The person who invented this spell is far more terrifying than Voldemort. The sky was getting darker, and the fire in the fireplace was getting dim. Snape added some firewood with the levitation charm to keep the temperature in the room from getting cold. If it's just him, it doesn't matter if it's cold or not. But now there is obviously a Lily. It's getting late, you sleep with me here, I'll go out. Snape looked at Lily, who was sitting on the chair and wrapped her robe tightly, and said involuntarily. It's not a solution to stay silent like this, especially if it's like this. He might as well go outside and calm down. At least adjust your mentality first, and then face the resurrected Lily. After speaking, he was about to get up and leave the basement. But just after reaching the door, Snape heard the sound behind him. He put his hand down from the doorknob and turned slightly sideways. Lily, who was sitting on the chair originally, had followed behind him at some point. I can't leave you. Lily shook her head absent-mindedly and responded, her body is now out of her control. She was originally relieved the moment she saw Snape was about to leave the room. But the body involuntarily followed. Is this what it means to be treated as a gift? Can't escape, can't get away from. That damn blonde wizard, why did you bring me back to life? Inside the house upon request. Miss Granger was sitting cross-legged on the bed, quietly looking at the astrology book in her hand. And after drinking a cup of hot tea, Ron also lay down beside her. Thinking of the gift he gave tonight, the corners of his mouth could not help curling up. Professor Snape will definitely like that gift. What are you thinking, laughing so? Evil interest? Hermione shrank her pure white feet inwards and asked softly. Of course I'm thinking dear Miss Granger. Ron replied with a smile. Chapter 300, The Little Witch of Slytherin, Evans. The violent blizzard lasted all night. The entire Hogwarts is completely shrouded in snow, and it looks like a castle in a fairy tale, like a dream. Ron put the small arm on his body gently aside, turned and sat up beside the bed. His pale blue eyes looked out the window sleepily. The expanse of whiteness made people dazzled. The hands of the clock hanging on the wall already pointed to 7 o'clock, while Miss Hermione and Tomcat were still asleep. It's time to get up, we'll go to the auditorium for breakfast this morning. He walked over to the bed and pinched the tip of Hermione's nose, shouting softly. Although Ron also wanted to make breakfast in the room of requirement, the ingredients stored in the Shenway space had long run out. It seems that there is time to go to Diagon Alley to buy supplies, or, 863, people go to those house elves to ask for some. And I don't know when. The studious Miss Granger also learned to stay in bed. Well, Hermione half opened her confused eyes, her brown eyes looked a little sleepy, and she let out a soft whimper. Immediately after, under Ron's smiling eyes, she slowly sat up with her small hand, and rubbed her confused eyes with the other hand. Good morning. Hermione blinked and whispered. Good morning, lovely Miss Granger. Ron responded with a chuckle. The clothes are already by the bed, remember to change them later. Huh? By the time everything was ready, about half an hour had passed. Hermione put on 2 amethyst earrings, and looked at her delicate self in the mirror with a pair of smart brown eyes. Ron was standing behind her, helping her with her slightly damp brown curly hair. In a short time, a fishtail braid was successfully woven. If it's a little later, we won't be able to catch up with this morning's potions class. Ron handed the Gryffindor robe on the hanger to Hermione, and after instructing Tomcat, the two left the room of requirement. Since the weather has gotten colder, Tom has never been out. Instead, he was sleeping by the fire all the time, but every time Ron came back, he would find that the spell books on the bookshelf had been turned over. Forget it, just move. Anyway, those spells are simple trial spells, and there is no other black magic. As soon as she walked out of the room of requirement, Hermione felt a cold wind blowing across her face. She couldn't help shrinking her white cheeks into the scarf, as if it would reduce the cold. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, Ron had just dragged Hermione to the table in Gryffindor when he saw Harry and Ron, who were having breakfast. Good morning, you two. Ron smiled and said hello. Good morning, Ron, Hermione. It's really rare, you two come to the auditorium in the morning? Harry raised his head and responded, while Ron, who was sitting next to him, laughed and joked. You know, since winter entered, these two people appeared in the auditorium very few times in the morning. Where's Ginny, didn't she come with me? Hermione didn't bother to care about Ron, but asked Harry curiously. Ginny had a herbal class in the morning, so she left early after breakfast. Harry replied with a smile. It can be seen that he is after dating Ginny. My mood is much better than a few days ago. On the other hand, Ron was chewing on a piece of rock cake and didn't speak. When he saw Harry now, he couldn't help thinking of the gift he gave Snape yesterday. Well, given Harry's mother to Snape. Thinking of this, Ron turned his head slightly, trying not to look at Harry's emerald green eyes. Maybe it's a guilty conscience. Rock skin crackled under his teeth, and Hermione handed him a warm glass of milk. No way, honey muffins have now been banned by Miss Granger, The reason is that too much sugar will cause tooth decay. After a simple breakfast, a few people walked towards the potions classroom chatting and laughing. I don't know if Professor Snape will come today. Thinking of the order he gave Lily, Ron raised the corner of his mouth in anticipation. Inside the potions class. Long time no see, my friend. Ron said with a chuckle as he passed Malfoy's place. Speaking of which, he hasn't been back to Slytherin's lounge for a long time. Good morning, Ron. Malfoy nodded in response. Malfoy is as polite to you as ever. Sitting in the seat, Hermione looked at Ron, who was holding the cauldron, and said with a chuckle. She still remembered Malfoy's arrogant look when he was on the boat. We are Slytherin's best friends. Come, your cauldron. Ron said, placing a cauldron on Hermione's desk. I don't know what kind of potion is going to be prepared in this class. Hermione opened her small note and muttered to herself in a low voice. You won't be able to brew any potion, my know-it-all lady. Ron touched her little head and said. The various potions he taught Hermione every night had long exceeded the standard line of Hogwarts exams. At least most of the potions, the little witch should be able to handle it with ease. It's time for class. The lively discussions in the classroom gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the closed door of the potions class was slowly opened, not by force as before, but in a very slow way. 5.5 Ron's light blue eyes were placed on the doorway, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, Professor Snape came with her. Two figures appeared at the door. One was Professor Snape, who had a cold face as usual, and the other was an ordinary-looking little witch, who looked like a teenager, and was wearing a Slytherin robe. However, Ron didn't see her face in Slytherin, so, is it Lily who performed the transformation spell? Really interesting. Evans, go and sit in the front row. Snape pointed to the first row near the podium and said in a somewhat complicated voice. Ha, Evans of Slytherin? Ron couldn't help but chuckle. Still, Professor Snape can play. This is really good.